Holy crap, this is crazy.
The 2v2. It's Doublelift and Madlife versus Diamond and Bjergsen. Anything could happen.
Oh, Son gets lemon!
You dead, son? The Nexus itself is going to be focused as OMG get themselves into the finals here.
SKT는 정말 지금처럼 해왔던 대로만 하면 아주 완벽하고 깔끔하게 승리할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Welcome to the culmination of All-Star Paris 2014. Today we determine whether ice or fire will reign supreme and crown our invitational champion. You are looking live at a packed Zenith in Paris where the world's best League of Legends players have been battling it out, and it all comes to a conclusion today. The fans are definitely excited. This is them lining up outside. I could hear SKT chants. Ari cosplay once again, keeping it up. That is phenomenal. A lot of support, both sides of the camps, but you have to feel SKT getting just a few more cheers. Doublelift, of course, we'll see if he can help his challenge team secure victory. SKT making their way through to the venue. This is definitely going to be an action-packed day. Hello and welcome to our continuing coverage of the All-Star event. My name is Trevor Quickshot Henry, and with me are some of the top minds in League of Legends to help break down the plays as they happen today. From the European LCS is, of course, my fellow co-caster, Martin Deficio Linger. From Evil Geniuses, we have Mitch Crepo Forceballs. And from the Diamond tier of punning, David Freak Turley. And if it appears someone is missing, don't worry. The conductor of the Korean hype train is with us as well. Christopher Monte Cristo Michaels is standing by over at the Telestrator.
Thank you, Quickshot, and it's all aboard the Korean hype train. It's about to pull out of the station, and I'll be back punching tickets shortly.
Well, I'm looking forward to those indeed. Now, the epic event is being beamed out by our stalwart broadcast crew, who have been working hard to ensure we capture every thresh hook, every culling, every shockwave, and the pulse-pounding moments from inside La Zenith for our fans everywhere around the globe. The entire show is being broadcast in 16 different languages and by 23 different broadcasters, including OGaming's Chips and Noir, who are providing the French language coverage. OnGameNet is here covering the event for Korea. League of Legends Pro League is broadcasting via remote feed in Shanghai. And once again, we have our crew on the ground bringing you all the action, including Joe, Kobe, and D-Man over at the caster's desk.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. It is good to see you once again. And hello, everyone else. I'm Lee D-Man Smith, and here at the caster desk is Joe Miller. And Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kenza, Joshua Japp-Leesman will also be joining us later for the finals.
Yeah, there have been a lot of exciting games throughout All-Star Paris, but it all comes to a close today for both the challenge teams and the Invitational, with even more thrilling games just ahead.
And we will be with you throughout today's matches to bring you all of the action. And with an exciting finish in store, you won't want to miss it.
Well, so far, she's witnessed a marriage proposal, she's had some emotional interviews, and Madlift and Doublelift experience here, all at All-Stars Paris. With even more to come today, let's send things over to Shox, who's over at the interview lounge.
Thank you very much, D-Man. All-Star Paris has been fantastic so far, and I can't wait to see what happens today with the players and all these amazing fans. But for now, let's check in with the guys at the desk to get things underway.
Thank you very much, Shox. We started the week with 5 teams representing North America, Europe, Southeast Asia, Korea, and China. And the first to fall out of the running was the Taipei Assassins, who went 0-4 in the group stages. And they did not make it into the playoffs, unfortunately. So that does leave 4 teams remaining.
Now, Cloud9 from the North American LCS, they defeated OMG in the group stages, but were shut down in a very decisive 0-2 loss to the Chinese powerhouse in the semi-final. And then in our second semi-final of the day, Europe's home team Fnatic, they faced off against the dominating SKT T1K and were also eliminated with a 0-2 loss.
So that does leave 2 teams remaining, and today they will face off in a best-of-5 final showdown. The last team standing will claim the title of All-Star Champion for 2014 and earn bragging rights for their region. Once again, we will begin the day with the Ice and Fire Challenge teams facing off in a different game mode today. It's a series of showdowns between individual players. So up first is a 1v1 where Archie will face off against Shy. After that is another 1v1 as Cool takes on QTV. Now both of these 1v1s are worth a single point.
Then we have a 2v2 where Doublelift and Madlife will go up against Diamond and Bjergsen, and that match will be worth 2 points. And the All-Star Challenge games conclude with the Super 1v1 matchup that you guys picked, Froggen against Wei Xiao. The winning player, he will get 3 points for his team.
Yeah, that does mean that there are 7 points still up for grabs today. And with Team Ice leading Team Fire by only a 2-point margin, the competition is still wide open. Big plays will be made today. So let's check out some of yesterday's hashtag All-Star Big Plays. First up, we are hooked on Madlife. This comes from the Pick 10 game. And this one was sent to us by, right, I'm going to try this, at YellSuperCute. He writes, Madlife Thresh is just wow. Much hook, such support, many land, amazing lantern. Crepo, is this the best support in the world right now?
Madlife has to be respected as one of the better players on support in the world. Maybe he currently is not. He even said in an interview that he's a little disappointed that his plays weren't up to par. But if this is what Madlife brings when he's not up to par, then yeah, I've played against him when even back in the early days of League when it wasn't as established as is now, like laning phase and all. He constantly did innovating things. The way he played his zone control, I still remember playing. On our side, we had an Urgot, he had a Soraka. Yeah, who are those champions again? But
you played them a few weeks ago,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, his zone control was really good. He was always out of range of swap, but in range to cancel the swap on his AD carry with silence. And the way he plays Alistar, the way he plays Thresh, he's just a really good support player.
Yeah, absolutely insane. Everyone, the prediction hooks. Call it a Madlife.
Yeah, I literally call that play to Madlife. But even in scrims, I'll be like, yo, guys, I'm going to pull a Madlife. And they just know that I will try to like predict a dash from an enemy player and then hook him into his path. And we just call that a Madlife. I just wish I had a play named after me.
I mean, if you have a spell or a move named after you, you've really done something special.
Well, we do have a few more replays to get to, guys. This one also comes from the Pick 10 Challenge. It's Froggen's Anivia, though, and it was at Kenyan Canaanite. He writes, Cool's Lee Sin kick into the teleporting Anivia was a massive play. Freak, I'm going to throw this one over to you.
All right, it's a whole bunch of fun. Anivia always a great champion to look at here. So battle starts out, Doublelift dies, getting all in for the most part, but when you have Anivia come in, that's the real point that matters. So just completely explodes out on one side, gets kicked away, and thing is, he's durable. He eventually bought a Warmox this time, so he just, you know, the ulti into the E, that's the big damage combo there. Just picks people off. It's when you're Froggen, it's easy.
Yeah, Froggen definitely hard carried that game. For you guys at home, make sure you send us those tweets, hashtag All-Star Big Plays for today's plays. Now, let's turn our attention to the final. It is a best-of-5 between SKT T1K and OMG. And due to the fact that SKT owned the head-to-head record by beating OMG in the group stage, they were allowed to pick either blue or red side for games 1, 3, and 5. SK have opted to pick red side for games 1 and game 5 voluntarily. This is their choice, which means OMG on their choices pick blue side for games 2 and 4. What it sums down to is that SKT will be playing red side in 4 of the potential 5 games. I got a question for the table. How much importance is counter picking for SKT when you consider they have voluntarily gone into this option? What tools, what is some of the thinking behind why they've chosen this?
Well, counter picking, of course, is a big deal here. Last time SKT played against OMG, the solo laners from SKT, both Impact and Faker, did really well. They won their lanes. Now, with a counter pick again, they can really, I would almost go as far and say stomp a lane here if they get the right counter pick. And then also, with the fact here that OMG maybe been slightly predictable in what they will first pick. We saw yesterday where they just first picked Thresh whenever it was open. Could be something where SKT say, you know what, we will give you this first pick, we know exactly what you're going to pick, and we're going to take 2 very strong picks for ourselves, and also save the counter pick for later.
Yeah, I agree with what Defisha said so far. It's just a little surprising to me that somebody would opt for red side. That just means they're really comfortable, and they're not afraid of a single champion. They're like, okay, maybe OMG will get this 1 champion, we'll just react with 2 more, we'll have the counter pick on our side. As well as purple side often leads to lane swaps. and they can either initiate the lane swap themselves and then guarantee that it will open up the map, and then in that way, SKTT1 just plays the map way better than OMG has in these past matches, and that might be another reason for them choosing purple side. However, I like that they don't make it all the same and they pick blue side one game to just spice it up a little and not get too predictable on their side.
Yeah, and it's worth pointing out as well that this is not even a new tactic for them. They actually did this at Worlds last year against Royal Club, where both teams opted for red side in game 1 and 2. And yeah, to me, it also, I think it's a more risk-averse strategy, where it's like you get the last ban, so you get to make sure you know what's in the field, and your opponents only get one champion there. So you guarantee there's one thing they're going to go for, but it lets you sort of broaden out your champ pool really quickly.
Well, I'm very much looking forward to how that plays out. And for a little more context on this title clash, let's actually send it over to the conductor of the Korean hype train over at the Telestrator.
All right, thanks, Quickshot. We're going to take a look at a truly defining play from SKT's run to world title last year. It took place against this very OMG team, the only non-Korean team to take a game off of SKT at Worlds. And for those of you who remember, as we move into it, it was the second game of the series and the very last game of group stages. And this was really one of my favorite plays. Actually, it was my very favorite play of 2013, where they took down a 12.5-minute inhibitor, all 3 towers, in a pretty impressive run of tower juggling. So just starting off right here, it's impressive because they used 2 ultimates right away, right on this first turret, but they managed to keep their press going on. So right here we can see Mondu coming in with the crescendo, and Faker is about to use Spirit Rush in order to take down Cool. Also note that right here, Faker's already died in lane, Cool is up 2 kills already. So losing the lane so far, they know they have to do something in order to get back into this one. So let's go ahead and roll this clip. So you can see the ultimates coming in right there. They chain the CC beautifully into the charm, then start attacking the turret. Let's pause. So there's no minion wave right here right now, which means that Bengi is actually tanking the turret with his spiderlings as we speak while they wait for the minion wave to develop. This play would not have been possible without Elise in the jungle, which makes it even more impressive. So let's keep going on. They'll go ahead, deal some more damage to the tower. Also notice that Ezreal's Essence Flux allows everybody to auto-attack faster, which means these turrets are going to go down a bit more quickly. They land another charm onto Loveland. That's charm number 2 for Faker. Take out his passive. There's the 3rd ultimate coming in as Big Pomelo comes around the side in order to get his ultimate. 4th ultimate, Impact, Flash, Flag Standard into the ultimate right there. And of course, Bengi's not really going to be helping with his ultimate because he's Elise. So only 1 tower, 4 ultimate used, going, still split pushing in the bottom lane, thinking this isn't possible. So let's pause again right here. So in this situation, again, we can see the spiderlings going ahead, tanking the turret. And what we're about to see is an amazing display of aggro juggling right here within the turret radius as everybody just weaves in and out, and also another great charm by Faker. Let's keep going. So again, you see the spiderlings are now down, and that means that the members of SK Telecom have to continue to take this. So Cool's about to get hit by a max range charm, charm number 3 from Faker, and they combo onto him beautifully. Piglet will shift forward in order to get a little bit more damage. They still have the exhaust for San, and they're going to go ahead and take him out as well. They've got a cannon minion wave right here, which will really help them. Bengi swaps out, and they'll move forward one more time, and Bengi will hit another critical cocoon right here, takes out Pomelo. This is, of course, when he was playing support. And they will go ahead and take out the last turret and follow it up with the inhibitor. So all in all, that was one of the most impressive plays, I think, in 2013, and really shows what SK Telecom has to offer in this matchup. Of course, OMG will be looking for a little bit of revenge, and I'm looking forward to see if we have any more plays. Back to you, Quickshot.
Thank you very much, Monty. That's a great segue to lead us to our Twitter question of the day. Today, we're asking you guys, what has been your favorite moment from All-Star Paris 2014? And I think it's only fair to our fans that I make you guys on the table keep your answers short as possible to 140 characters or less. So let's go. Freak, what is it?
Bjergsen dealing tons of damage in Earth, hashtag All-Star, hashtag big plays.
Crepper, what's your favorite moment? 3
Oh.
characters.
Three characters.
3 characters.
You've just used 3.
Okay, I'm done. Having Monte Cristo at the desk has been my favorite. No, I'm lying.
Very cute.
But
very
I'll
cute.
keep the lie alive.
It's backwards today, it's fine.
Tafishio, what's your moment?
Listening in to SK Telecom, doing the gang and bottom lane against Fnatic, where we got to hear the communication, how chill they were, even though there was a big fight going on compared
Well, they
to
are telecommunication.
Yeah,
it's touche.
But just compared to like Alliance, where it's 10 people just screaming at each other, or 5 people, hopefully more, not 10, screaming at each other, kill, kill, kill. I like SK Telecoms more.
I like them using all of their own skins, actually. That was pretty cool. You guys at home send your responses to us at LOL Esports. Along with that hashtag All-Star, we'll be checking out your answers and highlight a few of our favorites later on in the day. It is time to take a very short break, but when we return, it'll be the challenge showdowns between teams Ice and Fire. Let's see who will win those 1v1s and 2v2s. They are loading in right now. You can see the players getting set up on stage, getting ready to go. And remember, it is Happy Mother's Day. OMG pays all the proper respects to mothers as we do leave you. We'll see you in a few minutes, guys.
그냥 뭐 별로 1대1 하는 거는 기대되지 않고요. 이기고 싶은 마음밖에 없는데요.
很期待跟另外的明星选手打。
I think it's going to be very interesting. We play against like an actual bot lane that plays 2v2.
I will not tell you anything about our strategies. It's too secret.
제가 첫날에 그룹 부모 때 비역수 선수한테 정말 많이 당해가지고 되갚아줄 날이 이제 온 것 같아요. 我觉得这一次全明星的各个模式都非常有意思，也包括最后的1v1模式。然后我非常期待和很强的对手交手，然后并战胜他。
I think Caitlyn is probably the strongest, so I need to ban some of the AD carries out since I'm playing against an AD carry.
Ice has me in mad life, so we should win. Easy.
对，我们落后一场，就算赢了，应该也是平分吧。所以我觉得应该是打平吧。
我觉得应该是冰队吧，很有信心再一次赢他们。
I think they have the upper hand in the more like teamwork based like Hexakill and Pick 10, but now we have like the straight up just like individual play, so I think we're gonna win this one.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to head into the final games between the Ice and Fire Challenge teams in a series of showdowns. These matches will feature individual players facing off on the Howling Abyss. Each pro will get 3 bans each, and then we'll have blind pick champion. And the rules are a little bit different this games.
Yeah, in the 1v1 matches, the player who secures first blood, kills 100 minions, or takes down 1 enemy tower will win the game and earn 1 point for their team. In the 2v2 duel, the first team to secure 2 kills, kill 100 minions collectively, or take down an enemy tower will take the victory, and that match will be worth 2 points.
And the final 1v1 will be the Super Showdown, where you pick the players. The same 1v1 rules apply, but that game will score 3 points for the winning team. First up is a 1v1 match between Archie from the Saigon Jokers and Shy from CJ Enters Frost.
Yeah, and Archie had a really good showing in that pick 10 match with the top lane Lucian. So he's already shown that he can handle himself in the solo lane, even though he is originally a duo lane player.
And the fact is that Shy had a good start in the Hexakill on Jace as well, getting a bunch of kills at the beginning of the game, but that wasn't enough to get his team the win.
Yeah, and he's only played support champions in the other 2 modes so far, so we haven't really seen him show off all of his solo lane prowess. Shy is probably the favorite to win this match. He was voted into the last All-Stars event, and he made it all the way to the 1v1 finals, where he barely lost to Soaz in that Varus versus Darius matchup. And as Scar would say, he was winning the match all the way up until the point where he lost.
Well, I mean, we saw it last year. He played Varus, as you said. So he's up against an AD carry. I wonder what sort of advantage that may have, the fact that he's had the smallest bit of experience, but Archie is an AD carry, and he said in the video then, I'm going to have to ban a lot of AD carries. Got a couple of champions different this time around. Of course, Lucian's now in the bag. What are we expecting bans-wise?
Now, I do expect some AD carry bans because range is a really important factor in these 1v1 matchups. However, there's a big change here. This map is actually different than the one we used last year. The brush is closer. So the brush on the side, you can actually use that more effectively with shorter range champions, and we might see a resurgence of short range champions, not completely dominated by like Kennen and Caitlyn's.
One thing that is, on that note as well, with the brush, a little bit different, is that trinkets are in fact enabled. At least a couple of them. Scrying, for example, can be used. So interested to see how much time these players have had and to work on these different kind of strategies. We're going to be coming into Champ Select here, so we'll find out exactly what's important right now to ban in these 1v1s.
So here we go. Let's see. Riven being banned out. That's a surprise. Jace, of course, Shy played that one earlier on in the tournament. Caitlyn, no surprise. That was the main champion everyone played last year. And the Lucian ban. That's kind of what we expected.
Yeah, not too surprising here. Archie's targeting more top lane champions. Same thing with Shy. He's targeting Archie's AD carries that we called out earlier.
So what are we going to be seeing banned out here finally? And more importantly, after that picked, as I said, a couple of AD carries gone. Jace, Riven here as well, as we see that Archie really running the time down on his final ban. In the end, decides to go for Rengar. Can be an annoyance jumping in and out those bushes. And there's another AD carry ban. Draven taken away.
So, Shy will not get to use Rengar and take advantage of those bushes that we just talked about. However, Lee Sin can dash anyway, so he's got built-in dashes, and he's still going to go with a close-range champion.
This could be a horrible mismatch for Archie if this one goes through, surely. You've got to expect the Lee Sin very aggressive early on, very strong. Changes, no differences, honestly, with Miss Fortune. There we go. Lock in quickly for Shy. What are we going to see? What's Archie going to stick with? Will he go for Misfortune. Quinn was banned out a lot last year, by the way. Pointed out, no, he's going to switch back to Varus.
Interesting as well, the summoner choices. Right now, Shy is actually still sitting on Ignite, whereas Barrier for Archie. So Shy actually, if he can use that at the right time, will be able to get the last tick on, or Shy will be able to last tick kill on Archie with his Ignite.
And it, of course, all comes down to that first blood. Back to the rules on that one. You only need the one single kill, and that's the beauty of these 1v1s. Is it going to be a 2-minute game, or is it going to be a 10-minute game? Nobody knows.
I think that they're at least going to get to level 6, because that's when Shy gets his bird form, or he can call Quinn. Valor, actually, there we go. He turns into Valor, calls Valor to the battlefield, and he'll be able to go for that execute move. He wants to combo his execute with the Ignite, so he can get through the barrier as well as the shield.
Well, with the showdown about to start, let us know who you think will win this one. Tweet #Archie or #Shy to @LOL Esports.
Hard one to call. I mean, Shy, obviously, you give him the advantage when it comes to, for example, playing in 1v1s at All-Star events. He was in Shanghai last year. Archie doesn't quite have that one. It's still so hard to call, though. These are very incredibly skilled players. We're going to find out, though. We're going into game. The crowd is ready here, that's for sure, in Paris.
The crowd is absolutely pumped up. I mean, we just had them cheering beforehand. We saw some League of Legends chants coming out from them. The French guys were getting them to jump up and down. The whole stadium was shaking.
As we said, too, the last champion that Shy did lose 1v1 with was Varus. So Archie actually trying to use the same champion against him now.
I wonder if he was trying to go in the mind games, like, it's the champion you played, so I think he's going to blind pick it again. Didn't happen. Shy is not falling for any tricks. He's not going into that bush. He can go for vision, remember. This is the difference. Obviously, you can see it's on Howling Abyss. They do only start level 1, though. They can also go back to the fountain if they need to.
Now, one difference between the old Varus and the newer Varus here is that some of the damage was moved to Piercing Arrow from the Hail of Arrows. But Archie still starting with Hail of Arrows level 1.
They're both sided red pot as well, so no Doran's items. They can only buy 2 Doran's items, by the way. We should make sure that is clear, and it's all down to who will get the first blood. Will we see some early aggression from either of these? The first CS gets cheered out there. We'll see how it goes.
This could be a long day for
There'll be a lot of cheering for 100 CS, yeah.
Well, you can tell they're trying to maximize their auto attack efficiency. Oh, he's going down already.
Shy going on towards Archie. Barrier actually used. Shy's actually falling lower. He's still at summoner heal. He's trying to run away, but he's already popped the heal. One more auto attack while doing. Archie can't get in range, and Shy walks away.
I almost lost my bet there. They were not getting very close to level 6. Level 1 all-ins there from Shy, and he burns both summoners. Nobody will have any surprise summoners left or surprise elixirs. So Archie is left with control of the battlefield. He gets the CS lead. This is huge in the ranged matchup.
And obviously, it's all about whether you can take that turret down, whether you can get the 100 minions or that all-important first blood. As you mentioned, very important to send him packing so early on. Both use the red pots, though, so we'll keep our eye on that one. Shy may well come straight in aggressive, but look at that Hail of Arrows straight back on him.
Already good damage done. Of course, both using those pots here. And Archie,
they are actually all in every single kill. Oh
that is very true. 15-6 on the CS. And as I said, it's going to be a long day here if they're really cheering for and booing for all the missed CS as well. It's still better than cheering for war kills. Just going to put that out there right now.
True.
I have to wonder if that all-in from Shy was maybe a miscalculation as to his experience levels, because going all-in level 2, or level 1, not something we usually see.
Again, though, the range there of Archie doing a good job to poke back Shy. 10 CS the difference between them. Shy starting to step out of this one. Just to quickly look there at the trinkets, we saw him being used a little bit earlier on. Shy gonna go aggressive.
Going back in on a Hail of Arrows, came in, didn't quite get the blinding shot down though. That's what he wanted to start things off with. Instead, there it is. Now he's blinding him out. He's got it. Shy takes down Archie.
Absolutely crazy 1v1 to start off with here. By all rights, Shy should have already lost this game after that fight right at the very start of the game. But that's the nature of 1v1. You can make one cancelled auto attack, one step in the wrong direction means you win or lose a fight.
Right, he goes back, he purchases first, and he returns once he levels up and gets his blind.
Don't go for the shirts, guys, just the jackets. Don't go the full football play. So they trade jackets there, very nicely done. Almost going back to the old football there. We are in France after all. So Shy takes points for Fire. That's an important kill as well, more importantly, because obviously they were 4-2 up. Ice were coming into this one after Froggen rallied the troops to get them back in there, but that will feel good for Shy, I feel there.
Well, he's got to, hasn't he? Because he almost lost that one to the point where it's sort of like, wow, I almost got basically my entire team shouting at me after I would have got down from the stage for losing the points.
He got the triple kill on Jason, the Hexa kill. He started off so well, and then he got dumpstered by Froggen, so he's definitely going to be happy to turn some points around for his team.
One auto attack was all it would have taken to kill him level 1. However, that could easily be calculated because there's no flashes here. Everyone running 2 combat summoners, so you don't have to worry about those flash last auto attack kills.
He's going to sit down there in the crowd now, and that's the great thing. We're going to basically run all these games back-to-back. Players all set up on the stage. We move now into our second best of one. 1 versus 1, because that's, of course, what we're doing.
They are
here.
best of ones.
They are best of ones, too. Best of 1 kill, basically.
Well, we are going to head into our next duel as appropriately named. Cool from Team Ice will be going head-to-head against the Psychon Jokers QTV from Team Fire.
Yeah, and yesterday, Cool played a beastly Lee Sin, showing off his mechanics on one of the more complex champions in the game, as well as his flexibility. And now, he played up to the quarterfinals last year at Worlds, and he was actually the MVP of the 2013 Summer LPL season. So he is definitely a very strong solo lane player. As for QTV, he is a top lane player for Saigon Jokers, but he has actually had to use supports twice and Ezreal once here at All-Star. So we haven't really seen him use his favorite champions yet. In the past, he has preferred Kennen, who has been both picked and banned a lot in 1v1 matchups. So maybe that will slip through for him here and give him an edge.
And not wearing the hat today as well. We've seen him having the hat on the last couple of days.
Let his highlighted hair show through.
Changing style today for QTV. We'll see how that goes. We've just seen that, the first 1v1 coming in, giving us a bit of insight into where the big picks are coming in, of course, ending up with 80 carries in the end, despite having lots of 80 carry bans.
And I wonder whether the players obviously were watching now. They're kind of as much in the dark as, so the more experience will go on. Obviously, the last one will be Froggen versus Wei Zhao, so they're all going to be keeping their eye on this one. What do we think? We're going to see an adjustment in the pick and bans. Obviously, we saw Archie very much heavily going towards the top laners of Shy, but Shy wasn't interested. He wanted an AD carry.
Yeah, you kind of get a feel for what champions are going to be strong in 1v1 situations regardless, because in League of Legends, when you are in a solo lane there, if you take a champion who's only good in laning phase, those are usually the ones that are going to be good in this because there's no junglers that are going to interrupt you. He goes for the Quinn. The reason Quinn's not picked in competitive is because of the late game. And, her laning phase is great. However, it's the rest of the 5-on-5 interaction that she does fall off. Shy recognizes the blind is going to be helpful, the gap closer is going to be helpful, and he takes him out.
And that's the thing, you can't sit back here because CS is also a factor in the game, and we saw it actually last year at All-Stars that CS was actually a deciding factor in a couple of our games, so you can't just sit back and play defensive till you get a couple of levels.
And if you get sent back too early, too many times, then your tower suddenly starts taking a hell of a lot of damage. They're weaker turrets, remember, as well. Here we go. Picks and bans underway. Caitlyn, Yi, and Zilean being banned now quickly by Ice, and by Fire they go for Aatrox. Oh, I wonder if this has been a predetermined. We saw Cool's Lee Sin throughout Hexakill and Pick 10 yesterday. It was magnificent. QTV, is he going to go toe for toe? He's already locked it in.
I've got to give it to QTV. He bans 3 A champions. It looks like he does not care what Cool is going to bring to the table. And yes, they will
actually did go across the top.
I know this because me and Kobe had a practice 1v1 earlier, and they're exactly the 3 that I backed against Kobe, which I did win that game, by the way.
We saw Diamond Prox obviously do this with Insect last year. Insect came out on top, of course, in that one, despite Diamond having his It's My Jungle GTFO t-shirt on. underneath. He didn't get to unveil it. He didn't get to pull it out. We'll see how Cool does. This is going to be an interesting one. Jump on Twitter and tell us who you think will win this one. Hashtag Cool or hashtag QTV. Be sure to send it to @LON.
Hold it together, D-Man. We've got another exciting Lee Sin matchup here. The difference is our only summoner spells right now. One Ignite here for Cool, whereas QTV is running with the heal. Now Ignite, can you... Ignite still cuts in half the healing amount of your summoner heal. Even though summoner heal will remove it for further sustain, the initial heal itself will be cut in half.
So, double Lee Sin. Dragon Fist Lee Sin versus ordinary Lee Sin. Nobody went with the SK Telecom skin.
Yeah, actually only SK Telecom have really had massive success with the SK Telecom skin.
Fnatic used those skins and it didn't work out for them.
Actually tried it in the group stages and that did not go so well for me. Ended up going 1-7-0 in that. So you don't do that when you're playing SK Telecom. Here we go though, it's a double Lee Sin face-off. Ice versus Fire. Fire 1-0 up in the 1v1s. Can Ice pull themselves back again? QTV versus Cool.
Well, I don't think I will be making the mistake of guessing for level 6s again because both of these guys have started red elixirs. So we'll probably see some early trades here. I don't know if they will actually start Qs each. Nobody has selected a spell yet. They're waiting to see.
He tried to edge too close to that bush and showed himself.
Now, if you start with your E, then it's easier to shove the wave. And unless you have a clear shot, that's generally a better choice. Because Q is extremely risky. Probably E into Q for these guys, I'm guessing.
So far, it's been a dance battle off, mainly. Both players just going head-to-head, having a bit of a dance. But now that the minions come in there, we'll see exactly how this one's going to go. And we can see that they are indeed going towards that E.
All right, let's take a look here. We have a little bit more attack damage on Cool. So QTV, and he doesn't have more armor penetration. Probably attack speed he's opted for instead.
Cool's got the early advantage here. You can see he's already pushed it back. Red pot used by both players as well. But you can see Cool managed to clear that wave and keeping 3 CS with him. It's a good start by him, but again, Cool can't shove any closer because he's just going to get in turret range.
It's a battle of the wave pushing here. He got level 2.
Oh, he's got level 2. Backs away though. And that's the difference here. A bad trade where your opponent gives you 1 auto attack or some spell damage and you don't can mean real bad things for you. So it means you have to maybe go back, lose CS to the turret. The kill doesn't land on QTV.
Heal's already been used by QTV. You can see Cool, he's still got Ignite and Barrier available. Barrier still on QTV, but it's a big advantage for Cool taking that down early.
More minions for him there. 10-10 after those waves start to reset themselves and go back into the middle of the map. QTV slightly behind when it comes to current health status. And again, they're going to have a little bit of a head-to-head as they hit that level 3 stage. And we'll see if Cool is going to... I mean, he was not scared of diving in the games we saw him playing Lee Sin.
Oh, you can see 225, the heal Relic spawns, and it was Cool that managed to get on it. That's going to keep it away from QTV. He's got his own one he can back off to as well. He's been trying to thread the eye of the needle with that Sonic Wave a couple of times now.
Now, on this map, the healing has been taken away except for the 2 that are actually between turrets. There's no healing behind your turrets, so QTV can't back off and get those ones. Also, it is 75 seconds now before that one respawns. So Cool has complete control of the map right now.
Yeah, keep him pushed onto his tower, keep taking those health relics. And if things get really bad for you, you can simply back away onto your own health relic. QTV actually coming out there a little bit more from underneath this turret. You can see that Cool is starting to gain that CS lead though from this.
Trying to edge him out, trying to zone him a little bit. You can see he's just waiting to thread that Sonic Wave through QTV. Still got that glowing orb of the red pot. As is Cool, it's going to time out very soon though.
We have our first divergence in spell selection here. QTV, because he is so far behind, has put an extra point into the Safeguard Iron Will for sustain, and Cool is looking for that kill. So leveling up the Tempest Cripple to level 2.
That health relic will be regenning very soon. There it is. Cool. QTV goes for it. Cool didn't head him off there. Maybe didn't know the timer on it. You can see does manage to safeguard across. He's going to try and start zoning QTV out here.
Just a little bit more damage here and there. Not in the plan, I think, for Cool to let that health relic go over after he picked up the first one, but He should now at least, if he didn't know the timer before, he's certainly got it in his head by now. And that means that he should be able to control that one. For QTV actually coming in there and straight out onto the minion.
It made him miss 3 CS, so it kind of worked out there. Keeping his cool though, didn't go diving in on that one.
All right, Cool gonna be the first one to cancel a recall. Never mind. Let's see what he's saving for.
Yeah, that's interesting to see when these players, if maybe even these players are going to go back. We saw it in the last game, but only really because Shy was forced to go back after taking so much damage and almost going down before going on to win that first 1v1 for Fire. Up until now, though, it's definitely Cool that's looking the stronger of the two. He's almost halfway to the target. Actually, he's going to land the Q. Goes in onto QTV. Decent damage back there. But again, it's a trade that Cool comes out on top of.
He could finish him here. He could finish him. He's only got barrier available, no heal. He's got ignite and barrier. He could actually end up with a tower dive. They're about to hit level 6. You can see it coming out. Surely got to feel the pressure. Surely he's going to go for this one.
Yeah, level 6 hit by both players at exactly the same time. QTV's going to be hovering over that R to kick him away as soon as he comes in.
QTV has to be very, very careful about his minions going down because that's when Cool's going to be shooting his Qs right through.
Oh. Sonic Wave missed. There's the ignite used as a little too early, and it's actually brought 2 tower hits on Cool. That was a mistake.
That was a bit of a blunder right there, but it did back QTV off from some of the minions, and Cool still retains a giant minion lead.
That his aim here. He's actually going to go back off into the brush. That means that he is going to be buying up. That means that this CS here that QTV has for free, he has to hit every single one of them to come back into this one, and he's actually going to recall now, and that's going to be at least 2 or 3 minions going down to the turret.
All-out aggression from Coolo. Double Doran's blade. He can only buy 2. That's why he's gone for the longsword and the health point afterwards. It's not because he couldn't afford it. It was because you're simply not allowed to in the 1v1 rules. You can see, though, look at QTV. Double Doran's blade and a red pot. That could give him a big advantage in the big engagement that's surely to come.
Yeah, he needs something to get back into this game. So he can't go for a static item, looking for the extra power from the elixir.
He's freezing the lane.
Rule.
Tactics being involved in this one.
Yeah.
Wasn't expecting that in 1v1, but this is serious business now.
Health relics are back up here as well, so there's a bit more sustainability for these players if they do end up fighting. And honestly, from Cool's side, whilst it's not the most spectacular way to win a game by farming to the 100-point first, he's in a lead and he doesn't really need to risk anything at this stage.
And remember the build from QTV. He's maxing his safeguard first, so he doesn't have as much kill potential on Cool. Kicks him off the relic.
Nicely done there, Cool. Keeps him away from that relic. QTV, though, not too worried. Got the life gen. Has he used that red pot, though?
Red pot pop from him. Back up to full HP here, but as we said, Cool concentrating on the CS, trying to keep QTV away from as much as possible. And honestly, QTV struggling to hit a couple of CS there in that one. That shouldn't be such a problem. And there we see it, the halfway point in this.
Interested to see how this turns out late game because QTV has skilled up for the sustain game, but he has actually purchased items for burst damage, going with the elixir. If Cool can actually wait that one out, then he will have a tremendous advantage moving forward because he can turn his longsword into a Vamp Scepter and play the long game. Just go for that CS lead.
QTV is shoving the wave in here and actually starting to turn this game back around on Cool here. Cool's time to back away to his turret. He may well lose out some of that CS. It is 100 CS limit, remember, that whoever reaches it first, of course, Cool with that big advantage early on here. We'll see whether he lands that Sonic Wave, goes aggressive on QTV. They could both bounce around quite easily. We've seen Cool being very aggressive in the team games, but right now he's being fairly passive and QTV is starting to pull him away. Or is he baiting him in?
Baiting him in, I think, more than anything, but this is good damage from QTV, and we saw last year also that a lot of players tried to farm back into the game and then realized as they got to like 85, 90 CS, you know what, I actually have to just go all in right now and try to win a fight. We see the members of both teams sat down watching this game progress, and so far CS lead over with Cool has taken a bit of a bruising in these last couple of minutes as the health relic does come up. QTV could do with keeping him away from that one, or at least stopping him from getting as much farm here off this wave as he can.
Well, as you pointed out, he's struggling to try and get himself, despite the fact QTV has gained himself a little bit of an advantage here. I wonder if he's going to land the Sonic Wave quickly. Just have to thread it through the minion line. Nope, not going to happen. He may actually gain some experience, but again, now he's got, oh wow, a Brutalizer being picked up by Cool. You've got to feel some serious aggressions coming out. QTV does have barrier and heal available though.
So interesting. Cool, even though he has the minion lead, he's going more for kill here. He's got the Q as well.
And to be honest, he can probably fight him right now. There is Cool actually diving through, not putting as much damage as he may have expected there, I think. But there's another one. Gonna try and follow through onto this one. There is the Relic, and QTV actually has level advantage here. But look at the minions, 86 and counting already for Cool.
Yeah, QTV has to do something pretty quick here. Cool is starting to have the damage aggression. You can see he's bouncing him around. QTV goes all in on this one. He's got heal and barrier available. We can see the damage coming out. It's just too much. The heal's been used. He's got barrier available, but Cool, if he lands this Sonic Wave, it is all over. QTV with the barrier just about survives the minion wave coming in towards him. Cool's going to go deep. He gets it. Ice get themselves a point back.
The max range AoE from Cripple, and Cool was only 10 CS away from winning that game too. So really QTV was forced into making something happen.
A 10-minute, 5-second game, as you mentioned. It went the distance there, absolutely, but Cool has shown some serious prowess on Lee Sin throughout these games, so no surprise that he comes up in top of that one. And Diamond, I think, would have appreciated watching that game.
Yeah, and you have to wonder for Cool if he's got a career in the jungle ahead of him, certainly on Lee Sin, because he's done absolutely incredibly on that one so far. That was an important victory for Ice, stopping Fire, you know, ramping back up and getting into maybe a bit of a lead.
So 5-3 the points are currently. Ice currently still in the lead. Froggen, captain of that team, of course, but it is the 2v2s coming up in a moment. It's a big one building, that's for sure.
This one is really interesting. The Doublelift and Mad Life going to be taking on Bjergsen and Diamond. These are like the two guys on each team that have become closest here at All-Stars.
Well, I mean, more importantly, this is a 2-point game. They can tie themselves up here. This could be Ice being drawn level with Fire. After Fire's great start, we have to give it the credit. Bjergsen went absolutely crazy in that opening Earth game. He's probably the player that played it the most. I think it's safe to say. Earth, and it actually fits his playstyle, the crazy fast mechanics, but you can see them on your screens there, Doublelift and Mad Life, or Double Life and Mad Lift, whatever you want to refer to them as, setting up alongside Bjergsen and Diamond. And Diamond, of course, played a bunch of games last year with, or against, I should say, Bjergsen when he was on NIP. But now, of course, they are cross-Atlantic buddies. And we'll see how it works out. Diamond himself says he has a plan for this one.
He has a plan for it, and I wonder what that's going to be. When it comes down to the bans, do they go more towards Mad Life? Are they going to get rid of the Thresh? Are we going to be looking at getting these AD carries away from Doublelift? On the other side, we've just seen their two Lee Sins coming out against each other. We saw different bans that time around. I'm not sure QTV bans were actually like, you know,
when they both went Lee Sin, it tells me something was pre-organized on that one.
I think they were both realized, or both knew they were going Lee Sin from the start, and the bans didn't matter so much.
Well, as we matched up, next up in this Ice and Fire duo duel between CLG's Doublelift and Frost's Mad Life. Of course, on the other side is Gambit's Diamond. He is paired with TSM's Bjergsen.
As we said, both of these guys, both of these pairs have become really close during this All-Star event. Doublelift and Mad Life have become extremely close friends, while Diamond and Bjergsen have been duo-teaming pretty much the entire time that they have been here to grow that European synergy. And this is interesting because both of these players were in the 2vs2 challenge last year at the All-Star event, and they actually both made it to finals, speaking of Doublelift and Mad Life. Doublelift actually lost to Mad Life. It was Doublelift and Xpecial and Mad Life and Prey. So Doublelift has something to prove here. The pressure is on because if this team loses, it's probably his fault. Mad Life already won this competition, okay? Mad Life can blame Doublelift all day long.
Dragging Mad Life down with it.
And let's not forget that the teams themselves actually picked the players for these duo matches. It wasn't you guys at home that voted. It wasn't kind of the rest then that were put in together. This was the one that the captains of each team chose to play with. And well, we heard it from Diamond. I've got a plan, and I think it was more.
So Bjergsen, you're with me.
Exactly.
I have a plan.
Exactly.
And that's exactly how Bjergsen phrased it to us as well. He said, I was told he's got a plan. I don't know what it is yet. Hasn't told me, so we'll see how it works out. They've obviously been practicing for this one. What are we thinking? If they've got a plan, what would you go here with a duo pairing?
So the story is...
It's got to be a kill lane,
it's right. It's a support main and an AD carry main versus a jungle and a mid laner. Jungle and mid lane, actually really good synergy. What a great pairing as well. So we'll see if they actually choose champions that they do main and try and combo them that way, or if they just go all out.
Well, I'm not sure.
Go with the kill lane and try and end it early.
So you think Diamond's going to stay in the bushes the whole time? Just keep sneaking out?
There's no minion from the farm for the jungle.
Surprise!
He's going to surprise
I'm
gank
still
him.
here.
Well, I'm not sure the brush is that effective when you can have 2 Scry knobs.
That's very true.
True.
The other thing that we haven't seen yet, you can have one of the red trinkets, a sweeper, but the only reason you would get that is if you wanted to play a long game, get to level 9, upgrade it to Oracles, and you were playing against something that would go invisible, like a Kali or something.
It's a long stretch, that's for sure.
There's a little small chance.
I'm pretty sure you wouldn't be. I think they'd be at 100 CS by 9. They only just hit 9 then. They're already at 90, but they missed quite a few CS. I think it would be definitely a long game play, that's for sure, the longest. So will we see AD carry supports? Will we see the Thresh? I mean, obviously there's 3 bans in here as well for either side, so I'm expecting Thresh ban, Vayne ban. I don't know about the Vayne ban.
Double
Maybe a
Lift
Lucian
Madlife
ban.
played Thresh and Vayne in the last match, and they actually lost that lane early.
Yeah,
so
Madlife ended up divorcing him and going to the top to Archie.
So what I want to see is the Ashe Sejuani versus Brandon Annie composition
Theme
on
battles.
both.
Okay.
But, you know, theme battle for this one, ice versus fire. I'm not sure it's going to happen though.
It very well
So
could
the
be a
crowd's
possibility.
checked D-man, I don't know why.
You're very famous, my friend.
Chips and Noir, they're loving me, that's what it is. Okay, so picks and bans underway. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
They're banning out Madlife. Oh no!
Sin Syndra being taken away there. Madlife has been focused. They're not going to be happy. That is both of Madlife's key known champions. As Crepo said, pulling a Madlife. The fact that Blitzcrank at Thresher off there. Look at Madlife, he's not happy. He's just like, well, what do you want me to do?
He was cracking up at first when he first saw them. But yeah, they are targeting the AD carry and support roles.
Basically, Madlife's like, all right, then I'll play Vayne and you can take some other support for this one.
No, is it going to be Annie Brand? It is. It's going to be Annie Brand. That was one of the combos that was pretty heavily favored last time around, and actually it looks like Team Ice are going for the double AD. So this is a big strategy by both teams. Obviously the range advantage with Ice, but there's a big kill lane in Annie Brand.
Yeah, it's going to be fire versus, I guess purple is sort of a theme on this other side, if we want to stretch it. But this fire lane, actually I believe it was used in competitive play in Korea. Monty will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Frost and KT Rolster used it, actually. And one of the teams won with it. I think it was Rolster that won.
So the great thing is, of course, that you've got masses of stun going in there and some really focused damage, especially when he gets level 6. And that, okay, game number 1 showed us that maybe we're not going to see too much level 6 play in these games. The second one said, okay, we probably are going to. And I think in the 2v2, when you have to get 2 kills rather than just the 1, but it could last a little bit longer on that.
Yeah.
It could, and it doesn't matter whether it's 2 kills at once or just 2 kills consecutively. That's all you got to do. Well, the champions are picked for this match. Send us a tweet with your prediction for the winning duo to @LOLesports using the hashtag IceWin or hashtag FireWin. And, you know, seeing Doublelift and Madlow's face just at the end of that, as soon as they saw the picks, they were like, yes! So they are pretty confident that they've got this one.
Should we change those hashtags to like hashtag purple win and hashtag fire win? Because they have sort of a theme. They're going with the Arctic skin on Varus at least, and the Arctic skin on Kennen.
See?
That works with the theme.
Exactly. So it is kind of fire and ice.
There we go.
That's good. We're
it's
happy
perfect,
about
actually.
This one. But who's going to be the strong one? I mean, we could also see these play, although I don't think so. You know, you've got like
just go with it. Come on, Joe. You just gotta go
farm
with
AD
it.
carry, and you've got a mid laner. They're both absolutely amazing at farming, right? They could well just sit back and farm to 100 faster than the other.
Maybe what they do.
I think the fact that they've gone for ice and fire theme comp tells me that the chance of fighting a lot is high.
And if you are in an Annie Brand lane, you're looking to kill somebody. This is a stun lock lane. Annie sets up Brand very, very well. Usually Brand's combo is extremely hard to land, and that's why he's not taken.
Diamond dancing around Bjergsen there. Keeping that fire going. I wonder who chose who was going to play who here, because it's Diamond that came up with the tactic. I think he's just Iron Brand. You are on Annie.
Well, judging by the way that he made Bjergsen play this game with him and just said, I'm the captain, you're playing with me, and that's how it's going to be. It's very possible that he did say, I'm playing Brandon, you're Annie.
So do you think that he will be the carry and Bjergsen will be his support this time around, beating over CS? Let's see who they focus CS on, or if it's just every man for himself.
Well, everybody seems to think Fire could win this one. They had the vote there, just close to 60%. And this is going to be the problem. It's like, while you say the ranged AD champions, these are both very high ranged AP champions as well.
Oh, bit of damage being exchanged there at the very start of things. Early CS advantage did go over onto Fire, but that's pretty much not even the end of the first wave here. And there we see 5-2, it's going to be 5. I can't see Doublelift missing this CS. So yeah, 5-5 after that first wave coming in. Pretty decent job on that one. Bjergsen has a stun worked up here, so they need to be a little bit careful.
Positioning around these minions is extremely important, especially for Team Fire. If they can avoid the harass from Madlife early, whoa!
Oh, it's all on Doublelift. There's the stun lock. The exhaust is going to be used on both sides, but you can see Bjergsen, Madlife's all over him. One more Shuriken comes in, and now Diamond's in trouble. The long range from Doublelift, but he goes down. But Madlife can finish the game right here. One more Shuriken threading through. One more Basic Deck. He's on the tower. Oh, the barrier blocks it for the minions. He just about gets into the bushes and saves his life. Diamond may go for this.
Absolutely insane stuff here that would have ended the game, whether that was Madlife going down or Diamond going down. So very, very close.
Healing relics are about to come up. They also restore some resource for your champion, so if Diamond had been able to get that, it would also give him mana back. But he has to go back to the base, get back to full life, because the next person to go down, doesn't matter who it is going to lose the game.
So Madlife actually stuck around from this one. He decided not to recall out and get himself back up to full HP. So he would be the obvious target, a little bit more mobile, but if you can chain those stuns onto him, it doesn't really matter how mobile you are. Summoner spells as well. Bjergsen still has flash, so there's still a flash stun possibility for him.
Well, Diamond actually went back and got himself a Doran's Blade for this one. They need to make sure they can keep up with the CS, as you mentioned. We saw already in game two, with Cool. Once they get that CS advantage, it's very hard to catch back up, especially against 280 carries.
Yeah, and as of the matchup so far, we basically do see it playing out as expected. Madlife was the one to get the kill, and Doublelift actually came back in and got killed.
So all in, Bjergsen looking for this one. He's got flash available, he's got the stun ready. Surely they can pop someone on Ice quicker than Ice can return the damage. The AD carries need time to build that damage up.
Diamond also has a Doran's Blade on top of his red elixir.
True.
So the auto attacks from Brand are going to hit pretty hard as well.
And the question is, because we've already got one kill apiece, there's a stun onto Doublelift. If they don't follow it through, I was going to say how it is obviously risky to flash stun in there from Bjergsen's side, but would that be worth it? Would they go for that one here? Would they dare go for something that ballsy?
It absolutely would be worth it, because they only need single target damage. They only need to take down one person, and they just have to rush it because all the summoners are currently down. There's no exhaust that he has to get through, no barrier, no heal.
Oh, that's good poke. Diamond's actually taken very low. He's got aggressive on this one. Doublelift's on him, but he gets locked up. And Madlife goes down to Diamond's burn. And it is Bjergsen and Diamond that take victory for Fire. And that is tying everything up at 5-5.
Bjergsen stuns both of them to save Diamond and secure the kill. Such a close match.
The timing on that as well. Doublelift, his Varus was literally drawing the bow back to throw that last auto attack out. Gets stunned up, but we can see these guys become good friends certainly over this last week. And an important victory though for Fire, because that ties us right up going into final Super 1v1 to decide it all.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. And you know, I was thinking, I was building up towards the Flash Tibbers, like how would they ever be able to stop the Flash Tibbers? Once that came in, there was no doubt about it, Fire would have won that. But Ice were trying their best to poke, but they seemed a little split. You know, this pairing, this marriage is maybe breaking up a little bit early here.
They're on the rocks, D-Man. Well, this is the last day in Paris, so maybe they will be parting ways soon. But yeah, it was so close, and it was actually Madlife who got the stun first, and they kind of baited themselves in there, stunning up Diamond, and they got a little bit too close. Great stun from Bjergsen, though, to answer for the kill.
So close though. Doublelift, as we said, was
one hit.
On the way out. The arrow was already like...
Yeah, it was like, piercing arrow, no, my buddy
didn't work
died.
out.
And that's where you need to protect your support as well, ladies and gentlemen. And Mad Life, he won it last year, but this time he got paired with a bit of an anchor in Doublelift, it seems. So before we head into the final challenge match, let's check out the point totals between the two teams. After that last match, Team Fire have heated up the competition, tying with Team Ice. It is 5-all right now. Our next match will decide everything in this All-Star Challenge, and we know all about it. It's a three-pointer. This is a big game.
Well, it couldn't have gone any better if we'd planned it this way, to be honest. You know, the whole swing back and forth over the different game modes, coming in here into the 1v1s, a fantastic 2v2 there. And then it comes down to Froggen versus Wei Xiao.
Absolutely. The battle for the All-Star Challenge comes down to this last showdown. And you know where the ones that were picked this final matchup. You chose Froggen from Alliance there on the screen.
Yeah, gonna do battle with Wei Xiao. And then, of course, they are going to go against Team Fire here for everything. The Super 1 versus 1 showdown is worth 3 points for the winning team.
Let's talk about Froggen here for a second,
Yes.
because he had an amazing performance on Anivia yesterday. Despite going up against Bjergsen Zed, he had a perfect game. He never died, he went legendary, and he ended the game with a fully stacked Soul Stealer.
And
Meanwhile,
some Firecape and Warmogs.
yeah, just added some defense in there as well. Meanwhile, Wei Xiao, he performed well against Doublelift in the early game. And typically, AD carries do perform very strong in these 1 versus 1 matches. He himself has hit Challenger #1 on the Chinese server. He was also voted into the All-Stars last year, playing in the 2v2 challenge, where he and Xiao Xiao lost to the eventual winners of the challenge, Prey and Mad Life. Now this matchup is the matchup that the fans voted for, you said. This is the one that everybody wanted, and this is what it all rides on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Froggen was honestly the best mid laner in Europe. I think it's safe to say this season, and no doubt about it. You know, very much a stronger one. He dragged his team Alliance obviously up to 4th place. I think it was in playoffs, 3rd in the league overall. He did. He dragged them screaming and kicking. He was the captain that tried to pull them up there. Wei Xiao, meanwhile, on Team WE, of course, they kind of fell off the perch. They used to be the #1 team in China, but you got to argue the fact that OMG is here says that they are falling away.
They are, but he has not lost his personal skill.
Absolutely.
He's still a top AD carry coming from China.
And actually, you know, we obviously had Reckless here this weekend for Fnatic, and you think back to IPL 5, Wei Xiao dumpstered Reckless at IPL 5. He was unstoppable in that bottom lane.
And that's what you got to think about coming into this 1v1, that Froggen as a mid laner, we know that he can play pretty much every champion that you're going to give him to a very good level. I mean, we saw him playing in Irelia, let's not forget. Obviously, he's learned a few tips from Wicked on that one, who sees himself, I think, as the best Irelia player in the world. Froggen's got something to say about that, but I think what Froggen said earlier about banning AD carries is an absolute must here against someone like Wei Xiao.
Well, here we go. Picks and bans underway. What will they go with? Will it be an AD carry? Will it be an AP champion? We do see the Varus and Quinn bans there, which we saw in Game 1 between Archie and Shy. Of course, Quinn came out on top of that one, but they are all tied at 5-5. The winner of this game will be victorious. And honestly, the captain for Team Ice, you feel, has to have a lot of pressure on his shoulders here, because he's just seen his pairing of Mad Life and Doublelift losing. That's the one that should have won. But instead, Caitlyn is banned away. All AD carries so far. No surprises, honestly, when Wei Xiao's in the mix.
Yeah, as you said, Froggen is a very versatile player. He can play AD carries, so Wei Xiao does not want to give him Quinn as well. We just saw how strong of a duelist Quinn is. Even when Shy lost early, he still came back and was able to get the kill, get the win.
Still like to see Anivia.
Yeah, I think the crowd would absolutely love it as well. I think you'd probably hover over it for a moment.
Actually, Lulu taking
well, that's
away
not
here
surprising.
in the final
Wei
match.
Xiao played it very well. We just saw with the stats. It was 14-11 or something like that. Crazy stats. Kennen, the final ban, and Froggen currently sitting through. Okay. Everybody's seen the Karthus LeBlanc discussion that Froggen's been having lately.
Exactly.
And well, Faker believes in Karthus as well. And Froggen sometimes believes that there is not a lot that can beat Karthus. I'd be interested in whether he does put his money where his mouth is, or whether he changes around, which he has currently.
Interesting. Yasuo would be much more exciting. We would probably be able to see a level 1 all-in from a Yasuo. If you start with the dash and charge it up on all the minions, make use of your shield. We've seen many, many people go for very early all-ins. And with people not taking flash on this, it truly is an all-in. You're not coming back out.
This is not what I was expecting, that's for sure. And actually, now that I cast my mind back and I think of all the bans that have been going, there's been a lot of Yasuo bans against Froggen. We've never once seen it in the European LCS, this split, but it has always been banned against them. So it's clearly something that's been happening in Scrim that's not allowed it through.
Yeah, he was basically the first person that everyone was banning the Yasuo against when we first saw Yasuo actually coming into play. So this is an interesting one. The Jarvan as well, not a champion that I had that I had down for Wei Xiao. I'll get those words out now, but we'll have to see. I'm not sure about it.
Our final duel is about ready to go, so tweet us at LOL Esports using #Froggen or #WeiZhao and let us know who will win this challenge match. You got it right in the last one. They went for Fire and Fire managed to pull it equal. It is 5-all. This match means everything.
Wei Xiao actually looked a little bit nervous there. I don't know. I think he's a little bit scared of Froggen.
His summoner spells say that he's looking for the kill, though, because he's taking Ignite. Once again, we see someone with Ignite. He's got Barrier to back it up as well.
You take a Jarvan, you're going to be going all in, that's for sure, of course. Get a little bit of poke early on, maybe with the Dragon Strike going in there. Once that Flag Toss combos with it, he's looking to dive straight on to Froggen. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The final challenge match of All-Star 2014 Paris. It is Froggen for Ice up against Wei Xiao for Fire.
So, standard early start that we've seen from every single player so far, which is Red Pot and Health Potion. And there is the vote. 71% here for Froggen with the Yasuo.
Now, Froggen actually rushed the bush, and Wei Xiao did not rush his side of the bush, but it doesn't matter because Froggen's so scared that someone's in there, he doesn't have long enough range to check it, that Wei Xiao's able to step in. And we get some fellows playing with weapons, let's put it.
Lots of swinging of the swords. That's all that Wei Xiao and Froggen are doing. A good Dragon Strike right now would catch him, actually, which I think he's going to open to look at starting a little bit of poke on Froggen. But the problem is, Froggen, with that wind that builds up, it does actually give him a little bit defensive points.
It's pretty funny that you mentioned poke because this is not your usual poke. They both have very, very similar skills, though, just trying to stab each other with their pointy ends.
And so far, it's Wei Xiao that's bullying Froggen.
He's got the experience advantage here.
And keep him away from these last minions. Doing a good job of that. 5-2 up here is Wei Xiao. I'm wondering if at level 2, is he going to go all in on this one? No.
It's like a fencing match right now. Everybody's just going for points. If you can land one of the poke.
Ooh, trying to pull the trigger. Tower hit actually on towards him. Red Pot was used by Wei Xiao quite early on. Froggen has finally used his as well. But as you mentioned, he's got to be careful he doesn't lose out in the CS. I don't think it will happen. He's generally pretty hot on his CS, but he did lose that one. And that one.
Not so hot.
Not so hot. But he does manage to get the knock-up, and now there's a big hit point advantage over Wei Xiao. He's sliding around left and right, and he's keeping Wei Xiao guessing.
And his dash is fully charged up, so he's looking to take another trade.
Oh,
this might be enough.
This could be it. No, Barrier actually forcing that barrier out there, and Froggen, and that's one of the problems that you're going to have against Yasuo. The fact that when there's a full minion wave there, he has so many targets just to dash around, and it's very, very hard to control. And there's the health relic, which I would like that, but trying to push out there might just be the death of him. Froggen's just going to pick that up.
He was using it as bait for a little moment there. Didn't quite get the knock-up on Wei Xiao this time around, but we already saw how dangerous a combo that is, and Wei Xiao is going to have to judge his next flag toss very carefully. He's going to back off. He's using the scrying up just to double-check where the Froggen's going as well. Clever use, but Froggen, he's stuck around, and Wei Xiao will be unaware of that one, but he's pretty clear that something's happening. Sticks around for a little bit longer.
Wei Xiao's is longer. He gets the hit on Froggen, but he still has to worry about the...
He's in trouble. No, we don't know where Froggen's going right now. He's just sliding. He's ice skating around the Howling Abyss.
Excessive dashes. It only takes 4 to charge up fully, get that extra 100% damage.
And the shield as well. Currently, Froggen has just brought the CS level, and again, we see Wei Xiao actually trying to escape from this one. Froggen will let him go this time around, so Wei Xiao is going to come in with the first items of this game. It's a long sword, plus a health pot, plus a mana pot.
We'll see how it helps him out here, whether Froggen's going to I think he's going to clear this wave off and back off himself, actually. You can see he's making sure he gets the last hit. Now he's going to step away. He has got his force built up completely. He's not going to do anything though. Wei Xiao is just going to have to take the hit. So, Froggen build up a small gold advantage, and it's enough to get him a double Doran's Blade. That's a big difference.
Yeah, being able to go back with an extra wave's worth of money is going to be huge because he already had the advantage on Wei Xiao, and now he's going to have the blades to back it up. Although he has no consumables because it cost him the full 900 gold that he had in his pockets.
Oh,
straight aggressive.
Yeah, not messing around, that's for sure. Actually going in. Wei Xiao down to half HP. He's going to go through. Wei Xiao gets the help right next to Froggen. There is the knock-up. No level 6, of course. Froggen did actually use his summoner heal there.
Because he has no sustain to rely on. It's going to be, very important for him to get the relic.
Oh, the exhaust goes down. This could be it. Wei Xiao's in all sorts of trouble. Where's he going to go? Froggen's just going to keep on building that crit hit up. He's completely separated Wei Xiao. One more hit. He's trying to get to level 6. Wei Xiao cleverly flag tosses away from this one. Froggen not going to land. And he does keep it safe for now. And that's going to give Wei Xiao preference. He's going to back the hell out of there. No, sticks around.
He finally just popped his pot there, which it was sad. I'm surprised he didn't go a little bit earlier on. And whoever hits level 6 here, Froggen may just decide to go for that knockup. Wei Xiao can throw the ulti in there as well. There's a level 6 for Froggen. Gets the knockup as well. Wei Xiao finds away though.
So close. Wei Xiao absolutely has to back away this time. Froggen may go deep on this one. Yeah, second tower was required for Wei Xiao. That's going to give him a big advantage on the tower.
He's got a lot of turret damage here. He might be able to finish it. There's a long walk back here for Wei Xiao. He can use his dash to get there a little bit quicker, and then the minion wave will actually run out here for Froggen. Another one arrives just in time. He's got to use his dash.
He's got to use the dash. He's got to go for this one.
Wei Xiao's got to go all in, but I'm not too sure. I think Froggen may well get this one with the tower going down. One more hit should be enough. He sidesteps in, and Froggen takes the tower down and takes victory for Team Ice here at the All-Star Challenge in Paris.
Fantastic victory there for Team Ice, and coming down to the turret in the end, and you see hugs from the rest of his teammates who they always have the faith in Froggen. You've got to have faith in a player like that. The Jarvan pickup was somewhat of a surprise to us. Actually, was for the early stage of that doing well and was ahead on the farm.
So Froggen did a great job of utilizing his dashes to make Wei Xiao second guess going in with his combo, because Jarvan's combo is much thinner now. It's harder to hit. If Froggen's constantly dashing around and you miss that knockup, you're in big trouble. So Wei Xiao was very conservative with his knockups, trying to go in for Froggen.
What when you use flash heal as well, right?
Oh yeah,
not flash heal, sorry, barrier heal.
Barrier heal, yeah.
You can't do that. Like, you can't be caught out of position for him. So.
But what a great comeback for Ice. I mean, you saw the opening game, everyone saw it, and we were like, oh dear, this is not going to go well for Ice. Bjergsen on fire in that matchup. No pun intended, but absolutely wrecked them in that game. But, you know, Ice, that one game, and actually speaking to Froggen beforehand, you know, he wanted to practice. His team were not around. They were splintered all over the place. But that whooping that Fire gave Ice in that day one, they embarrassed everyone on Team Ice, and actually all the players, it actually brought them closer together, because they all went, that is not happening again. So it drew them together and actually kind of did them a favor, and Froggen and his team seem to have turned out very well. But it was a great finish. You know, the fact that these 1v1s, it went so close, it went 5-5, and then all down to that one single super match, which we kind of thought it may well do, actually. We weren't too sure, but what a fantastic finish to the All-Star Challenge.
It was pretty good. And, you know, we do have to mention that Team Ice had a little bit of an advantage there with Madlife and Cool speaking a little bit of English.
Yeah.
They have enough to get by and communicate in game at least. So it did help them out when they were on the comeback, and they needed to come back from that Bjergsen embarrassment. That's what really pulled them together, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, and speaking to Froggen, he said he's actually, communication wasn't that much of a problem. You'd only use one word, but everybody kind of knew what they're doing because everybody's played solo queue, everybody's played team games. They all knew what was happening. What a fantastic finish to All-Star Challenge. Let's send things over to Quickshot and the team at the analyst desk to wrap up the All-Star Challenge.
Thank you very much, teammate. Get a drink of water there. A little bit tongue-tied, it appears. So, at the end of the day, Team Ice come out victorious. It went all the way down to the wire, all the way down to the very last 1v1.
Yeah.
Before we get to that, let's break down the very first matchup. It was Archie, of course, taking on Shy, a Varus versus Quinn battle, and it definitely appears as though a bird is the word. Quinn came out on top. Freak, what do you think?
So he definitely wasn't shy about all-inning all the time. Right. The level 1 all-in was not worth it because at first I was like, oh, Varus is a great pick against Quinn because Quinn has to all-in and get into the minion line, and pulled Minion Aggro doing that, and that was a really bad mistake by Shy. But he pulled it back, and the thing is, Quinn is like the best duelist of the AD carries, and so if you get to the point where someone is out of position, you can train that person down, and that's exactly what happened. Like, Vault and Blind are both really good in that kind of matchup, and it played out that way.
Yeah, Vala's burst was definitely helping out. Right, the next matchup was, of course, a Lee Sin versus Lee Sin duel as Cool took on QTV. It did look like Lee Sin was able to restore sight to the Blind Monk, beating QTV and earning a point for his team, keeping him in the game. What do you think of that, Greppo?
Bad puns. Anyways, I just wanted to note, I mean, it's a Lee Sin matchup going both ways. It's skilled a little differently, and that's all interesting. The most interesting part for me was that QTV was running X-Frequence, because we were all sitting here like, oh yeah, he's gonna hit level 2 now, and he's gonna get wrecked, and suddenly like QTV hits level 2 first, and you're like, how is that possible? Because he must have been running X-Frequence there.
Yep.
Sadly enough, he didn't push the first wave to really make, because he could have traded CS and for damage, because he would have hit level 2 first and just been able to all in, but he was too afraid to lose the matchup in the first level. And that could have been a really interesting scenario, but yeah, Cool played it really well, and he just was the better Lee Sin player.
We're also talking about the fact that when he fell a little behind, probably his best option was to spend some money and maybe just try all in.
But also, he actually, when he got level 2, he went in, and then he completely missed the Q. I think he landed in the bush or something, and that was actually his chance. And yeah, as you said, then he should have recalled, get back to lane.
Right, the next matchup was the duos of Doublelift and Madlife taking on Varus and Kennen. Sorry, they were playing Varus and Kennen against Diamond and Bjergsen, who were on Brand and Annie. So Team Fire, Diamond and Bjergsen, they played a thematic duo. Both of the champions were flame-based, both of them were on fire. And Madlife actually has a history against these champions. He's failed to win with them in, I believe it was OGN, and then has lost to this duo twice. Monty, tell us a little bit of story about this.
Yeah, this was the second loss, and it's particularly funny. I think that it was picked by Team Fire just because they're Fire champions, but this actually probably brought back a lot of bad memories for Madlife. So back a few seasons of Champions ago, Frost picked a Brand Annie bot lane as kind of a disrespect against the KT Rolster Arrows and lost the game. And then what happened was in Club Masters, KT was up over Frost, and so they picked the Annie Brand bot lane and then beat Madlife and Woong with it. And so losing here again probably stings a little bit for Madlife, who has a really bad history with Annie Brand lanes, strangely enough.
Yeah, maybe it's just Stunlock. It's just CC, doesn't it? But that was very close. The level 1 or level 2 engage, I believe it was Diamond, just got away by the skin of his teeth, almost giving the victory over to Team Ice. It was very dramatic.
I actually played it whenever me and Froggen used to do a queue, we'd either run like Annie Brand or Thresh and Lee Sin. But the Annie Brand lanes, it's really interesting. You feel like you're really powerful, but you need to wait at least to level 3 until you have one of each spell, so you can really rely on that spell burst, because you'll go all in and then you're out of ammunition and then you'll get turned on. And that almost happened, but they managed to survive and then get enough spells down to get a convincing victory. It wasn't close at all.
Convincing victory, I like that. Then, of course, it all came down to the very last battle, the Super 1v1, when Froggen was playing Yasuo against Wei Xiao on Jarvan. Now, Wei Xiao will simply not forgive himself, as the winds were in Froggen's favor as he took down the tower. DeFisher, what did you think of that matchup?
Well, the matchup itself I actually felt was in favor of Froggen. Also because, first of all, he started Q at level 1, which I really like, because he didn't want to get in range of the auto attack from Jarvan early on with the passive bonk in your head. And also, Wei Xiao decided to build towards Brutalizer, where Froggen just went straight Dawn's Blades. So he was stronger there in the early fights, and also he could just jump around, kite around Jarvan. Kobe talked about how hard it is for Jarvan to actually hit him. And we just have to say, Froggen, he is 100% pure Danish. And that's why he's doing so well here.
Well, Bjergsen won his matchup. We'll have to see what the Queen says about him.
I'm not convinced yet. I'm not convinced.
All right, guys. So here is a final look at how teams Ice and Fire fared over the course of the All-Star Challenge. Team Fear was hot right out of the gate and took an early lead with a commanding performance in our ultra-rapid fire match. Not to be outdone outdone rather, Team Ice surged forward to take the lead with wins in Hexakill and the Pick 10, making the score 4-2. And as we just saw in the 2v2, Fire was able to pull the points back to a tie. In the super fun 1v1, Froggen extinguished the competition and secured the final 3 points and the win. We are now going to award a most valuable player of the All-Star Challenges. It is a completely arbitrary honor. It carries with it no banner, no signal, no trophy, only personal satisfaction and bragging rights. It is merely the most valuable player of the All-Star Challenge Paris 2014, as determined by a panel of one. Mitch Crepo Voorspels. And if you have any issues with his choice or the means by which he reached it, our only defense of this is because Crepo says so. Now, can I please ask everybody at the table to raise their Crepos? We are entrusting you with a very great responsibility, Crepo. Who is your All-Star Paris 2014 Challenge MVP?
Yeah, okay. If Fire would have won, I would have nominated Doublelift as the MVP because he was very instrumental to all of Fire's victories by feeding. But I have to hand it to Cool. He was a really good player. He wasn't supposed to be here. He subbed in all of a sudden, and then just, Ice looked revitalized. They started playing better. He's a really insanely Sin player, so for me, he gets the MVP vote because I say so.
Definitely stepped up his game.
Didn't lose a single game. I mean, he came back and just won everything, and here's his one-on-one as well, of course. He was actually ahead of QTV pretty much the entire time, so it's just a matter of time before it won on CS if he didn't kill him.
Very exciting game. Managed to get the last hit there right at the end. And like we've rightly pointed out, coming in, covering for Tame.
Yeah, and, well, the funny thing as well is his team now, or former team, I guess he's still a sub for them, is in the final as well, OMG. He played
former team, is he leaving OMG to join Team Fire?
I think so, yeah. I would do so, man. They're winning everything.
So, quick last comment there on Cools, seeing as our OMG expert is at the end of the table.
Yeah, he's awesome, right? And the great thing about this is, so he's obviously a phenomenal, world-class individual player, and there's someone even better than him in the mid lane, helming the team for the final, so, go OMG.
Now, I do have one last comment, seeing as I set this one up. To close it out, if you guys at home do have any complaints about the MVP selection or you feel somebody else should have won it, please complain to @ScumbagCrepo on Twitter. It is his choice. It is his problem. It was him saying so.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I believe we're going to be getting ourselves set up for the final. We've had a lot of fun here at the desk with the All-Star Challenge having now wrapped up. Team Ice coming out victorious. The final, the invitation is what it's all about. SKT versus OMG. Let's get some opening thoughts before we start heading towards the stage. Monty, does OMG really stand a chance?
Not really.
What would they need to do? What would they need to do?
We're done here.
As a few bullet points in order to help overcome SKT.
Of course, they are a top team, but really the teams that have been most successful against SK Telecom have done so with vision control. When we really look at SK Telecom T1K as a team, they really thrive off of creating picks and 1v1 or 2v2 skirmish outplay. When you force them into a situation where they can't get that, where they don't know where you are on the map because you've been sweeping and using your pink wards effectively, they have a really hard time defending sieges and winning 5v5 team fights.
We'll have to see if they can do that. We will be back with some more pre-game analysis in a moment or two. Right now, we're going to check in with Shox, who is standing by with the captains of both of the challenge teams, Ice and Fire.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm joined here in the interview lounge by the winning Team Ice captain Froggen, along with Team Fire's captain Diamond. That were some interesting games. Let's start with the last one, Froggen. Yasuo versus Jarvan, but you ended up just taking down the tower. I think you wanted to kill him.
I think I got the better of the luck in the champion selection because Yasuo does really well against Jarvan. So.
And Diamond, tell me about your matchup because it was clear. Fire were going for Brand and Annie. What kind of resistance did you get from playing versus Kennen and Virus? Was it hard or was it kind of GG easy?
Okay, so Fire counters only by Ice, and they didn't pick it, so they lost. But it was a great experience for me and Bjorksen to play against such a great duo.
Yeah, was that also the reason why you were very, very happy? I don't think I've ever seen you jumping up quite that high.
Yeah, that was that mattered for me a lot.
Okay, and Froggen, tell me a little bit more about the competition. It all came down to that last moment. Did you feel the pressure there?
Can you repeat?
Did you feel the pressure really at the end? Because you knew I have to win it here for my team.
Yeah, there definitely was. The pressure was definitely on since the best bottom lane in the world lost to a European bot lane. So, so I kind of had to win to make guys win. So I could feel the pressure.
Tell me a little bit about your experience as captain of the team. You've been able to play with these best players of all around the world, basically. And did you learn something from that you might take to Gambit or you to Alliance, Diamond?
Okay, I learned a lot from that event because I was discussing a lot of like game-wise stuff with our players, which are, in my opinion, like the best in the world. And I think I will bring it to Gambit, and we will improve even more. But what's more important, it was like I really like to play with such a great guys like my team. I wish to see more of such events later.
Ragan?
I learned that the different regions are extremely strong mechanical players too. I was actually surprised a bit with how good Cool was since he was just out and he's not even starter for this tournament. I was really surprised.
And he was also the MVP, as Crepo said. I found that very interesting that you say it's also kind of about friendship here. Who have you built up maybe the closest relationship with here, Diamond?
Me?
Yeah.
Reckless.
Reckless? All right.
Yeah.
Why is that?
We were playing a lot of duo queues with him, so it was fun. It was a great experience. And
Ragan?
I'm not sure. I got a lot of new friends. I probably talked the most with MadLife. So.
And learned a lot from him, I can imagine. Final question for you guys. We have, of course, the final of the Invitational Tournament coming up as OMG takes on SK Telecom T1K. Diamond, how do you think it will go? Which team has the edge and why?
I think SCT has an upper hand because they're just stronger, in my opinion. But we practiced yesterday against OMG as Gambit, and they're really strong. I think they have a chance, like, to not maybe win SKT, but they can manage to win some games against them, at least.
Ragan?
I think SKT is going to win this, but it's probably going to be... OMG can take a few games off SKT, maybe. But they're looking really strong, so I think SKT will win.
Whatever it may be, I hope we get 5 games. Thank you very much, guys. Congratulations, Ragan, and congratulations on beating that bottom lane as well, Diamond. And it's nearly time for the All-Star Invitational Finals to begin. But first, let's take a look at how the All-Star event has brought fans together from all over the world and how this audience in Paris has gone above and beyond as the OP MVP.
League of Legends is the best game ever, and this is awesome.
We love this game, and we love watching people playing this game well. We are very excited. We want to...
We have fun.
Yes, we're a big fan.
We're from Ireland, Dublin.
I come from Montpellier.
I'm from Holland.
Saint-Etienne. We're from Cambridge in the UK.
China.
I came from Brazil.
Canada.
Belgium.
We're from England. And we're here to see Cloud9.
Fnatic.
OMG.
SKT.
Fnatic.
I came here to see actually all the teams.
I made to stream for the Fnatics, and if I don't have voice anymore after, that's not a big deal.
C9.
Totally
yeah.
Cloud9.
Because of Link, though.
SKT and OMG and all the good teams and all the skills.
It's like the World Championships before the real date. And I have to say, I'm loving it. It's amazing. It seems like there's a hell of a lot more people here than a normal LCS. Like, it looked like it was a couple of thousand at least.
On League of Legends, I think like the French audience
is the best one.
Is on the top, but they will have to prove it.
There will be lots of people screaming.
Oh, this is going to be amazing. Everyone's going to be so hyped, and yeah, they're going to explode, cheers, and it'll be great fun.
The fans here are absolutely ridiculous. Even 5 minutes before the show started, they were louder than almost any arena I've ever been.
When they get a tower, when they're getting a kill, first blood, anything, just crowd goes wild. You see everything starts rumbling.
The place actually shakes. The crowd will be amazing. The matchups will be amazing.
Cloud9 versus Fnatic was a total highlight for us. Like, I know the audience is supporting Fnatic, or Fnati.
OMG1 versus Fnatic was really great.
OMG was amazing.
Yeah, they're so ruthless. They're like just going in. They don't stop.
Just killing people.
They kill one person, they're gonna get another. Like they don't stop. They're going to go into your base and just kill you.
Froggen gave us an awesome Anivia. Made my day actually.
The individual mechanics, the players, the rotations, everything is beautiful, man. It's beautiful.
It's constant action. Earth mode is brilliant.
TSM Bjergsen! Oh my god, he just dominated. Bjergsen on fire. He's got better skills than double lift on Ezreal.
People were like so happy and like clapping, and I started shaking in the middle of the game. And I was like, oh, I need to calm down a bit, but it was amazing. The fans here are awesome.
The atmosphere is like incredible.
Just the experience, the people, the crowd, it's so insane. It's like everything is a highlight for me. I'm so hyped to be here.
All the fans are really friendly, and I actually met a lot of new friends, I'll say.
We became friends on Twitch, we stream, we play together, we have the same friends. And when I was coming to the event, me, her, and two of our other friends, we said, why don't we stay in an apartment together? It's gonna be more fun, cheaper. So we did, and it's awesome.
It's pretty awesome.
It's a big event, so I was very excited, and it was fun to see all the teams.
It happened just one time in a life.
Du grand spectacle. On est là pour du grand spectacle.
Welcome back to All-Star Paris 2014. Let's get to the main event. It is Game 1 in the All-Star Finals between SK Telecom, T1K, and OMG. The entire week has been leading up to this championship game, this title game, as it were. Now, this is a tournament, this is a showdown of the tournament favorites, but it's not the first time that they have faced off. They did play in the World's group stage last year, where the score was an even 1-1. And much like the Season 3 World Championships, it is Korea versus China in the final. But this time, OMG will be the Chinese team that'll have a chance at doing battle with SKT. Let's talk a little bit about SKT and how they have been struggling in Korea's on-game net champions, but they've really showed up big here against international competition. They haven't really been pressured, I feel, this tournament at all. Impact in particular, he's had some stunning games. His Shyvana play has been great. Krepo, what's your take on Impact?
I mean, just solid. Every game he seems to play, whether it's due to his own laning ability or just SKT's decisions in the game regarding lane swaps, he comes out on top most of the time. And if he doesn't, in the odd chance he doesn't, then his team just plays around to make sure he doesn't fall behind, because SKT will punish you and just put your top laners, the enemy top laner, so far behind that the game just snowballs out of it.
And one of the very strong points about Impact, he is, correct me if I'm wrong, the only top laner in Korea who plays Trundle?
One of
them at least.
But
one of the
certainly
few
the most prominent
Yeah,
one.
so one of the few who plays Trundle. Going has played Shyvana 4 times already. Could be one of the reasons they want the red side, so they can then counterpick Shyvana with a Trundle for Impact.
I think Monty has something to say.
It's a nice one t-shirt you have there.
Yeah. You've dressed up. You've dressed up for this game.
I did, yeah.
Talk to me about the
Look like a
team. I mean, we know where your allegiances lie, but what is standing out? Who is standing out on SK Telecom?
I mean, I have to say, really, Piglet, and we've talked about this a little bit before, but in spite of all of the troubles that SK Telecom has had, he's been the consistent one. He's been the guy who's been keeping them in, even in the losses. He has this Twitch play that's just great. His Kog'Maw also way up there. Of course, his Vayne, sensational. And he's a very interesting player. He's very emotional. He is a bit cocky, like many AD carry players seem to be. I don't know why that's like a trend with AD carry players.
Because we're just the best.
See, right there. Free
go.
They are, not
thank
you,
you.
Freak. They are.
But yeah, 1 minute after this.
I'm on.
Okay.
Yeah, Piglet, he really values winning, and we've talked about this a little bit before, but after a flawless season, after a 3-0 victory in Champions Winter, he cried on stage because he felt he didn't perform up to his normal standards, and he also just practices all the time. He's known for practicing something like 16 hours a day on average, so he's a workhorse, and it really shows up with consistency in his results.
Well, we'll need to see how the team shapes up against OMG, who are on the other side of the rift. Now, the last time OMG played against a Korean team in an international event, it was at the World Cyber Games, where they actually lost to CJ Blaze in the finals. So they do have some experience. OMG were at Worlds last year. Cool was playing for them. He's here. He's subbing. He just won Krepo's MVP award. So they, as a team, they seem to be doing quite well. Alan in particular stands out. His Thresh is my favorite Thresh of the tournament. Freak, what do you think?
Yeah, he's an amazing player overall. I mean, mechanically down the line, the rest of these guys are awesome. But Alan, if you give him an initiator, someone who's actually good at it, not like a Nami or something, but you give him Thresh, you give him Annie, even Leona, something like this, that works for OMG. They are a team that goes in, they find a kill, and they just go for it. And they don't always know if there's other guys down in the fog of war, but if they find someone, they're going to hit that guy.
I just wonder if SKT is gonna answer to that and just ban out Alan's champions, because they'll most likely be kind of picking their solo lanes, so they'll leave something up for the bot lane and just play whatever matchup comes out of it. I wonder if they're gonna hit him, or if they're just gonna be too proud for him and say like, well, you can pick whatever you want, we'll just outplay you.
Most impressive thing for me, though, he has the highest kill participation of everyone at All Stars. I believe it's like 74, 75%. So he's basically part of everything OMG does when it comes to engaging fights, when it comes to setting up kills. And this is actually where SKT might punish him, because he tends to sometimes go a little bit too over-aggressive. It could be something where SKT picks him off if they have better vision.
Not only that, but it also speaks to OMG's playstyle, where they like to group early and often and not play those split push. That's how he's getting such a high kill contribution rate. And SK Telecom, they don't really play that way. They like the little skirmishes. They like the picks. So, bit of an interesting stylistic difference that Stat says in terms of the team play as well.
And of course, the person that's picking up those kills in the team fights is Sun, the AD carry for OMG. His stats are phenomenal. 38, 14, and 35 across the 6 games played. The only loss that they've suffered thus far in the group stages, of course, was to Cloud9 and SKT. They smashed Cloud9 when they were playing in the semi-finals yesterday. Sun in particular has stepped up. Deficio, AD carry and support. I mean, you like Alan. What's Sun doing for you?
Well, for me, he's actually been the best player for OMG this tournament, and the dual lane itself is where I feel OMG has the advantage over SKT and can actually try and win the laning phase and use this, because whenever Sun is fed and going to team fights, they know they have the damage they need. We talked about how the build comes around him as well, so he can always do a lot of damage in these fights. And then it also comes down to this Twitch pick here, because he picked it yesterday against Cloud9. He actually has a KD of 29 in the 2 wins where he played Twitch. Pick that, of course, plays it. Could be either a ban or a first pick potentially for the teams.
We will have to see how that plays out. OMG's individual ability to make plays, I think, is going to be very crucial for them in gaining a lead against SKT, because we do feel SKT has the better macro strategic rotational play, as it were. Gentlemen, this series decides absolutely everything. So let's get your predictions now for who will be named the All-Star Champion 2014. Keep in mind that this prediction will be worth a hefty 5 points. I do feel like we know where these predictions will be, but let's lock them in nevertheless, starting with Deficio.
Right, so even though you look like a mailman in your little suit here, I still have to go with SKT. I think the solo laners are going to carry it for them. Bot lane-wise, as long as they can survive laning phase, SKT got the superior movements and better solo laners.
Moving along.
Couldn't agree more. I mean, no surprise. I'm going for SK Telecom T1K here. They've just shown more throughout this tournament, and seems like OMG really has a lot to pick up on in terms of that big picture strategy.
Yeah, I should really start investing in some SKT props. I really feel out of tone here. I mean, I've borrowed a scarf and all, but no, I'm going for SKT T1. Yeah, solid, strategy-wise, individual-wise. Everything has been said before. SKT for my vote.
Well, I'm going the same as I was the entire tournament. I'm still going OMG. I've got the scarf as well. Once again, it's here, and it's here to stay. I think these guys are aggressive. They're going to make the moves. And the thing is, they're proactive enough that even though SKT likes to make these picks, make these rotations, kind of get people off guard, OMG is going to be there first and be there with more people.
I will have to see. You have stuck with OMG all tournament the very first time I asked you about them. Let's check those predictions against the numbers on lolesports.com, where it looks like you guys are picking SKT T1K to triumph over OMG by 64%. They are the favorites. It's OMG that has to step up. It is time to send things down to the casters and get into our first match of the best of 5 finals. But first, this is the matchup that many fans actually wanted to see at Worlds last year. Both SKT T1K and OMG are looking forward to competing against each other in this All-Star final, and they both hope to walk away as the All-Star champions.
如果能在这次全明星的比赛上战胜 SKT 的话，我觉得这是對我們實力的認可，而且是一種很大的榮耀。
이번에 올스타전에서 좀 좋은 모습을 보여주려고 했는데 이렇게 기대감을 충족시켜준 것 같아서 저는 좀 만족합니다.
在 A3 的时候是有一个遗憾，没有与他们在决赛会面，然后这次如果能够战胜的话，我觉得会非常開心，滿足了自己的一個心願。
아마도 이번에 우승을 한다면은 당연히 이제 저희 입장에서 좋고 다시 자신감을 찾아서 이제 다시 썸머 시즌을 하는데 썸머 시즌 때도 잘할 수도 있을 것 같고 다시 롤드컵 때도 우승할 수 있을 것 같아요.
Absolutely, you can't argue what OMG just said there. They have no regrets that they want to take some revenge over SK Telecom. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to welcome Joshua Jack-Leesman here to the Caster for this final showdown.
Yeah, I'm just along for the ride because I feel like the fans and the teams are going to be carrying this one.
Yeah, the fans are ready for this one. While it's not Fnatic who they were cheering for the entire weekend long, these guys are still loud, showing maximum respect to everyone else. So let's get into it then. Let's check out the starting lineups on the blue side. It's OMG coming out of China and doing incredibly well here. They are, of course, going in the top lane. Pomelo in the jungle. Their big name mid laner, Shi Young in the mid. Sun, the AD carry, been brilliant for them so far. And, of course, Alan, the support.
Of course, on the red side is the defending world champions, SKT T1K with Impact in the top lane. Bengi, great tournament in the jungle. Faker is still Faker, the best in the world at mid lane. Piglet as AD carry. And Pumandu returning on support to try and take that team to the championship.
And what a scary team it really is, honestly. They've not really put a foot wrong so far. but we are going to turn our attention to our featured matchup for this game. It is the mid lane. It is OMG's Xiyoung versus SK Telecom's Faker.
And this is going to be a great rematch from the group stage. These guys are the best mid laners from the regions and the best mid laners in the world, it seems, and more than any other team. We talked about it. OMG builds their strategy around Xiyoung. They use the 3-0-4-1. I got those mixed up. It's a 3-1 and 4-0 push just to get these guys going. And I actually think it's why SKT picked red side so they can counterpick this guy.
And as we've seen all through All-Stars, we have to say, you said it yourself in the lineups there, Faker is still Faker. He's a Season 3 MVP, and he's still at the top of his game.
Exactly, and when they faced off in day 2 of the group stage, Faker destroyed that matchup. He brought out the Orianna pick, as it always seems like it happens in these big events when Orianna comes out. 9-3-6 is Orianna versus OMG, destroying Xiyoung's 4-4-4 Ziggs. And that was really the story of the game. If Xiyoung doesn't do well for OMG, they lose.
Absolutely. You can hear the crowd. They're absolutely ready. They're actually chilling for Yellowstar, by the way, right now. You can see him on the screen just behind me over there somewhere. So he's over on the French cast. A lot of love for Yellowstar here. No surprises. Unfortunately for him, they're not in the finals. They kind of got taken out by SK Telecom, as of everyone else so far in this tournament. They are unbeaten so far.
Exactly, and a lot of that had to do, if we just talk about how SK Telecom got here, with their early game strategy, which isn't something that they had been excelling with in their struggling season over in Korea. They were getting out rotated by a lot of people, just not moving around the map. We talked to Reckless after the game yesterday very briefly. There were times in the game where he said, I just wanted to farm one minion wave, and he couldn't do it because SKT was always there. And that's going to be tricky for OMG, who typically likes to draw games out a little bit in the early game.
And I really like what we heard from SKT there, that a possible win here at All-Star could rejuvenate them as a team, could give them the confidence back, could give them more energy, because really it's the summer split where it really counts, where you're fighting to go to Worlds. And I mean, this, if they play like this, if they can continue to play like this, they are going to do better in their summer champion season. We'll have to find out though if they can get that, because OMG are hot right now.
Here we go, picks and bans, and remember, SK Telecom, despite coming in as the favorites, have chosen to go a number of times with the red side, and we believe that is down to counter-picking, of course, for the mid lane. Right now, the picks and bans quickly. Yasuo, no surprise, and Thresh.
Yeah, or as Deficio said, it could be a top lane counter-picking thing, just because for OMG, Going almost always sacrifices his own farm, and SKT has been destroying enemy top laners, so if they really messed up his champion pick as well as playstyle, they could take him completely out of the game, almost pull a fast switch on OMG, and just punish the things they already let themselves get punished on.
Oh, we'll see the bans coming down from OMG, a little bit more mixed, but definitely towards the mid lane, towards Faker, LeBlanc, Yasuo, Lee Sin there towards Bengi in the jungle. Over the other side, Thresh against Alan, probably the best ban against OMG when it comes to starting fights and initiation. Nunu taken away as well as Cassidy, in a very fast lock-in here for Twitch.
And Joe, so much stuff was left up in this champion select. Obviously, like Yasuo is a nice ban and Nunu are like nice target bans, but they leave the power champions available. I thought Twitch was going to be a ban or first pick in this series. He's 6 wins, 2 losses overall in this event, and the first pick doesn't surprise me, except for the fact that they gave up Jax.
They gave up Jax and Kha'Zix as well, so Bengi back on Kha'Zix. We saw Pomelo on that earlier in the tournament. The crowd hoping they'd see some Pantheon come out here, actually, with the Sparta chance there. Jax as well, of course. Well, I mean, Impact has earned himself his own skin in this game, of course. World champions, and he has gone with it. And speaking of Sparta, there it is once again. I think we're going to get some chance for it throughout this one. But Leona alongside Pantheon.
You and me were sitting in the back room during OMG's games when these exact chants happened, and I was, what are they on about? And you're just like, it's the Sparta chant because of Pantheon. And they're bringing it back because that Pantheon was ridiculous. The timing of the ultimates with the coordination from the rest of the team, every single Pantheon ultimate resulted in multiple kills.
On the other side, SKT not really messing around here in terms of their picks though. Of course, Twitch was taken away. Piglet is going to secure himself Lucian. They also take the Morgana in the support role. Obviously that Black Shield, something that they're going to be utilizing, especially against Leona.
Yeah, and speaking of supports, I mean, obviously we've seen Piglet tweeting out, it's on the top of Reddit right now, the fact there is an OP support they're going to release. Pretty sure Morgana's not it. We've seen that a number of times, so we're not going to get to see it this game.
We're going to be able to get to their OP support at some point, maybe once they're up 2-0, if they want to do another statement game. The one thing that this does tell me about the champion select is SKT is absolutely using this side to try and counter in the mid lane.
Syndra sneaking through. Xiang has some impressive stats on Syndra. We saw it earlier in the tournament as well. He was 5-0 in LPL and he's had a massive win against Taipei Assassins, dominated them along with Renekton.
He's never lost with it in pro play. He drew a bunch of bans for it over in the LPL. And then you also know that they picked the Renekton right at the end. Something like 28-2 in competitive play as far as going through Renekton. But the Orianna, it's what Faker played in day one. It's the just play it against everything mid lane matchup. If you play it well enough, you can beat everyone. And that's what Faker's going to end up going with. I'm very surprised that they would use their last pick on a generalist mid laner like that while giving them Syndra, unless they're just trying to demoralize them in game one.
Well, we saw Faker on Orianna against the Ziggs, a similar champion in terms of there's a lot of skill shots in there, and the extra speed boost. We saw how much Faker dodged in the laning phase in particular. Of course, later on he was doing it all over the place, but in the lane phase, he took so little damage because he was dodging everything that they were throwing at him.
Thing is, though, I see that from the Ziggs, and Ziggs spells and skill shots come out a lot more slowly than Syndra stuff does. Those Syndra stuns, when you're timing it right, feel instantaneous a lot of the time. This would be the statement game for Faker if he can destroy Xiyoung Syndra 1v1. I don't think destruction is actually in the cards here, but I've been wrong before. With
Two very good team comps, that's for sure. This is the first match in the series. It is about to begin, ladies and gentlemen. We want you to head over to Twitter and tell us who you think will win this one. Hashtag OMG win or hashtag SKT win to @LOL Esports. And we will maybe check those out and pick our favorite ones and see how you vote on this one as well.
And aside from not having the Thresh because it was banned away, this very much looks like the most comfortable team composition OMG could have coming into game one.
Absolutely, yeah.
Obviously, Thresh not being there and having to play against Morgana with Leona is going to be a bit of a difficult for them. But this is as good as it's going to get for OMG, team comp-wise.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game one about to get underway here at All-Star in Paris 2014. OMG from the LPL in China up against SK Telecom, the reigning world champions, and of course the champions of the OGN Winter over in Korea.
So, out of the gate here then. Last time we saw Faker and Orianna, he got a bit of mind games going on early on, dancing around in the mid lane as he dodged skill after skill after skill shot. And now we see OMG, though, grouping up here on this bottom side. This is all 5 players for the Chinese side. The question is, are they going to be playing early aggressive in this? Key things to note, they've got a ward SK Telecom on their blue buff, so were OMG to go in there, it'd be a simple case of moving over the map for SKT.
And SKT has had some inconsistent level 1s. They had a fantastic one against, it was Cloud9 in the group stage, but a pretty weak one against Fnatic in game 1 of yesterday. That's kind of a defensive ward that SKT's put up, warding their own blue like that.
Well, no surprises with the votes there. 80% of you voting on SK Telecom already. And we're not too surprised by that one. I think it's fair to say that's about matches what our analyst desk came out with the votes here. Of course, SK Telecom coming in big favorites for this tournament. OMG were always favorites for reaching the finals. We'll see whether they can go one step further and take down the reigning world champions.
And I think the big thing that we know right off the bat here is with these guys both having 4 versus 0 stacks, it's going to be a mid lane isolation between Xiyoung and Faker. This is exactly what I came to this match to see, is to see which one of these guys was better in an isolated 1v1 scenario. We just got through a bunch of 1v1s and 2v2s. We got another one here in the finals.
So blue buffs then, as we expected, will be swapped out. OMG getting the one from SKT's jungle, same over the other side of the map, which leaves Xiyoung and Faker to duel it out in the middle lane with Syndra versus Orianna. As I said before, Faker pulled off some moves, that's for sure, in the last game that he came out with the Orianna in that mid lane. But Xiyoung, you can't take anything away from him. His Syndra performance has been absolutely top-notch, world-class.
Probably best Syndra anyone had seen when he played it in the group stage against TPA, as far as the way he took control of the game afterwards.
Bjergsen may well argue the case against you there with his pentakill last
Let me tell you,
last season.
We mentioned this yesterday, man. Guys that say they're the best players will always say they're the best players.
That's for sure. Xiyoung gonna have to get away here. He's completely bounced on. Oh, but there's a great knockback. Have they got enough to try and get it down? The team comes in. Pomelo's there. We get some damage back down towards it. Bengi with the blue buff. He has to be the focus target. Impact with a minion. The cannon minion does not turn towards him. And everybody escapes alive.
Yeah, well, when we thought it was going to be an isolated matchup, no way. They let it be an isolated matchup right there, but they both get away with slivers of health. The only things to note there is there's actually still an Ignite on Xiyoung, so if he gets his health back, he would theoretically have an advantage after that craziness. They are going to be camping the crap out of this mid lane from both sides.
Almost as if they figured that both teams wanted the isolated mid lane and then made the move to come to that mid lane just because they expected the opposition not to do that. There is Xiyoung once again. Actually, Mondo is playing very aggressive between towers there. They've got 3 men on this mid lane turret. Pomelo's going to try and come around, but this is going to be hard to take back.
And I think, Joe, the isolation mind game is exactly what these guys were thinking, and that's kind of part of SKT's early game planning. They make someone think they know what they want, and then they go and counter that. It's a great job by them. All their early games have been spectacular.
But what is turning around here is the fact they did not get that mid lane. Meanwhile, the bottom tower is taking a lot of damage from OMG so far. So despite SK Telecom's attempts, they have yet to really make a dent on that tower. And you can see San and Alan down this bottom lane have put a really big dent in it to the fact that Impact, he has to back away.
Gonna lose a lot from this one if we look down the CS. I was gonna say Gogoin has double CS, which is factually correct, but it's 4-2, which is not exactly a big deal at this point. However, we've seen these top laners, when the turrets have gone down early and been frozen out of games before. Interested to see how that works from both of these. Certainly OMG are going to take the first tower.
Yeah, and more than ever as far as top laners getting shut out in this All-Star event, the average CS at 10 for a top laner here is 52. It's incredibly low because they've basically been sacrificed in so many of these games. And instead of just the fast turret pushes that go 2 turrets deep, it's more about denial. And OMG, for instance, is a team that's very willing to let that happen. Gogoing, despite his good performance this event, 46 CS at 10, he's really just going to survive. And this game is no different. If we did CS at 5, it would be 5.
Well, currently it's the mid lane we wanted to talk about. Gogoing on Renekton. It really is one of the best 2v1 champions out there you could hope for in this kind of setup, and maybe that's something that they planned to go ahead with. Gogoing does manage to call out his minions there, keeps himself at that double CS just about, but we do see Sun and Alan changing of the guard in the top lane. Does mean that the duo lane's now up there, and of course the tower advantage for OMG.
But speaking of top laners getting isolated or freezing the lane, with this lane swap that OMG has done, Impact could absolutely freeze the lane for himself on Jax here, and that would be circumventing the Renekton as a counter pick, because there's no way Gogoing can get farm. He's still running down that bottom lane, but he actually has nowhere to go here. I really wonder if SKT is going to take advantage of this.
Oh, Faker gonna get stunned up. Here comes Pantheon from the side. Bit of damage back on towards Xiyoung. Pomelo gonna throw his spear off in there, and Faker able to walk off. Bengi, of course, had come back around to that. And one thing that was so impressive about Xiyoung's play with the Syndra was how good he was at landing the stun. Over and over and over again, we saw him stunning multiple people.
Well, currently, Pitmandu returns back to lane, gets himself a chunk of gold. We are going to finally see that Sun and Piglet up against them. Faker's taking some serious damage in this mid lane against Xiyoung. He's running a high-risk game right now.
This mid lane is going to be such a battle. There's already been so many supports and junglers and top laners just arriving in that lane, but in an instant, they got a little bit of FaceTime with each other. We get to see them burn their entire mana pool and nearly try and push each other out of lane. Faker does hit 6 first, though, and Xiyoung is out of mana. He's going to be back in pretty shortly.
Just hitting level 6 there, though, which will bring him back up to the same rate as Faker, who just wanted this last wave after putting a ward down. Needs to be careful though, because Xiyoung at level 6, Mana starting to regen there, could have been a bit of a threat to him. Meanwhile, Impact, we were talking about freezing that lane up. Gonna go aggressive here. There's a stun coming down. He's not going to escape this one, surely.
Or is he?
Yeah, exactly. I've said that before a few times in this tournament so far. Very, very low. We can see that Syndra, Pantheon are coming down to try and close him off. Gonna get the counter-strike off. Going. Goes in there quick enough. He's got nowhere to go.
He's got the hit. Impact
He
is
has
in
his
trouble.
teleport maybe if he can find a window where Go-Going stun is down, but he's really just trying to kill as much time as possible. Eventually, he's going to try and make a great escape. Someone's got to collapse eventually. He's going to try and execute here. Go-Going, has he done damage?
No! Oh, whoa, wow.
At the very least, Go-Going was in experience range for that death, but it is a great job by Impact to do all that dodging and not give up a kill.
He just got a glimpse of Bengi there. The blue buff is on him. He had to steal it away, because while that was all going on, Pomelo and Xiyoung went into SK Telecom's jungle and tried to steal away that blue buff from them. That's not going to be on Faker so far. Pomelo, though, is going to eat some serious damage from Bengi. He's going for it. He's used the ultimate. He's going to tower dive. He gets the first blood. Xiyoung does not land the stun. Can he try and close the gap towards him? No. Bengi's hit and run.
Look at that level difference. First off, level 6, level 4, and then to have Xiyoung short the stun is disastrous, because that could have been a blue buff back to the mid laner. He's landed that stun 99 times out of 100, but he misses it at that point.
Good stuff from SKT. Bengi now having this red buff away, and he'll be feeling strong. We know what happens to a confident player, and Bengi this event has been, you know, there were these questions about Bengi. Is he feeling confident enough? I might get back to that in a second. He's just recalling, but there were the question marks really about Bengi. But we've seen him with Lee Sin diving in behind 2 turrets through the wall into the enemy base with Lee Sin multiple times. He's playing like there's no problem for him right now.
And the results absolutely show it. Even when we saw Piglet talking in the promo before this, they said if they could win this All-Stars, they could get their confidence back and maybe even win Worlds, because that's what they gained when they won last time on the World stage. They're doing well to get it back.
And you gotta wonder with OMG, this is, I always feel, the crucial moment for OMG. Do or die for themselves, not for the opposition team. When they all hit level 6, the aggression gets turned on. And it can either go big or go very, very badly wrong.
In the first game of their best-of-3 against Cloud9 yesterday, OMG was in a similar situation, maybe even worse. They were down a couple thousand gold, really losing out on pressure, and then they turned some nice team fights. But that was against a team that's not as good as SKT. Cloud9 is not on their level, and SKT very rarely gives up any type of lead.
Oh, Sun here actually getting away. And that's the funny thing, because that's what OMG do. They team fight incredibly, incredibly well. And if you can't have enough of a lead for them going in, you might be in danger later. And Bengi's coming up here. Sun is trying to recall. It's just around the corner from Bengi. He's not going to spot him. He gets away. Morgana coming up. This could actually be dangerous for SKT if they play it wrong.
And this is, like you said, where OMG absolutely has to stay alive with all the danger going through. If you want to beat OMG, you have to destroy them early, is what we've seen. Because if it gets to that team fighting phase and the experience is close, it could be trouble.
Bengi sneaks in, gets the Voice Bugs on the white there. He's still got a 2-level advantage over Pomelo, and that could be huge as this game develops. Because without that ultimate, you know, the Grand Skyfall, it's a big problem for OMG right now. Their normal aggression cannot be used without that jungler.
Especially with how great their Pantheon ults have been. Their team is kind of waiting on that to create pressure plays. But the more blue and red buffs, the buffs that give the most experience and also have great catch-up mechanics for junglers who are behind, if SKT keeps stealing those, they can actually keep Pomelo behind in this match.
8 people up towards that top lane. With the Pantheons there as well. So many, so close to being something big there, but in the end, neither team, I think, feeling the confidence of wanting to go forward and fight. Also, the fact is Faker, 108 to the 86 CS of Xiyoung, has a lot of gold to spend right now. Already got that Chalice in there, of course. I want to talk about the top lane as well, because they've obviously been down farming that bottom lane. 63 to 56 CS in favor of Jax. Impact already has himself that Vamp Scepter in there, but a pickaxe on the other side. Gogoin's going to try and do something early here to cripple Impact.
Well, you can see the Dragon getting started off. Just before we get into that, you're going to see the Xiong. I mean, simply put, Faker's had no pressure on him. He knows that Pomelo is so low. He got taken down first blood, and that all leads to this simple, easy Dragon for SK Telecom.
Completely uncontestable at this point. OMG, this is the weakness in their game. Very early on in the game, even against some of the lower tier LPL teams, they would be even or even slightly behind on gold. It's because they just don't put priorities on these early game objectives. They have enough confidence in themselves that they can just kind of play it safe. You can't play safe against SKT and actually beat them.
And right now SKT are pushing this bottom lane. And Gogoin might be in a little bit of trouble here because Bengi's come around. This is a 3-on-1. Gogoin actually, he's going to do a lot of damage over there. The turret tanked up. Here comes Alan from the side, landing on towards Faker. They're going to pile everything in. Faker's in real trouble here. Throws down the shockwave, which means Pomelo is stuck under the tower. A kill comes back from that one. Well, Impact keep going. Bengi's actually coming across the side here. Alan's going to be the sacrificial lamb. He'll go to the top side so the rest can get away. He'll fall down. Xiong going low. They're trying to get back in on towards Mandu. Going with his ultimate ring. I don't think it's going to be enough. In the end, we come out with SK Telecom again ahead in kills.
And it kind of seems like OMG is telegraphing their strategy, and then SKT is able to come back at it a little bit because they burned everything onto that turret dive, just piling on, but it gave time for the teleport to come back in and give a kill. See exactly right here. It's all burned on Faker, and he had the ball on his head, so all this damage is actually fairly reduced. Notice the teleport not in the turret because he needed the positioning and the shockwave extra sucked in OMG, so they had to spend time running away to give Impact damage coming down.
And with that teleport for Impact, it certainly drew him back in there. You can see the second kill coming in. Xiong just about surviving on the turret here. Very low, but Pumandu can't get chased upon. Meanwhile, back in the jungle, now with a 2,000 gold advantage for SK Telecom. OMG are in danger of slipping away in this game. That's the first big play they've tried to create, and again, it was countered by SK Telecom, just like we saw against Fnatic yesterday.
And you got to try and find the limit of how far OMG can actually fall behind, and we're really getting close to that point. Sun does have his Blade of the Ruin King on Twitch. He's going to need to try a few surprise attacks. If something brings them back in the game, I think it would be the stealth attacks from Sun's Twitch.
The problem that I see with that, though, is that they're sticking as a three-man team. Are you going to come up against the Blade of the Ruin King Jax to that surprise attack? Probably not. Kha'Zix also is probably the only one that's going to be hanging around. We'll have to see about that one. It's difficult here, I think, well, it's difficult for any team in the world when you fall behind against, well, the world champions, to actually force them to give up that lead, to make the plays that are going to crawl you back into the game. We're 15 minutes in here. We can see that the gold sitting around about 3,000 already in the lead for SK Telecom.
You do really have to wonder how OMG is going to pull this one back in. They have their ultimates back again, their big killing ultimates, Leona and Pantheon, but they might be a little trigger shy. They got to be extremely careful about how they initiate because of how the last one turned sour.
You can see OMG playing very defensive, and SK Telecom stealing away all that vision that OMG had worked hard to put in there. Pigwall taking down, they pull the trigger on Xiong, gets drawn in there. He's going to get taken down before they can join the fray here. Bengi pounces on towards him, Faker gets taken down as well. Sun's managed to come in, close the gap here. Bengi's going to flash away from this one. Pumandu's in all sorts of trouble. He goes down to Gogoin. It's a 2-for-1 this time to OMG, and they're pushing the mid-turret.
Whoever shows their hand first here is actually falling short in the team fights. They are very low here pushing the mid lane, and Impact is absolutely full health. It means they have to back away.
It also means that Impact's full health because he wasn't even involved in that one whatsoever, trying to get himself down there in time. In the end, Gogoin actually used his teleport to get there. You can see that Impact didn't have that available, and those numbers advantage switch things. Let's have a look at it again.
Yeah, and this was SKT finding a catch on a Xiong, and you can tell their eyes just got big as soon as they got that Dark Binding, but they walked right into the Pantheon ult and the Twitch. Faker goes down, basically both mid laners get caught, and at that point, it's one teleport versus no teleport. They get the extra man in the team fight. That's all she wrote, 2-for-1.
Yeah, and of course, Impact's teleport was down because he used it in the last fight that went their way. So 2 teleports used to turn the fight to their advantage. They are, of course, both on cooldown. Impact will come up first, and he is actually waiting to try and pounce around the back of Going. He's got the support of Bengi and Pumandu moving up the river.
And Bengi will want to become involved in almost every single one of these fights, knowing he is 3-0. This is the time for him to step up, but Going, he's losing this fight badly.
He has got no ulti. Impact has a flash, but he's got no vision. That was the problem there. Scared to go through the enemy jungle, and rightly so, because look who had started moving, well, pretty much the entire team outside of Sun from that one. 1 minute to go, though, until the next Dragon comes into this game, and that's going to be a real interesting fight.
I think one thing is clear from the last 2 big fights we've seen already is the mid laners are the focus. Just as we focused on them in the featured matchup, clearly these 2 teams, it's always Xiyoung and Faker going down first.
It's funny, though, because it's so much different than an isolated 1v1. It is just them getting focused by both sides. Another fight erupts. Allen is so dead.
Allen Doe, he gets drawn away from it. Bengi's now in trouble. Xiyoung shuts him down, and that turns it back around. Pomelo jumps in, but he's a little bit too deep on this one.
Double stun!
Look at that! Double stun comes in. Going gets on towards Pumandu. Shockwave is pulled, but it's not enough damage. Impact teleports in, runs down the side there. Sun's chasing on towards Faker. He cannot gain ground. He gets slowed down there, but it's a 2-for-0 this time to OMG.
That is exactly the point in the game where OMG had to win a fight to start turning it around. It all started in a ward fight while Allen was out there. He initially got it, and the fact that Xiyoung is rolling now is a big deal.
Xiyoung 2-1-3. Themes finished, and that's some good gold from that, but let's have a look at it again. You see Bengi trying to get the wall.
Yeah, I thought for sure Allen was dead here, but because the Dark Binding held him down for so long, and he had that Eclipse Shield up, he barely survived, and it actually pulls SKT in to the Pantheon. And pay attention to Xiyoung. He shorted that stun at the start of the game. This one was right on the money. Gets them both, it allows the rest of OMG to pile on, and they pick up 2 kills in that fight.
Really strong performance again, and we said it before, we've said it time and time again, and that's what's happened here. The OMG, the further we go on into the game, the bigger these team fights become, the stronger and more confident they seem to get.
Look at the jungle. Pomelo was 2 levels behind. He's now a level ahead of Bengi. He's managed to gain 3 levels from somewhere, just simply jumping in with those Skyfalls and gaining the kill assist. It is working out in his favor, and once again, this time, finally, Faker gets himself a blue buff.
Exactly, and that's why these mid games are so important. Looking at the jungler levels, is if the jungler is behind but then gets involved in some kills, gets some of the buff experience, there are those catch-up mechanics in the jungle that when you add them to the 1-team fights, slingshot them ahead a little bit. We do have to note, though, that during the replay, the Dragon was taken by SKT, which keeps them about 2,000 gold ahead. But as we saw in the last few fights, that 2,000 gold would matter to other teams. It doesn't really matter for OMG because they team fight so well.
And SKT have the added bonus, I think, at this point that Jax is only going to be getting stronger. Orianna's only going to be doing more as this game does go along. So we'll see how that one develops. But Xiyoung getting rolling is definitely a scary, scary prospect for SK Telecom. Can pretty much stun up an entire team if you're positioned incorrectly, and then it becomes easier for Allen to land his CC, or the other way around, of course. We've seen it from both players so far in this game, but Impact again getting back into that split push role. Got himself a Phage now added in on top of that Blade of the Rune King. Thought they were maybe going to try and go for Going there, who wisely backed away. They got a bit of vision down in the river to OMG. They might lose this turret though. Oh!
Shockwave pulling in Allen, but not really doing a great deal to turn it around. The tower will go down though. So SK Telecom, as we saw Monte Cristo pointed out in their previous match back at the Worlds, using an ultimate simply to try and draw that attention. Here we go though. It's going to be the Spartan jumping on Impact.
Man drop coming in. There's a good stun on towards Going. Flash used early here by Impact. Dominus
really want him.
Don't see him getting away from this one, but the rest of the team may come around from it. Mondoos tries to get in there. Going picks up the kill.
Son of the mid lane. He popped open.
Oh, and he's popped Faker. That's what he's done. Popped out and got himself the kill. He's going to be able to stealth away from this one, I feel. Is there a ping ward there? I don't think there is, so he should get away clean.
We asked the question earlier about who Sun would actually pop open on in this fight. It couldn't be Jax, it was tricky to do anyone else, but Faker could not deal with it. That Blade of the Ruined King burst is why Twitch is such a priority pick. He literally just ran up to him in stealth, blew him up while the ball wasn't on top of his head. Oh, it was even on top of the ball, just too much damage, knowing the shockwave was down.
Not even close, that one. Look at OMG here as well. This is something they've done constantly well. Pick up picks across the entire map, set up the traps inside the enemy jungle. SKT are going to once again vision down! Mandu, you're in trouble now, my friend. He's already used that black shield. He's got his ulti on, but Pomelo will finish him off with a spear.
That's normally an SKT trap when they get into the enemy jungler, but there's so many wards from OMG. Right now, they're trying to pull off their mid-game pressure play, and SKT is desperately fighting back. Also, when SKT lost a lot of their games in Korea, it was Mandu solo trying to get vision control, and he couldn't do it. The team has to stick together through adversity.
OMG are finding picks in the jungle here, and honestly, there is a lack of vision around that area, which is the only time they have managed to find that little gap, because you can see all across the map there is a big wide berth of jungle. Bengi shows himself in this top lane. There was a gigantic wave, and despite the fact that OMG obviously got a kill on Mandu there was a giant wave in the top lane, there was a big wave in the mid lane, yet they got 0 objectives and simply a kill on us support.
And the objective balance in this game is pretty even right now as far as turrets go. The gold difference is really just in those dragons that SKT have been able to pick up. This has a big danger here. Even though OMG has been winning a lot of fights, since they have bounties built up on a couple of their members right now, and they've actually killed SKT a fair bit, if SKT wins another fight, they win the game pretty much.
With Dragon at 1.5 minutes away and SKT having the control of it so far, I have to wonder whether fight could happen here or whether SKT will simply be gifted that Dragon. OMG not really made much of an attempt, to be honest, to get vision control down on that bottom side. Alan may just throw one over the wall just to be sure on that. Perhaps he doesn't. He's just going to make sure that he gets the vision away. Meanwhile, Faker here in middle. They could get closing on, but look how many wards are there.
If we see a Dragon fight, as OMG is now trying to get vision control because they returned, the item differential on our featured matchup, the mid lane, is huge. Xiyoung beat Faker to that death cap despite having a lower CS number because of the kills and assists he's picked up. Those stuns are really hurting, and he would be able to shut down Jax if he jumps into a fight before Jax can become powerful.
Yeah, keeping the wave pressure on the bottom going in Impact. Just off at the side, Alan Cat's caught by a Dark Binding. That pink ward will get cleared out. Big fight for vision. Blue buff up, Bengi caught out there, takes a burst of damage. That is the jungler down. He's gonna have to back to Fountain or go into this fight low hit points.
Well, he does have the ultimate and multiple shields if they do try to go in. So even with about 60% health, it's theoretically possible for SKT to still have some control if this Dragon spawns in 15 seconds.
OMG holding firm here.
They're winning the vision control battle by a lot right now.
And the fact you can't really get past Xiyoung as well right now. If you can't walk through the jungle, he can just zone you out completely, because that stun can pretty much knock, it will stun anyone that goes through that area. And that's going to be a Dragon. It's going to be a completely earned Dragon by OMG. Going in there earlier after losing the last couple, getting some vision down, controlling SKT's blue side. Good pickup for them.
Xiyoung nearly went blind there into that bush, and you could tell immediately stepped away. Pomelo actually
thought that SKT was sneaking Baron right there.
Yeah, I think they were just thinking we can't have taken the Dragon that easy, that free. SKT must be up to something right now, but it wasn't to be. The blue buff was stolen away though, so Faker's not going to have that for a while. Mandu, look and see the damage now. That death cap on Xiyoung, half the damage ripped off him in just a double combo.
And it is really important as we look at these teams and how they match up against each other. SKT, a huge favorite coming into this one because of how impressive they looked 4-0ing the group stage where OMG 2-2'd, and then also just how handily SKT beat Fnatic. But remember, OMG beat Cloud9 pretty badly too, and Cloud9 were pretty damn good in the group stage. When OMG played their regular season, they tend to feel people out in their first game of 2. They're 40-minute long games. They play much more conservatively. Then in the second games, 32 minutes. They're way better. They've had their group stage to take SKT, and there's the stealth bomb.
Jumps on Piglet. That's it. You can see Sunstream get in there. Now they're going to try to turn this one back around. They flash away. Impact now locked up. Counter-Strike is not going to land. Alan's running all the interference. Go, going! Man stun comes out from Xiyoung. Going, gets the locks on Faker. Faker taken down. Impact on the side. Bengi's drawing the attention. He pulls away. Gone towards Pomelo. It leaves Go going on his own, but it's another of the 2 carries picked off and assassinated by OMG.
0-4 is the score for Faker right now, and they might catch him.
Oh, ward put down right on top of Bengi. They know which direction he's going, and look at this. They're just going to close off to all those different entrances. Could be that Bengi has to kill himself here at this point.
This was such a difficult choice for OMG because they had to fear the Jax teleport coming in. It was so close to being a Baron fight, and they can't seem to find Bengi. Nice escape.
Good stuff from Bengi, keeps him alive, but that has seen now OMG take the lead in the goal.
And this was the start of something great for them. Look at how far away that stun landed from. Max range just allowing it to knock him out. And without an 80 carry, SKT kind of wants to fight this, but they're not entirely sure. And watch how Faker gets flanked here. Gets the stun into another stun. He's not allowed to move. He basically would have had to go Mercury Treads in this game because of the way they're focusing him properly. Worst game Faker's had in quite some time.
It is definitely all driven from this mid lane. I think if one thing is clear from this game, no matter how it turns out, Xiyoung will not be playing Syndra for the rest of the best of 5.
I'm surprised he's playing it now, to be honest. Yeah. I honestly think that his Syndra has already been shown to be ban-worthy in this tournament.
Overconfidence for SKT. I mean, remember how we said this is pretty much OMG's best composition they're going to get in this best of 5. And it might have been a scare tactic by SKT, thinking if we beat them at their best, the series is over.
Demoralize them, yeah.
And try and demoralize them. Remember, this is a best of 5, and SKT is very experienced in playing long series because of the playoff format in OGN Champions. This could just be one of their long-form tactics, if that's actually it. I'm not sure.
Well, if there's anything I've learned, doesn't matter what an Orianna does throughout the game, if he just lands one of those big important shockwaves, it can turn everything on its head. At 0-4-2, it's not the opening game Faker had dreamed of last night when he was bedding himself down after destroying Fnatic, but it's clear that right now, it could turn around. The Stealth Bomber thought about it, but he caught a glimpse. He caught a glimpse off the side there. Sun would have pulled the trigger on Faker. He would have died, but he was wise to back away.
That's the value of the Twitch, though, and why it's such a ban priority against these guys. It allows control, but they've tried jumping on Allen. Will it work this time?
Yeah, he's down.
Yeah, it will. Because it gave him trouble jumping on Allen before around the ward control. That's huge, though. It burned his ultimate as well as taking a support down, and that's right as OMG had gotten map control. SKT can get it back with that pick.
What are they gonna do here? SKT moving up towards the Baron pit. 4 men left alive, and Allen not coming up here for a good 15 seconds or so. Obviously, it's gone down now just a little bit. With them gaining
2-man Baron.
Full vision control back here. There's not a lot that OMG can do about it.
It's the one mistake into a big move by SKT. It's why they're so difficult to beat. It's why they're the world champions right now. They kill Leona and they're scared to check. They'd have to pant the ult in almost right now, but they are moving, and SKT only has 2 inside. They have to bail out. OMG sees them.
Pomelo ready and waiting. They're spotted in there. Going goes in. It's going to be a smite fight. Who's going to go down? Impact's the focus. It's going to be SK Telecom, but at what price? Impact is taken down. It's a 1 for 0, but it's a Baron nevertheless for SKT. OMG have to push.
Absolutely worth it there for SKT. They pulled it off by staying in. OMG couldn't get in fast enough. They need to get some kills. What a stun, but not in range to follow.
Long range stuns coming out. They're going to try rotate. They're trying to pick anything up they can here, but they know they've just stole the march on them SK Telecom. They're happy to stake it. It's only a 19-second death timer at this 30-minute mark.
And it's not giving masses of gold there over to SKT without that one, or with how close this game actually is in the end. Here's the Rat Faker trying to recall. A little bit of a letdown in the end.
It was a little dangerous at that point. He still does a lot of damage with that death cap completed. And because there's a Baron buff now on the side of SKT, the kills are still in the advantage of OMG, and they still do hold the control advantage, but that Baron buff could be so critical if the Dragon fight happens.
OMG seem a little bit unsure of what to do right now. They've been running around that jungle. They're like, yeah, we've just give SK Telecom, we need to push, but SK Telecom have been smart. They've gone back one by one.
And I also need to talk about how smart that Baron choice was by SKT. The fact that they only committed 2 people into the pit that can both jump out afterwards means if they did lose the Baron, they still wouldn't lose the game. They would have had 1 casualty, win or lose in that Smite Seal. It wasn't an all-in maneuver, but it potentially gives them the all-in ability of winning the game if they would have gotten it with no casualties.
So Dragon here was, of course, on basically OMG's side, since they were so heavily pushed up there in the bottom side of SKT's jungle, but SKT themselves have now started to move away. That actually levels us up bang even in gold at the 31.5-minute mark. Are SKT feeling confident enough now with that Baron on to actually push something?
Well, 2 minutes still remain on that buff, so they've got plenty of time to try and push an objective. You can see that clearly it is the top they are focusing. Impact already pushing it down there. And OMG not going to be able to react to this one. I think this is an inner turret gone.
As far as the items go as well, Sun has went for an Infinity Edge over a Last Whisper, which you see oftentimes as that third item. It means he's not necessarily going for tanks, but instead wants to cut out squishies. If he actually gets jumped on by Bengi, he can't blow him up. He needs to get a stealth attack, which means if SKT groups up properly with this Baron buff, they can really push some type of edge.
And sticking around there, already doing some good damage. Xiong going to be a constant threat for them, though. A big group stun into Allen's Solar Flare and the rest of the team diving in on top of them. Something that SKT have already felt the pain of, and there is a stun onto Impact, but they can use Faker with the extra damage that he's now finally got himself built up to have a go at things. The ball goes onto Impact's head. Wanted to maybe jump in there and get the shockwave off, but they've done some damage. SKT are very, very apprehensive about fighting.
Both these mid laners have so much zone control of this lane that is just keeping both entire teams back from going in. Yes, a catch on someone who's not a Jax or a tank on OMG side could create something crazy, but they are playing so cautiously because the mid laners are just so scary right now.
Remember, Jax is the only one that does not have that Baron buff, so he's not going to be regenerating that hit points like the rest of his team. And they are unable to break the deadlock here. OMG have done a good job defending this turret.
And I'm so pleased that this game, that's a Dark Binding. He has his Zhonya's. He's in a bad spot.
Oh, and he flashes out. Pomelo's going in.
Really, really good flash from him there. We saw it was timed perfectly. Everything going his way. They couldn't land. Faker didn't actually go for the shockwave in the end. That's how quick he was at getting away. Maybe enough for the turret hit, though. Here we'll see.
No flash, no Zhonya's. It's incredibly difficult for them to hold because the zone control, he can't take those risks anymore. He's one binding, and they would lose maybe even an inhibitor. They give it up.
Going is too low. They have to give it up, like you said. It's a hard-fought turret, but it is only one turret. It was a sneaky Baron that got them it. We'll see what objective control they can gain from OMG's jungle off this one. A Blue Bull Steal is the first.
SKT trying to strike back here in the late game. And this is why I'm so excited that this game has actually gotten to this point, because we've heard so much and seen so much of OMG winning every game they get to late with even gold, but also SKT with their legendary world-class coordination. Who's going to win out? Is it OMG with their late game? I have to give them the advantage in this one because SKT has won so many games early and OMG has been in this situation so many more times, just not against teams at the same caliber of SKT. It's going to be fascinating to watch.
I think Sun is also one to watch. We just saw him farming a bit down on the bottom right now. Phantom Dance, the Blade Ruin King, and that Infinity Edge. Surely the Last Whisper will be next on the cards, and anyone that he catches up on is going to die in a 1v1 scenario. If you don't deal with him in team fights and you're grouped up wrong, he's going to rip through you.
And it's something you can look across the board on and see. If you look at the gold, you can see it's a clear edge for the carries. That's what's needed to be. You look at Xiong in that mid lane. He's a clear item ahead. He's got that Zhonya's, as we just saw, making him basically saving his life in that last fight. He's already now moved on towards the Blasting One, heading towards potentially the Void Staff. And Faker's still a item behind.
The whole reason that the gold is actually in the side of SKT is there's 2,200 more gold on Pumondu than there is on Allen. Allen's gotten cut out a few times. He hasn't generated nearly as much gold with his face in the mountain as there has with the Frost Queen's claim on the other side. But that Morgana gold is mainly just in utility. It's not like he's built up any damage. He's got nice bindings. But those 2,000 gold on a support don't give the same type of edge as the 2,000 gold spread across the carries.
So Sam continuing to farm his way up. He's now past the 300 CS mark because SKT are like, where are they? Okay, they've just spotted Leona down by the bottom side.
Do they have the wrong Baron timer?
I think they're a minute off, yes.
Yes.
They were banging 1 minute too early.
Exactly.
It happens to the best of teams, Jack.
Pressure. That's pressure right there. I mean, that is completely pressure right now in this situation. It even shows that even the reigning world champions can get things wrong. Everyone in the world right now that is in charge of timers would be like, yeah, see?
Well, basically, they're like, Leona's gone, but Baron's come. Well, this is easy Baron. Oh, wait. Wrong timer.
Oh, man. But the interesting thing about that is OMG needs to get vision control right now, and all of SKT's mindsets are thrown off. It's not like they were just a minute close to Baron. It means all of their pre-planning was a minute early. The deep wards they placed now have time to get cleared out. The traps that they were going to set, they kind of have to set again, and it takes longer than 1 minute to set up a perfect Baron play.
Xiyoung has managed to get in and steal the blue buff while that was happening on SK Telecom. So again, that is huge, like you say, Faker. The SK Telecom's timers were just knocked out of whack completely there. Oh, Faker stole away there one.
Well, that happens to the best of us too. Get your blue stolen away by the enemy mid laners. They still both have blue. That's going to be absolutely huge for these guys. Item-wise, as far as mid laners go, despite the 1,000 gold lead, it's just that blasting one, so they're both incredibly scary. I would argue that Faker could obliterate the team just as well as Xiyoung. Big stun versus Shockwave. But as far as AD carries go, Sun is massive when compared to Piglet.
And speaking of Sun, you can tell the game has slowed down, but SK Telecom have stayed grouped. Faker was caught out a number of times, but Sun was trying to get into that stealth bomber rat, but it has not worked out because SK Telecom are staying clumped. They are staying, or at least within range. Impact's the only guy who's gone solo, and honestly, I'd probably pit them pretty even right now.
This is super scary though, because they're going to send Renekton for him, and Jax can only, well, Renekton can only hold off Jax for so long. The scaling of the overall team comps does favor SKT with the Jax, Kha'Zix, Orianna, everything going. OMG is known for their tremendous late game team fighting, but they don't have a tremendous late game team composition right now. As we get later and later and the gold gets higher and higher, this Baron play could decide the game.
Now we see Impact already moving down. He's a level behind Gogoin, but the rate that he's taking down minions here, that's not really going to last too long. The rest of SKT just hang fire by that Baron pit until they can break the defenses, and putting a ward down in there is going to give you literally 2 seconds of vision, and then you're going to lose it again.
And with all the pink ward control around the Baron pit, Sun can't actually make it in for a surprise attack. This laning catching is gone. OMG likes pulling so much of their stuff from the mid lane and playing around Baron, but it's SKT has reversed the roles. They're the ones who are using Baron to force team fights. Let's see how OMG tries to adapt to this one.
They took the Baron quickly down to just above half hit points there, and OMG are playing a risky game. Every time they try and sneak in and just get a ward down, it seems that they are really risking their lives. Impact is backing away from that bottom lane. He's moving up towards this Baron now. He's got to be careful because he actually may come around. He's going to sneak the Dragon down, so he's giving yet more gold advantage for SK Telecom.
Yeah, at this point in the game, the Dragon's worth almost
oh, they push him in.
Baron. Mid lane push though. This is going to create something fast.
This is a tower. There's no way that they can stop this one from happening. SKT are still on Baron. Actually, he's not taking much damage whatsoever.
Oh, that's a full stack Jax. I don't know if he can take him on.
Yeah, he's going to try though. He's definitely going to try for this one. There's the ulti coming in. Counter-Strike will go off. Doesn't actually get the stun. SKT stopped doing the Baron. They backed away, and Gogoin's actually going to keep chasing onto Impact. We've seen already how slippery this Jax is. Not sure he can do it.
I mean, this could go on for quite some time. There's actually a Pantheon all trying to come down, though. They're trying to corner him in. Cancel it. It's coming back soon, though, when he cancels.
Pomelo making his way down here. It's going to be a 2-on-1 very soon. Impact still fully stacked here. Dodges out of the Counter-Strike. That's problems for Impact now. There's the stun coming through there. He's going to get a leap strike once again. There's a slice of dice. He's got away. The rest of his team are now invisible. Actually, they may well group up and fight in the mid lane. Xiyoung's got out of position in the mid lane. He's having to get a call. Bengi jumps in towards him. Xiyoung manages to flash away. Sand comes in. He's on Faker around the side. Xiyoung uses it. Sonya's hourglass left and right. But that's going to be the taste of fear. Should be enough to take him down. No, the stun bomb. Oh, no! Sun take him solo as well. Piglet tries to get him and get the kill. He's going to keep on chasing. And Sun gets away as well. And now keep going on Piglet.
Onto Piglet. It's Gogoin that goes for that one. Pomelo coming in as well. And
wow,
couldn't quite move forward. But what a... I mean, look at those health bars. It was 2 for 0 in the end.
The gold is going to transfer, but people are so damn low they can't actually take objectives off this. The Dragon timers and Baron timers, 30 seconds. They might go to Baron well low, but let's take another look at this. The Zhonya's, before his Void Staff, was so critical in this game. He pops it despite taking a lot of damage, and then the ult on Faker to keep him back, and then just the protection from Allen, so critical. He blocked all the culling shots and stopped him from being isolated to the Kha'Zix. They're going for Baron. The fight is on.
The fight is on, and they're going to find the support of Allen. Pomelo's in all sorts of trouble. He gets destroyed. The shockwave comes ricocheting through. Going in trouble. SK Telecom turning on the style right now. The Sun gets caught out. Sun's stealthed up, and he's going to be able to sneak away.
Teleport behind Xiyoung. They're done for.
Putting wards down here. Sun is going to go in towards Mandu. Oh, he's landed the bandit! He's landed the bandit! Piglet comes in the back. Mandu now going to try and lock up Xiyoung. Where are they going to go? Impact is there. Binding doesn't land. That's a lot of damage going through. But it is comes in for SK Telecom T1K.
And that is the game swinging entirely in their favor. We said it was a 2-for-0, but they had taken people so low that it would be hard to push objectives afterwards. It would actually be disastrous to push objectives afterwards because they get completely aced and lose the Baron to SKT.
And look at this, Inhibitors objectives being fallen left and right. SK Telecom turning on the power that Jax burning on that. They hasn't used his own skin, by the way, and Mind points out for Impact. He's not using the Summoner's Cup, but it doesn't matter because it's another tower falling. SK Telecom taking everything off OMG now.
It looks like they may have just won the game off of that one because the game and the gold that was so close for 41 minutes now has a 7,000 plus gold advantage. They got a lot of the killing sprees down. They finished Sun with nice dark bindings and mostly just having a scattered fight against OMG. You would think that OMG's late game mechanics and decision making, because they've done it so much during the season, would hold true in this game, especially at the Baron pit where they seem to flock every single critical game and make powerful plays. It fell wrong in this one.
7,000 gold lead now for SK Telecom. Still, it's OMG that actually hold on to the lead in the kills. The items starting to get there, starting to get to that 6-item stage where gold doesn't matter anymore. Anything's possible. A shockwave.
Yeah.
Zhonya's before or after a shockwave couldn't even make a difference there. Xiong, if you'd have avoided the shockwave, your San actually going to take a lot of damage. Going will tank it up. Impact moving forward. Will SKT want to fight this one? They, of course, took the inhibitor turret and the inhib itself in that top lane. The inner turret in the mid lane was taken out as well after the ace. Bottom lane still has one tower outside of the base up for grabs. Might be an easy target for them here.
Yeah, and as the siege on the turret comes in, I'm not sure they're going to clear it this wave because they're going to come pushing in now. I'd love to see a replay maybe at the analyst desk of what actually led to that Baron fight, because obviously we came out the replay, we only just caught it as they all engaged. They've been running a merry dance for a good 10 minutes before that, but suddenly the crazy engagement. OMG again, maybe just stylistically caught out. They're going for it, Joe. They're going to jump in, the cancel. Ooh, Pomelo pulls out again, but that turret's going down.
Pomelo likes to play with our hearts right there with that Pantheon ult. It would have been the game if they lose that fight. It wasn't a clean enough initiation, so they're willing to sacrifice their second inhibitor of the game. They're completely against the ropes. You almost never see comebacks after 2 inhibitors down.
Yeah, you have, and they have the perfect scenario. Super minions coming in from the top side. They're just going to start to pressure that bottom lane here. Force OMG to defend the turret or lose it, which either, well, it's not good either way because super minions are going to be killing your base by the time you've actually held on to things for that long. SKT basically knocking on the door of victory for this match.
And it's been a tough one. This was not as one-sided as many had predicted, but they may do this Pantheon ult once again. Another false start for these guys.
I think he's cancelled more than he's actually dropped in on.
Well, I think he's wise to cancel it as well, because he was like, hey, we're going to go. No, we're definitely not. I think they're just waiting for SKT to push in and maybe try and get behind them, but...
Yeah, the Pantheon ult's on such a slow cooldown. It's when you cancel it. It's fine to try that because it higher the probability that we're going to get one. They're hoping to predict a Pantheon ult that comes in really quickly as SKT dives, so that they're using it actually at the start of each minion wave, like again.
This time he's going for it, though. He's going to pull the trigger. Faker's already used that shield. The dark binding. Faker tries to get locked up, but the Zhonya's hourglass is enough to stop it. Pomelo in trouble. He takes all of the culling damage. Impact's taken very low. He's going to drop down there. Going slides in and out. Faker's going to get focused. Sun gets pulled to the side. Faker goes down. It's a double kill for Xiong, but they're still backing away into the turrets. They've got to be careful. The big damage dealers are still up for OMG. Mandu goes in. Zhonya's ulti comes out there. Stuns up. Another Zhonya's comes out from Xiong. He flashes in on towards Bengi. Stuns out Piglet, but has to back away from this one. Sun comes in, gets himself a double. They've defended for now, but the super minions are all over the Nexus.
Their base is in absolute shambles right now. They did push them off, though, and they have enough damage back in their base that I think they can hold this one off, D-Man.
There's a lot of super minions actually coming back in from this one, though. It's going to be close, but I think, as you said, they are going to hold on to this base just about, and it's exactly what we touched on earlier. A long enough fight, and that was a hell of a long fight down the bottom to have those super minions basically win the game for you.
We actually did see it in a Ice vs. Fire game, though. Impact has his Jax teleport up, and there is a ward There was a ward inside the base, still is. It's got another few seconds on it. We'll have to watch for that during the replay, but this fight was actually a perfect Zhonya's by Faker. All the damage got thrown on and it didn't get him, and they still won the fight. It was late game Sun opening up at the right time, and Xiyoung keeping himself completely safe. Shockwave only hit one because Faker had to use it while he was dying, could not position it any better, and they ran them down just barely, as SKT was seconds away from winning this game. This fight goes a few more seconds, Minions actually end the game for SKT.
Yeah, really difficult scenario for OMG to be in. Here is SKT now spawning back out. As you mentioned, teleport is available. Ward's timed out.
Yeah, the ward timed out. That's the critical thing. So, safety reigns right here, but Baron in 1 minute 35. If the middle inhibitor respawns, which it should in about a minute, they would be able to contest that Baron, and if they want a clean fight, they could push it right back up against SKT. The chances are slim to nil, though, because most likely, instead of just opting into a 5v5 against SKT, SKT is going to try and trick them a little bit, find the advantage, because they have a lot more cards to play with.
Yeah, and they have that teleport still on the cards, as you mentioned. Impact in there. OMG trying to set up a sneaky gank here. Is it going to be Impact down the bottom? The rest of SK Telecom are heading towards that Baron already. They want to clear the vision. Look at this, the Stealth Bomber. It's worked well so far. Solar Flare lands down towards him. He's got nowhere to jump to. The Counter-Strike goes through, but Impact is down. That's a very important kill. 70-second death timer, 50 seconds on the Baron.
There is no way he actually makes it for the spawn of the Baron, so if OMG goes strong at this one, pushes up the mid lane where the Super Minions are, they may actually take an uncontested Baron or push up the mid lane. The only counterplay SKT would have would be to try and backdoor something. They just can't make it into the base.
I was going to say, where is Faker going there with his Lich Bane?
They're going straight up the heart. They're going to try and win the game here. If SKT defends, think of the dive potential. No Leona ultimate, but they're going for a lot of objective right here.
Faker's going to try and come around the back here. He's going to be important to watch. He realizes he can't. The reward's in there. He comes in. OMG are
30
going
seconds
to take
still.
down the inhibitor. 30 seconds, half a minute until Impact can come back into this fight. OMG scared. They've caught Go going. Will they follow throwing it? Looking for the stun here as well. Is Xiyoung. And the Indians surely going to go down. Surely they can't hold on to this one. They take it. They come back off. Baron is live.
The big engagers are down, remember. Solar Flare was used. It's only just come back off cooldown. They may try and do a turn here, OMG, if SK Telecom chase too hard.
But OMG took so long on the inhibitor that Baron is a big option for SKT right now. Impact is up with teleport, and they took so much damage from that bait inhibitor right there, they basically can't contest.
Alan peeled off. He got vision in the pit, as you mentioned, but they have to back away. I think it will be Baron. You can see Gogoin's actually backing away. The rest of the team are moving back to the pit, but that Baron's going to go so quick here. They have to go commit. It's not going to be. SK Telecom take Baron.
After they went for the inhibitor, it's the straightaway choice by SKT to go for Baron because OMG would have lost the game if they went for it. With the minion wave in the bottom lane, even if they got a 5v5 or 5v4, Impact teleports bot lane and ends the game. It was a lose-lose situation there for OMG. After getting the inhibitor, I think they could have gotten a Baron if they wanted it, only the Baron, but instead they chose the inhibitor. I think that could be a very costly choice, knowing that they have naked inhibitors with no turrets defending them against a stronger late-game team. They need the Baron buff for those team fights, and they've given it up to SKT with that inhibitor choice.
Impact just trying to push those super minions back, but trying, just obviously a matter of time, no problems for him. And tanking all those up and will push it back. They've got 2 open inhibs to finish off the 4-man team over the other side. Not really pushing per se here. They're pushing the waves through, but a little bit apprehensive of going too far up there and having a quick 5 versus 4 happen on them.
Yeah, OMG are running a dangerous game there. They knew the Impact wasn't with them, so they were trying to see if they could sneak something. Xiyoung was desperately trying to stay stealth in that bush at the side, hoping that someone would come face checking towards there, but SK Telecom far too wise to fall for them tricks, and they're going to have a naked fight around this inhibitor.
It's going to be about whether Pomelo can land another nice Pantheon ultimate. He has a really nice pattern that I think almost every professional Pantheon player is going to copy, where he checks that ultimate every time he might want to use it and decides whether to actually go in or not. It kind of lowers the cooldown of the Pantheon ultimate as far as, the cast time when he goes in. expected initiation with the Pantheon ult when they go for that first inhibitor, unless SKT very smartly pushes 1-4-1 split push with Jax, because Renekton can't handle him.
They've got a real problem with Jax because he can solo it. Sion caught out, Zhonya's goes down. Now is he going to go though? He's going to get caught out by the Connie. The damage is in there. That is it. SK Telecom catch down one. Alan's all out of position now. They're going to try and come back on towards Bengi. Pomelo comes around there saying they do lock up Piglet for a short period of time, and it's only a matter of time. The Nexus turret's taking all of the damage. Shockwave misses nothing, but it does not matter. Game 1 goes to SK Telecom T1K.
And what a game that was. 51 minutes for the first one, with more kills actually going to OMG. At the very end, it actually did come down to the mid laners blowing Zhonya's together, but the team of Faker came through to finish.
Absolutely crazy game. And luckily for us, guys, it's a best of 5. Still such a long way to go in this one. We talked about it earlier on. The SKT decided to run with the red side for the first 2 games. Well, they only decided for the first one, and OMG decided for them for the second one.
Well, with how prominent blue side first choice is, when you pick red on the first one, you're basically opting in. And that'll be a very interesting story as we get towards game 2.
The big problem here right now for me, I fear, sadly, is that OMG got everything they wanted in that game, and they didn't get victory.
That's exactly it.
Going on his main champion, Xiong on a champion he's never lost on. Well, he has now, ladies and gentlemen. Sun on Twitch. Huge in that game, by the way, 7-1-4 on that Twitch. This may well be a big moral value, a mental victory for SK Telecom.
There's the outside chance that OMG actually gained confidence from that, though, because they were incredibly close to beating SKT once again right there, and that's not, I don't think internationally, aside from within channel, people weren't giving them the chance for that.
And you have to wonder as well, 51-minute game. This is a best of 5. Could be a very, very long series for us. You start to lose a little bit of concentration. Maybe not in the next game, but maybe the next game after that, and the next game after that.
We saw it in game 1 there for SK Telecom. They may have won the game, but they were a full minute out on the timer on Baron and completely missed the blue buff.
Absolutely.
Completely out. We'll see how it goes, ladies and gentlemen. It's a best of 5. For now, we're going to check in with the analyst desk to break that game down further.
Thank you very much, guys, and welcome back to the All-Star Analyst Desk. As a note, that was the longest game of our tournament thus far, clocking in at 51 minutes and 30 seconds. And my word, did it deliver from start to finish. I do want to go back. It is nearly an hour ago that this game began. Let's talk about some picks and bans. I want to talk about the fact that SKT opted onto red side. There's a lot of strategic decisions and thinking and planning that goes into that. You can see the pick order. Please take note. First pick, blue side, on the side of OMG. It was, of course, Twitch, and following through Deficio. What's your take on the red side and, of course, the picks and ban phase here for SKT?
Well, so first of all, with the red side here from SKT, they could actually last ban the Nunu because they've seen everything else was being banned away they actually wanted to remove from the game. So they could remove the Nunu here, and it was great for them because they would either pick up Twitch or Jax as the options here. And Nunu would be great against both these picks. So it's very smart to take it away. Also, OMG plays well with it. Now, first pick is Twitch. Obviously here, it's where OMG has the option between Kha'Zix, Jax, and Twitch as the 3 OP champions. SKT are fine. You take one, we take the next 2. They instant lock them in as well here. The Jax was huge for them in this game. Also because there would be no option for going to pick anything that could deal with Jax late game. There's simply no choice for him other than go Renekton and just try for early game come from OMG's side.
Not to mention that if the Twitch is first picked, by responding with Jax and Kha'Zix, you have champions that have really good gap closers to get onto a very immobile Twitch in this game and deal a high amount of single target damage.
100% agree. And also, we can just pull down a graphic now. We've seen the pick here. The Morgana pick as well. Because you have these champions who's going to dive onto the enemy team, you need your AD carry to be safe. You need either Faker to be safe as well in the backline. And with Morgana, with the Black Shield, when you're against the likes of Pantheon, Renekton, physical champions, with a stun here, the Black Shield will last the entire duration on whatever target Pumandu puts it on, because these champions can't break it. So they will never be able to single target stun either Piglet or Faker in that case, if they're just standing in the back, and they can just deal all the damage towards OMG then.
So picks and bans locked in. Both teams, I feel, getting very comfort picks for them. A lot of sort of signature champions actually being thrown in there on both sides of the table. As a note, Going is 7-1 on Renekton from the beginning of the year until now. That was his very first loss on that champion. A player who is famous for his Renekton. So we get out the gates. The game goes explosive early on. Krepo, talk us through the first trades and engages.
Yeah, you see that even though OMG picked their bot lane first. I feel SKT picked a losing matchup just because they really fancied to swap away both. If their bot lane swaps away, that's fine because that way the Jax is swapped away from Gogoin's Renekton. And as you said, he's really good on that champion. Renekton does really well against Jax, especially in the early levels. It takes really long for Jax to ramp up to a point where he can actually start bullying the Renekton. Even though the Renekton was gold down in fights, you could just see how powerful he is in the early to mid game. So that was good from SKT. They lane swapped. They had both teams delayed invaded on the blue buff, but then I feel they could have played it a little differently. And I don't want to question their methods, but I just want to offer an alternative and see if that would have been maybe been better. I think we even have a replay of that situation. So if you can get that up on your screen right now. Yeah, so at this point, what we see here is Bengi and Impact. They just cleared 3 camps in the blue side jungle. And normally in the Western scene, in the LCS that we play in usually, we would see that top laner and jungle go up top, be joined by the bottom lane that's already there, go for a 4-0 push. Instead, they opt to roam down to mid and engage on Xiang's Syndra. If we roll the crypt right now, we can see that Impact does a really smart thing. He channels his stun, goes immediately for the flash on top of Syndra. However, if Xiang would have flashed this a little better or a little earlier as he saw them coming, this could have backfired really hard for SKT. This is a really close fight where I think both people end up living on 1 HP. And SKT kind of doesn't win out at all here, Money.
Well, you can tell that this was the strategy behind letting them have Syndra. Obviously, when you don't ban it, you're going to assume that OMG is going to pick it up. And so they wanted to make a play on the mid lane. Now, key points there also was Xiang reacted really well to that. First off, Faker didn't get an Ignite range, which was pretty crucial. And also, because it was the Syndra-Orianna matchup, he was level 2 and had skilled Command Attack and Command Protect just to save him from some of the damage. Didn't have that distortion. If he had had distortion, if he had been in Ignite range, that would have been a kill.
I just wonder, do you not think that going for a gank on Syndra is a little bit too risky? Because Xiang still got stunned by Jax. If he would have flashed out of the Jax range, because he can see them coming in range, would the 4v0 not have been better for them?
Certainly it's the safer play, I would say that. But the thing about it is, if they had gotten that kill early and shut down the bully Syndra, because of the power spike of SK Telecom's composition in the late game, I think it would have been a lot different because they would have had the early game advantage as well.
Yeah, but to answer your question though, like, they only chased because she was at 12 health, right?
Yeah.
Like, the flash engage is not something you predict, right? They're going to research level 1s, know there's no defensive ward on the blue just because they understand the team pretty well. And like, that dive is so unpredictable that they're not going to be waiting to counter gank. No team is waiting to counter gank that. And if you don't flash after the Syndra, then like there's no risk. It's just
so
like
I want to interject. I want to interject because we do have limited time to discuss a 50-minute game. Okay. And I love the fact that from the very opening minutes of this game, there is so much that we can discuss. I want to go out there and say OMG held their own against SKT on an individual mechanical level as well as a strategic level, albeit they were a 10th of a step behind. OMG did give up the first dragon. I do feel that SKT got an early lead, and they held that very small lead throughout most of the game. But you can by no means say that OMG were outclassed or outmatched this game. Agree or disagree?
Well, keep in mind, the comp here from OMG is very, very strong in the early mid game. And that's also why they did so well in keeping up with SKT in these fights. Just the fact they actually were behind in gold in the early mid game was a giant loss for them, because SKT could just take it easy and actually just extend the game. We saw Faker pick up home guards fairly early, so you could just always go back to base, come out and defend. And we actually also got a replay just to highlight as well how the comp worked for OMG. So if you just put it up on your screen as well. It is again Son here on Twitch, who's actually sneaking up towards Piglet, who I believe he got stunned by Syndra
from
first.
Out of range.
From out of range.
That's the power of
exactly.
the Twitch Syndra combo.
Exactly. They can always sneak up on targets here. And OMG, they know, if you look at the gold, it's dead even. We're 26 minutes in. This is the point where they should be ahead with this comp. Anyhow, let's just roll the clip. They get a kill onto Piglet early on. And then we see Alan starting the fight up here. Only 2 members from OMG actually, but they're still going for the fight. Ultimate from Faker coming in, doesn't actually do anything, and the fact that Alan gets out alive simply means from here on it's a 1-5 from OMG, and this is what they needed. They needed to win these fights here. However, Monty, you know exactly what they did wrong afterwards.
Yeah, the problem here is that we do see Bengi hopping over the wall, and if you guys remember, Alan is going to try and delay him right here, and he's going to hop off. Now, if we look at the way the minion wave was pushing in this instance, it was actually, there was a huge wave pushing into the mid lane, and unfortunately, OMG decided to try and chase Bengi through the jungle instead of actually taking the tier 2 turret immediately in mid, and therefore maximizing their map pressure and advantage in that situation. So just let Bengi go, definitely not worth it. And the other thing that happened right there was the Bengi, there was a teleport used, and that allowed a counter teleport later from Impact, and that was pretty significant.
Yeah, I think at least 3 different occasions we saw OMG miss out on an opportunity to take a free tower. Even when they were grouped up around the tower, they were hiding around the corner trying to make a pick on the tower instead of just hitting the tower. And it just shows that OMG is not as aware of these objectives as SKT, and it indicates that why SKT is so comfortable picking these late game champions on first rotation. They pick Kha'Zix and Jax on the purple side. They maintain vision control in their red jungle. Even when they fell behind, they just put a lot of pink wards in their red side jungle. They're near Baron with good vision control. They can catch over the wall. They even call Alan once he was trying to get vision in. They're comfortable going to late game, and then they know they can outsmart their opponents.
Well, 2 closing thoughts from both Freak and Fisher before we move in.
Yeah, I think overall, SKT played their comp largely correctly, right? They grouped for the actual 5-man siege the whole time because they know if you split Jax, Pantheon jumps you, and they respected the OMG engage. Largely, the times where SKT fell was they were looking for picks when OMG was already pre-grouped. It would be someone like Bengi thinking he gets a free kill, but there's 4 more members of OMG there.
Fisher?
I just want to give credit to OMG. Even going late game, they managed to keep the game going. There were often times where a little bit aggressive, maybe over-aggressive, where they use multiple globals to try and pick up some kills, and then SKT could respond back because Impact saved his teleport. He could go bot lane, they could bait out the Baron, that's why they picked up the first Baron as well. But OMG still managed to actually keep it going, and the team fights, especially from both Ziyang and Sun, were perfect. Like the positioning for both of them was so beautiful. And if they can continue to do this, maybe get a little bit better late game comp and still hold on in the early game, they might be able to take a game.
Well, we'll have to see if they can, because that first game was a hell of a match. We do have to jump to a quick break. When we come back, we're jumping into game 2 between OMG and SKT T1K. Do not click away. The All-Star 2014 Finals will be back right after this.
Faker's in real trouble here. Throws down the shockwave, which means Pomelo is stuck under the tower. A kill comes back from that one. Will Impact keep going? Bengi's actually coming across the side here. Alan's going to be the sacrificial lamb.
Another fight erupts. Alan is so dead.
Alan Doe, he gets drawn away from him. Bengi's now in trouble. Ziyang shuts him down. And Alan's running all the interference. Go going. Oh, man, stun comes out from Ziyang. Go going, gets the locks on Faker. Faker taken down.
The fight is on.
The fight is on, and they're going to find the support of Alan. Pomelo's in all sorts of trouble. He gets destroyed. The shockwave comes ricocheting through. Go going in trouble. SK Telecom turning on the style right now. He flashes in on towards Bengi, stuns out Piglet, but has to back away from this one. Sun comes in, gets himself a double.
Welcome back to Le Zénith de Paris, as I am joined by Cool from OMG, who has been playing this week with Team Ice, and of course he gives some exceptional insight into the very first game we saw here with OMG versus SKT. OMG put up a very good fight. It was incredibly close. First question, if he looked at picks and bans from his team, did he think that they got the right picks and bans coming out of that?
这场比赛非常接近。就从班选来看的话，你觉得这一场的双方的阵容怎么样？
我觉得两边OMG 和 SKT 应该都是做好了很好的准备，因为看他们的 BP， 他们办掉了 OMG 擅长的努鲁那一套体系嘛，然后还有灵药就是辅助锤石。特别就是表现特别亮眼，然后在队伍里面作用很大的锤石，还有一个就是办掉了我忘了，反正说 SKT 的话，他们就是因为办掉了锤石和努努嘛，还有一个就是他们可能不是很了解 OMG 的一个点，就是说他把卡萨丁给办了，其实这个也是因为两边来说都是比较神秘的点，所以说我觉得两边的阵容的话，还是 SKT 可能优势会大一点，但是我觉得 OMG 发挥得很好，因为这场比赛下来，我觉得说他们的失误比对面少很多，我觉得看的也非常的精彩。
So he thinks that both of the teams are well prepared. According to like SKT's bans, they banned mid, they banned Nunu, and they especially banned Thresh, which is very powerful in Allen's hand. So then both of the teams fought pretty well, and he thinks that OMG had less mistakes, and he thinks that both teams did a very good job.
Yeah, it was indeed a very, very close game. An extended Baron dance there, then the Jax getting killed, and they took an inhibitor and not Baron. What is, in his opinion, the thing that they could have done differently that would have won them the game?
这场比赛中有很多关键的点。所有的这些关键的精彩的时刻中，你觉得哪一个点，如果 OMG 做得更好的话，这场比赛就可以赢呢？
首先我说 SKT 有2个点让我比较印象深刻，就是说他发条就是被老鼠单秒的那个点非常关键，为 OMG 扭转了很多局势。然后还有一次是我觉得 SKT 有 Faker 的一个有2个致命的失误，就是说在大龙那边抓人的时候没有果断的把大开出来，他省了一个，然后那个机会被 OMG 抓住了，所以说2场比赛来说，这场比赛来说两边的话，我觉得SKT 还是比较失误比较多吧。
He thinks that one of the Baron fights when Faker made 2 mistakes. He forgot to use his flash, he forgot to burn his ultimate, so that OMG had a really good chance to capitalize on that. Because SKT made more mistakes, so he thinks if OMG can take every chance that SKT did not do very well, they could win.
Well, a central element in that is, of course, again, the matchup of Xiyang versus Faker in that mid lane, also our featured matchup. How does he think, judging by this game and these champions, that they match up individually versus each other?
这场比赛中，你觉得西洋玩的辛德拉和 Faker 玩的 Orianna 就是球女，哪一个表现得更好？
我觉得2位选手来说的话，表现的话肯定是西洋更加亮眼，因为Faker， 因为我自己玩中单的话，我看到 Faker 的有2个失误啊，或者说就是线上也，因为队员刚开始的时候有帮 Faker 创了很多优势，比如说来gank，然后他自己首先失误了，他没有把闪现点燃交出来，他又为了省一个技能，或者说就是没有跟队友连接上，这个是一个 很烂的失误吧。我觉得夕阳发挥比Faker 好很多。
He thinks that Xiang did a better job than Faker because Faker had a lot of teammates helping him set up the kill, set up the ganks. And sometimes Faker forgets to use his flash and ignite to get a kill, so he missed a lot of opportunities. So he thought that Xiang did a better job.
Okay, so Xiang did a very good job indeed. Actually, the entire team yet coming just a little up short. What does he think are the priorities for his team to go into that game to win it?
觉得下场比赛如果想赢的话，对 OMG 来说，最重要的事情是什么？
我觉得认真考虑一下。贾克斯这个点吧，因为贾克斯虽然说他上一把的数据不是很好，但是他牵制了整个队伍，然后再考虑一下莫甘娜，然后莫甘娜这个英雄让他们打得有点畏畏缩缩，还有一个就是放平心态，其实输一场还好，我希望中国队加油。
He thinks that. OMG needs to pay more attention on their top lane, their Jax, as well as their support Morgana. He also thinks that another most important thing is to adjust their attack attitude, adjust their how can I say, adjust their
mindset.
Yeah, so that losing one game doesn't matter. They still have a lot of chance.
All right, I absolutely do. It was a fantastic game one. We can only guess that all the other games will be fantastic as well. Thank you very much, Cool, for your insight.
Thank you.
Now we're going to send it back over to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Shocks. The teams are actually ready for Game 2 between OMG and SKT T1K, with the title of All-Star Champions hanging in the balance. SKT are 1-0 in the lead. Very briefly, I just want to get some thoughts on a couple of players. First of all, that was Xiang's first competitive loss on Syndra ever in the professional scene. I do feel that OMG were trading blow for blow with SKT, but I want to highlight Pomelo. I do feel that his Pantheon, especially in the laning phase, early stages, was not the strongest.
Yeah, so he definitely got counter jungled, and that's kind of part of the point of Kha'Zix. You're going to go and fight the enemy champion. That said, Pomelo likes picking Pantheon into Kha'Zix. He's okay with the matchup. And what he did more really is mid-game stuff. He ganked Jax a whole bunch, pushed him down in the mid-game. And the one thing I will point out as well is he pre-plans his engages. Every time a fight's about to start, he'll start channeling the ulti, see if the engage is there, and then cancel or follow through depending what happens. So he's right there with his team. I think it'll go better next game.
And of course, didn't get his hands on Nunu either. It was banned out. On the other side of the coin, SKT, they didn't necessarily get absolute control early on. You do feel they garnered themselves a lead, which was great. And Bengi on Kha'Zix. Monty, you know, I've been asking you questions all weekend, and we've really been talking him up. So for a little bit of a different angle, what was your take on Bengi in this particular match to Fisher?
Well, I'm going to join in with what Freak just said here. I mean, Bengi focused more on trying to counter jungle and shut down Pantheon early game here. Also because he knows when there's so limited time for a laning phase, when there's so many lane swaps, so many rotations going on, he won't be able to just set up a standard gank, so he focused more on counter jungling, on trying to find the right fights here. Going into the mid late game though, Pomelo managed to actually avoid him pretty well when it came to ganking the Jax late game, where Bengi of course had to stay with his team because he doesn't have the same mobility or global abilities like Pantheon.
All right. Well, as I said, guys, the two teams are actually ready in the lobby. So we're going to throw this one over to the caster desk. We're going to take us away. Let's see who comes out on top.
Thank you very much, Quickshot and guys. So, big game 2 coming up here for both teams. If SK Telecom could take it, you would feel OMG would be demoralized. But if OMG can turn it around, I wonder if SK Telecom would start thinking, hang on a minute, this is happening all over again, because they've lost 2 series, 3-1 over in Korea. They don't want to do it again here.
Yeah, and I actually feel like this is the game that will decide whether it is a 3-0 or a 5-game series that could go either way. Because losing 2 games in a row when you had blue side both times, I feel like OMG will be done for.
Yeah.
And we are moving towards Champion Select. I'm expecting that Syndra is going to be added to the ban list here for SK Telecom. We're going to find out, though, as we get straight in there. Of course, OMG had side selection here for game number 2, and they decided that they wanted to play on the blue side. So SKT, red side, 2 games in a row.
And that's actually a big thing, because obviously they went for Twitch this time around. It'll be interesting to see whether Twitch gets banned out. You can see LeBlanc and Syndra have been targeted already. No surprise there. I wonder if we're going to see that Twitch ban come through.
Yeah, Joe calls it right there. And this may just be SKT letting OMG play their hand, seeing if they can beat them at their best game, and then destroying them. They got to see the Syndra tricks they could pull, the stuns from kind of off screen, followed up by Twitch. All right, those are cute tricks, but we don't want to play against those anymore, says SKT. Changing up their bans in game 2 despite being on the same side.
Morgana ban actually this time around for OMG, as well as the Jax as well. So interesting choices on that front. Obviously, those Black Shields always an annoyance, especially if they believe that Thresh is going to get banned and they want to end up with Leona once again.
And I gotta say, that Morgana ban is really good for OMG. When they lost their group stage game to Cloud9, they lost that a few times. Thresh is up.
As it is the Rat, there's a number of choices. It's going to be Allen's Thresh that they may well focus. It hasn't been locked in yet. This will give Twitch to Piglet. This could be a big, important change for OMG.
Yeah, that's the trade they had to make. There's a lot of concessions you make when you first pick a support right there, especially when they do fairly targeted bans. They really forced him onto that. When they banned Leona as well, they're saying, if you want your initiate support that's not Annie, you better take Thresh.
And we saw this, actually, OMG running similar. They ban out Morgana, they let Twitch through, sneaky on Cloud9, and that's exactly what they let through, and it absolutely destroyed the Rat this time around, despite being beaten by it in groups.
It's actually exactly what they did against Twitch. They put a Lulu on their own team and then used him to just stop Twitch's assassinations and try and control him, and also make sure that Cloud9 couldn't build a protection comp around Twitch. It worked against Cloud9, but SKT is a different level of team.
Look at the next picks for the Shyvana, of course, for this top lane. We heard it earlier on about Trundle and being Impact's maybe go-to champion. Fits here perfectly against the Shyvana.
The main Trundle player in Korea, but that is a real early TF pick.
This was locked in against TPA. TPA, yes, it was.
He played it against Morning Lulu, so he's played this matchup.
Controlled fairly well.
Yeah, well, he got control, but he out-farmed and then built a bunch of damage on Twisted Fate. They used it for the overall map control. You combine the catch potential of a Twisted Fate with a Twitch. It doesn't matter how Lulu'd up people are with shields, you're still going to kill a person.
Well, as Balls said, I locked in Shyvana and they locked in Trundle. It's pretty much how it goes. Pomelo, though, back on Pantheon.
Whoa!
And it does mean Lucian. Whoa! This is the support they were talking about.
So it's not that secret.
Not
actually,
really.
Because we've seen it in European LCS. Jay replayed it, I think, 2 or 3 times so far. Millennium finished bottom of the table. They didn't have the biggest success.
Yeah.
Mandu and SKT are a different beast, though.
This is secret for Korea and for SKT, but it's definitely not secret for Europe. I wonder how much European LCS OMG's been watching. There's a few little tricks when you're playing support Zilean. A lot of them have to do with junglers. If you did do a 2-buff start, you don't have to kill a small buff in between to hit level 3 and do really early ganks. If you bring, I think it's 1 or 2 experience quints. I'm not exactly sure on it, but that's one of the moves.
But the big difference here is that with Piglet on Twitch, he can get sped up to get out of there. He's got the ultimate that could come out of Zilean to keep him alive, or more to the point, give him a second life if he gets focused down. This is actually potentially a problem from OMG. I wonder how they're going to deal with this, and like you said, whether they've come up against it in the LPL.
Yeah, and this is the moment, too, when you pull something crazy like this out. We just said this is probably the game that decides whether it's a 3-0 sweep or it goes all the way to 5. So it's not like this is just an SKT, yeah, we're confident, we're going to show off support Zilean. This is them saying, yeah, support Zilean is exactly what we're going to do. With Twitch, they can do the stealth with the bombs on top of them for an even bigger bomb. You never know.
We'll see how it works out as the champions stride onto the Rift. We will still want to know what your predictions are over on Twitter. OMG win or SKT win with the hashtag to @LOL Esports. It's a big game. Everybody saw the last match. This could go either way, and it's a very close one. Game 2 getting underway here at the All-Star in Paris. It's the matchup we all wanted to see, honestly, if we're all honest with ourselves coming into this one. Everybody would love to have seen a European or an American team here in the finals, but OMG SKT, I think, is the best finals everyone could have hoped for.
It's definitely the match that was expected to be seen as well. Both these teams coming in huge favorites for this event, and they definitely delivered in Game 1.
Twisted Fate for Faker, second time that we're seeing it here. Second time against the Lulu as well, running the Ghost and Flash as we've seen from them before in the past. So, what we're going to see. It's OMG that are making the first real moves of this one. We saw it in the last game where they kind of traded positions, but look at this mass recall coming out for the Chinese side.
Yeah, they just ran in to get that deep ward. Level 1 jungle control. In a best of 5 like this, they have to change up their level 1 strategy every single game to avoid becoming predictable.
So quite clever, because if they were spotted going in there, which I believe they were, SK Telecom now thinking, okay, they're going for the red buff. Should we try and counter it? Should we try and be defensive? They've got no vision.
Yep.
And of course, you can see OMG, they're now en masse, going down towards the blue buff. Or no, they actually think they're countering the red, and well, SKT are not there.
This could very well lead to a collision of some kind early on in the game. Whenever you have a team actually fooled at where you are, you potentially get people running into each other, but because they are on opposite sides, no fights today.
No, definitely not. SKT headed to check out there in case someone does come around, and the only real person that could do that is Shiyung, but honestly, is he going to go blindsided into a bush? Wow. No, he's not going to. SKT here just sit around. They're going to go to the blue, see that there's nothing actually there. There's nobody actually there, and they'll be able to take this blue for free.
And there's a couple things we have to track to see how the adaptations have been made from game 1. There was extremely early ganks onto Shiyung in that 1v1, because as Shiyung goes, OMG goes. If he gets shut down, they lose games straight outright. And also, Pomelo fell very far behind in the early game. He's going to have to do more to help them not fall behind here, because Twisted Fate will snowball the game very easily, and the experience differential is going to be much greater this game if they do fall behind because of that Zilean passive.
So SKT around, they've taken away the enemy blue buff, they're taking away their red buff. As of yet, SKT's blue buff hasn't been touched, but you can see Pomelo is now there, and will be taking that one away. So we'll see whether this results in one of those 4-0 splits, or whether they try something different. As of yet, looking like it may well do.
Gone here, and they're going to surely go down onto that tower where the AD carry and support are already pushing. If we look from SKT's side of the map, on the top lane, the duo lane there, they are not pushing as heavy as what we're seeing from OMG.
And this has been the story of how these teams play the lane swap game. They don't do the fast push, they instead deny the top laner even more so, and make farming more of a priority for them. They try and starve farm more so than the regions we're familiar with.
Faker just warded out the blue buff there, so they're aware of what's going on. You can see OMG using the buddy system, as I believe you've coined the term, whereas Bengi is actually going on his own, which means Impact will potentially fall behind, while Gagarin has been gaining that extra experience. He's backed off, though. We're not going to see any 4-0 splits this time around.
And it's so curious, Pomelo with the very early gank, this maybe just has to burn flash, you'd think.
Yeah,
Ghost instead.
Yeah, Ghost to get out of this one, and actually turns around, puts a bit more damage back on towards Shiyung. Bengi was also coming around there as well, so he was already relatively safe, but one of these summoner spells going down, as happened for Shiyung, he doesn't have an ignite in case they need to finish anyone.
One thing I noticed with Faker running once this Flash Ghost TF is he's much more free to use his summoner spells. He might actually flash for this aggressive move.
He does, flashes in there, he has the damage, is it going to be enough? The voice not in there. Pomelo comes around, jumps on towards him. Pomelo actually is going to pay the price here, and had to flash out of it. That's a big mistake.
And a big part of that early game jungle start for SKT is the fact that Bengi is ahead of Pomelo, so if they do have that 2v2 in the mid lane that people talk about so much, it will go in the favor of SKT.
And there is the first story of the game actually going down in favor of OMG in the bottom lane. So we'll see. They are recalling right now. Surely going to be headed towards that top lane to bring it back to a 2v2. Meanwhile, Pomelo back towards mid. Of course, Shiyung as well coming in with a second Doran's Ring and Boots of Speed there. Just to touch on the AD carry. Son, he's got himself the Vamp Scepter as they are headed up towards that top lane. And there is the vote. It's still, as it was in game number 1, very heavily SKT favored at 84-16.
Yeah, the fans sticking very much with the analyst desk on this one. It's still only Freak standing on his own, trying to desperately put those Twitter votes in. He's hitting all his followers and seeing what he can do. Pomelo, though, in this mid lane, is waiting to see if he could create something on Faker. No flash or ghost on either mid laners right now. So this is the opportunity, and you can see Bengi already moving back to lane as well.
And part of OMG's strategy so much when they're successful is not only isolating Shiyung into 1v1s, it's denying the other jungler experience.
Hello.
That just hasn't been possible against SKT.
He's in trouble.
Level 4 versus level
No flash. He's got no flash. He's in trouble here. He's trying to use the stealth of the bushes, but he's not going to get it. Bengi's going to keep on following. Oh, that glitter lance. Oh, what a brilliant pillar from Impact. Stopped him dead in his tracks, and that was an easy first blood once again for Bengi.
Cuts him straight off, and that is just the beginning of OMG's problems. They are down in the gold. They are losing in experience, oftentimes because of TF and Zilean, but giving up first blood as well is trouble.
Speaking of TF, level 6 has been hit now for him. Bengi having that advantage over Pomelo, and they are going to go maybe for a dive. He's only level 5. There's no wild growth. Faker picks up the kill. They're executing these moves smooth as butter.
It's like the first game was a bit of a warm-up there for SKT. What a move right there, but Impact getting low.
Impact almost going to go down from this one. Flashing from Gogoin, needs a couple more ticks of damage. Impact flashes away, but of course there's no tower in there behind him. The burnout going to come back on here. Impact running for his life, but Gogoin brings the first kill in here for OMG.
How smooth was that play right there, because he destroyed him in a 1v1. That's exactly what Gogoin needs to do in this situation. Finally, a top laner's not going to get denied against SKT.
That was butter-like, that's what that was. Right, though, we could see the ward coverage from SK Telecom. And I just spotted out there, Bengi, he actually went down towards that bottom and put the ward very early. Oh, Young's in trouble once again, locked up by the stun guard. Taste of fear is enough from Bengi. There should be another wild card to come through, but have they gone too far? Bengi takes 2 tower hits. They don't get the kill this time, but it's only a matter of time, I feel. There's a big differential building between Faker and Young now.
Yeah. Considering that mid lane has gone completely one-sided with a Twisted Fate pick too, TF's not the type of laner that you think will decimate a mid lane, but because he's gotten so much support from Bengi, he's really shutting down Young. We talked about how Lulu isn't the same early laner that she once was before the nerfs, and SKT is just really exploiting that fact.
And credit to Bengi, he's coming behind. I say, is that credit to Bengi, or is Young pushed up a little bit too far a couple of times here, because Bengi's got right around the backside of him both times on that. Here comes the hook, lands out from Alan Fumandu, down to half HP, but he's level 6, so he doesn't die anyway.
He immediately dropped the aggro right there as soon as he pinged 6 off the dying minion. At least the lanes have evened out a little bit into standard fare. That would be good for OMG normally if their mid lane wasn't getting destroyed so much.
Yeah, Faker pulls those yellow cards out, no problem there. Mandu pulled in this time around, takes a lot of damage, but as you mentioned, there is the ultimate. Alan's taking some spray and pray damage from Piglet, or a rat-a-tat-tat, whichever you'd prefer. But again, it's another easy life back from Mandu with that ultimate.
Pushed him clean out of lane, but they try to catch Faker. He's down both summoners.
Bengi coming in from the side, though. He's going to actually pop the ultimate. They may go for this one. Young down to half HP. Pomelo is there as well. Wild Growth is available should they need it. They try and turn around. Faker's only at half as well. In the end, they go low, but they don't go down.
This game is so close to being completely out of control, actually, for OMG. They fall behind. They fell behind in the first game, and they're falling behind by a much larger margin in this one. They have to pick something up right now.
Impact came trundling his way up through that jungle, has found the pink ward as well, so he's going to take that down, and he's still laying in wait, actually. Bengi's going to clear out that blue buff for Faker, which will, of course, keep that Destiny on a much shorter cooldown. We've yet to see it being used. It's only a matter of time before he jumps across to Young, needing the help there to get that blue buff down. Pomelo taking a bit too many damage, too many hits.
They invested so much just to get him the blue buff, and he's still getting obliterated in that mid lane. Yeah. Really going in. This is their sole advantage right now, is going on that Shyvana.
Stopped him, though. Dead in his track. Impact not backing away. Faker's coming in support. Destiny comes down. Here they go. This is why yellow card pulled out. Going now in trouble. That ultimate is about to run out. He's got no support coming. And that is a clean kill for Faker.
And just like SKT knows that Going is ahead, they immediately go to punish, and it is Faker that has won that mid lane matchup, and they have taken away OMG's strategy.
And you mentioned earlier that he's not scared to burn his summoner spells here. We saw the Ghost in the mid lane before as they were trying to kill off Young. Funnily enough, he's had this cycle where when one's been down, he's basically been almost on cooldown as he uses the other one. So he's always got either Ghost or that flash to actually get himself maybe out of trouble, or as is more the case, has been the case here, to chase someone down for the kill.
And it's how he played TF against Morning as well at the start of the group stage. I really like it because it's allowing him to make more plays. When TF is there, he gets an advantage just because he's an extra person, And especially in this series where we knew there was going to be more mid lane ganks and more action, he needs that added escape spell just to make sure he keeps himself safe. It's working brilliantly.
Well, GoGoing tries to get the ward out there, but he can see he's now got Piglet in his lane just off at the side. Pumandu, oh, Bengi coming down. It's going to be the Dragon. Started off, and Bengi, he's on point with those Void Spikes, actually. He caught both members of OMG in that last fight, then happened with the Void Spikes to slow them down, and Xiyoung is pretty helpless right now. 30 CS already behind, 2 kills behind as well. Is a big differential right now in OMG and SKT.
And as far as control of First Dragon, OMG seems to never have any. They have their AD carry up top right now against a top laner who has teleport. SKT could have actually forced a Dragon right now, but OMG may be making a rotation down to this bottom Dragon to force a 5v5. It would be the moment where they try to control something because they know they're falling hopelessly far behind in this game.
Not even sure they can contest it, that's the problem.
Yeah.
They're in a dangerous situation. It would have to be a very well played and executed maneuver to try and turn it around. With the duo lane down the bottom here, you can see that Sun and Alanana rotating down to join GoGoing. We have got level 6 on Pomelo, so we will start seeing some of those man drops being happening.
Cancelled.
Well, maybe cancelled as well, that's true. But they need to be careful still, Piglet and Pumandu. They are still very fragile, that pair.
Faker pushing heavy again on this middle. That's going to be right up on the turret. They ping there the position of Lulu, and we can see that 2 of them, the bottom lane, moving into that lane. And look at that Piglet. Going to stealth himself up. There's the Destiny. There's the bomb on his head as well. Here comes a stun. It's actually a hold towards Faker. That was a great little turnaround from OMG.
That's exactly how you play Thresh against TF. You run farther behind your AD carry, and then you prep the hook for when he comes in. Maybe an ultimate top. He's coming in.
He's going for Impact. He's going to land on towards him. The stun comes down. Impact's already been in trouble once against GoGoing, but it's a great flash. Dragon Descent will follow through. There's no support, remember. Destiny was already used. GoGoing tries to turn the corner. The Pillar of Phil will be back up. Pillar of Ice, sorry. Impact gets scored out. That's a good flash and stun from Pomelo. And they get themselves a kill back on the board, but they lost the bottom turret nonetheless.
Exactly. The stack that was in the bottom lane from SKT remained after they made that play top lane. It's a kill for an objective. SKT takes the objective. That's more important right now.
And now they say, okay. There's a Spartan chant again as SKT already well underway with the Dragon. Half HP on that one. More damage coming in from Faker from the side. This is not an option for OMG. Too slow to react and get over to that one. And that is another bit of gold. 4,000 is the difference. Impact comes back into lane. He's like, I got a Blade of the Ruined King now, mate. I'm going to kill you. GoGoing has to walk off.
He's going to have to get going is what he's doing.
I'm not sure if Koreans say mate that often.
I don't think they say mate too often either. Northern America, actually, strangely enough. It's just us in Europe. Nevertheless, you know, Pomelo, obviously, while he helped create that kill in that top lane, you've got to feel with that excellent death sentence Alan landed and Sun, they put so much damage back down on Piglet. If he'd have been down in that bottom half of the jungle, he may have been able to create a bigger play down there.
You could absolutely think that because it's true. The one thing with SKT as well is Pumandu is exceedingly squishy on Zilean right now. He built the Tear of the Goddess. It's just because SKT has so much overall map pressure, he has gone completely unpunished. It was just that one time he had to burn his ultimate in order for them to get a turret, basically, in the top lane. The support pick is working out quite well, and here comes the Piglet. This is a surprise.
Coming in, Piglet's there, we saw it last game. This time around, it's Xiyoung on the opposite end. He flashes through, there's the kill, rat-a-tat-tat, all over Xiyoung.
Twitch is king right now, it seems, in these games. He always finds a way to make that play in the mid lane. Bengi also trying to make a play with the help of some vision.
Yeah, I think he's going here. He's going to get stunned out. There it is. He gets the Dragon Descent. Oh, he pounced away, but the bomb's on him. He's going to hit both him and Pomelo, and that's going to be a double kill for Faker.
Uh-oh. That is bad news for OMG right now. This is SKT with a 6,000 gold lead at 15 minutes. Last game, OMG had a good early game composition against SKT, who punished them a little bit. And then because they had good rotations and movement in the mid game and good team fighting skills, OMG could come back in it. This time, SKT has punished them even harder with a better early game. And honestly, with Twitch and Trundle, they might even beat them late too.
Very, very difficult comeback. And look at this, Impact up at the top. Oh, you want to teleport? Bam, your turret's gone. And now Impact going to try and run away from Pomelo. He's put down the pillar of ice there. Bengi waiting across the side, but he's not very healthy. He's got the Blade of the Rune King already used. He's used his ultimate here. He's got no flash. Bengi actually showing himself, which a little bit dangerous.
Oh,
you
here
may
comes the
think
support.
about. Yeah, the rest of the team, that's the difference. Coming around the side, couldn't quite get there though.
As much as Spartan Chants come in, they're down 7,000 gold. It just keeps getting worse and worse for OMG. They commit so much to kill an 0-3 Trundle, who's going to be big late game anyway because of his ultimate. This is the guy they need to kill.
Well, they managed to get the flay down on him and a lot of damage, but Sun's in trouble now. The Lantern having to be used just at the right time. Piglet was there to support his mid lane.
And he only needed really to show himself there, did Piglet, as he came through. And well, they don't want to fight him at this stage. 144 CS, only the single kill, but we've seen what happens when he comes out of the ambush and just destroys you over and over again. Last time around, it was Sun that had that one. Oh, this is dangerous.
Oh, hello.
Faker. He's not watching, he's going to go down.
Big move by Going and a rare mistake by Faker. This could be a push for OMG up the mid lane. They have the numbers advantage. They need to get these turrets down.
They get the first turret, but will they get a second? The hook's not going to land, and the rest of SKT now coming in. Impact's going to get bounced out here. Impact will go down as well. It's a double for OMG,
Zilean.
but they have to back away. In goes Bengi jumping in there. Zilean will regenerate, as you say, coming in towards him. Bengi gets taken down a second time. Impact hooked in. He's going to go down, and that is a good turnaround. That's a great culling as well on Mandu. You mentioned how squishy he was. It's going to go down. No, the second hit's not enough. But the turret could go down. Oh, OMG back away.
It's still 3 kills for OMG, and they're way more important than you would first think because of the Zilean and the lead SKT had. These things level up OMG in the context of the fight. Impact actually didn't go down because of the Zilean ult, which gave SKT a little bit of added confidence trying to go in. But Going was so strong, and he had them on that fire trail. They took so much damage chasing the Shyvana that it got turned very quickly by the Glitter Lances and the shields from OMG. Great fight for them, being down 7,000 gold.
That was so close there at the end. Mandu is flashing behind his own turret. Already used his ultimate, so didn't go down. That's the important thing for him. 6-6 in kills. We can see in the top left, 1.5 minutes until the next dragon comes into play. Last time around, SKT took that one. OMG was slow to react to it. Let's say that they didn't get there in time. They moved in that general direction, but it had already gone by the time they even came into a position of thinking about even challenging for it. But to be honest, they're 5,000 gold behind. They could really do with a dragon.
But these are the mistakes we have seen SK Telecom make it. This is the exact same things that have been happening over in the Champions and LOB. It's why they got knocked out when sometimes they do get ahead. A little cocky, and why not? They're the reigning world champions, but they've got to be careful against the opposition. OMG, and not to be discredited here, they are the #1 team over in China. They've dominated the LPL league, so they will know how to close a game out, or more to the point, how to chase a game when they fall behind.
And they've had to do a lot of chasing games over in the LPL. They only lost 3 games overall, but do not have a good early game strategy.
You know, before that happened, once again, Pomelo was 2 levels behind Bengi. But they turn those kills around, and suddenly he's back, level 10 v level 10. And these are the problems. But they're going deep on this one.
Well, there goes the experience from, the stun card lands and the Twitch.
Oh, he's dead.
That's the danger of the Twisted Fate in there as well. With Zilean, Ghost on, gets the speed boost from Zilean. You saw he ran 4,000 miles an hour through the jungle and was able to get that stun card in, and then an easy kill follows. This is going to be in a turret. We can see the SKT have forced OMG completely away from that one after the kill, and that will be their 5th of this game.
And just like game 1, this is a big difference. Oh, this is going to be a multi-kill right now. Alan going to get locked up. He goes down to Bengi. They're going to leap on through. A quick slice on towards Pomelo, gets himself a second, and he leaps out with the reset.
Just so much power right there from SKT, knowing when they can get the catches, and the chase of the Twisted Fate plus Twitch and all the speed they get from the Zilean. It's really working out quite wonderfully. Another look at this one, it was just the stealth twitch into a slow, and TF gave them no way to hide, really. They had to burn everything just to stop the TF, that they couldn't necessarily peel the Kazakhs that wanted to jump right on their face. Too much kill pressure, they get the kills and the dragon.
And there's the dragon we were talking about. OMG, as much as they would have needed this one, well, they definitely can't now. He pretty much whitewashed down in that bottom lane. 5 turrets down, second dragon of the game going over to SK Telecom. And I tell you what, look at the scoreboard up top there. We are close to a 10,000 gold lead here, 20 minutes into the game.
And you know, when I was looking back, you know, we were doing research obviously for this event and back at Worlds. We watched OMG and we saw there's a man drop. It's not going to land actually on impact. He should get away for now. No, dodges death sentence. There's a 4-man pylon. They're going to come into it. What a fantastic pillar of ice. Stops 4 members of OMG dead. Back to my point. Wow. That's cheeky, that's for sure.
He's going to keep going because
the rest of his team are there.
Piglet wants to try and catch something. Even just a couple of them, they know where OMG is. That's 5 of them. This would be a 5v4 if they decide to close. No, doesn't just take something else.
Taking a terror. And this is what I was about to talk about, is the fact that OMG, and when we watch Royal as well, very similar situation is when they go for the kills, they generally don't push an objective afterwards. It's just simply a case of we caught this guy out. SKT, every time they go for a kill, an objective will follow. And this is another dead.
They're trying to call him down. Piglet did open up in a bad situation.
He bit off more than he could chew there, going into 2 of them. He had Zilean with him though, thinking they could have a go at this one as Bengi not quite getting in range. Sion going low.
Where's Faker going? Where's he going? He's not going too deep on this one. He's going in the base. He's going in the base. Let's have a look at Faker. Throws out the wild card of Sun in the base. Oh, he's in trouble though. He's got a little bit too deep on this one, buddy. That tower's going to take you down. And Alan now, can he throw the death sentence back on Bengi? No, not quite there. They're going to chase on towards him instead. Pomelo's going to try and get away. He didn't get knocked to the side, but he's going to get interrupted anyway. And Bengi gets another.
That is a bit of a cleanup crew from SKT. They do only get 2 kills off of that one, but also a turret. And I feel like the death was Faker's own fault. For that. He didn't need to go that deep into the face. Nice play by Alan to stop him down, but it is now 10,000 gold at 22 minutes. Nearly insurmountable, I'd have to say.
We see a little bit of that air of, a little bit of cockiness.
Arrogance.
Here from SKT. The fact that, you know, Piglet's diving in there 1 versus 2, although he had Zilean coming in as well, which you can argue may have pulled off, been pulling off for him. Impact surviving a 1v4 and then having a bit of a dance under the tower. Faker going right inside the base.
Well, listen though, mentally, that's how you demoralize a team if you're trying to close them out quickly. We have seen, especially in Korea, a lot of teams, KT Bolts come to mind, they go up 2-0 in a series, drop the next 3. That absolutely does happen. And if you can get inside the minds of the enemy, like after SKT beat Fnatic in Game 1, they were in their heads. They're going to try and get in OMG's heads here.
Bullets did it against SKT, if you remember. Back, which is what got SK Telecom at the World Finals in the first place. Bengi caught out, but he gained the revive on him. He's going to come back to life. I'm not sure if SK Telecom can corral around him in time. He bounces away. He gets caught out, though. That should be a kill. It is Sun that gets it. Now they're on towards Faker. Chasing him down. Pulls out. No, not the stun gun.
Piglet wants to open.
This time around. And you can see Piglet comes around. Rat-a-tat-tat's not going to be enough to save you against 5 members. Bounced in the air by the Wild Growth, but he's still alive. Hanging on. The life steal going to take him down. Gets himself a double. Faker stand comes back around on towards him. Going gets locked up. It's another kill. Faker on towards Sun. Red card pulled out. Gets onto Alan. He's going for another. Can he get the triple? Oh, the red not enough. He thought he stole it. And it's going to be a clop from Impact. It's Pumandu's bomb that finishes him and gets the ace for SK Telecom T1K.
He pulled out the support. He also gets the kill. It's a delayed ace. It was a desperation fight by OMG. And SKT is rolling down the mid lane.
There is that 10,000 more. It's a 30,000 gold lead by now. Going straight in on towards the inhibitor turret. Not going to last long whatsoever. 10 seconds until the last person spawns in. So SKT want to be a little bit wary about this one. Are they just going to turn and go straight towards Baron?
They very well could. They're a little bit low on mana, and they're not the type of team to let the game go at Baron. But honestly, with a 14,000 gold lead, 24 minutes in, I wonder if a Baron plus ace would even turn it at this point.
Well, they're trying to chase down Faker.
They're not going to go for it.
They are going for it. The
They're going for
teleport's
Faker.
coming in. Going wants Faker. Everybody wants a kill on Faker. We saw Pauls saying it was worth when he got that kill on Faker. The stun card comes in now. Coming around the side is going to be Shi Young. He absolutely wants the kill on Faker. Flashes for it. Worth.
Question now is, with Bengi kind of being in the base, do they try a desperation 5v4 Baron? There's a Twitch that would open up and probably get a pentakill if he actually does it at the right point, but it is honestly worth the try.
They know where Twitch is coming from, though.
Yeah, that Baron's going down real fast. It could actually be a smite war. SKT would almost want to go in immediately because This Baron's going down faster and faster.
Bengi from the side. Alan got the bomb on his head. That Baron is so very low. Bengi closing in. There's a lot of damage coming. Piglet is there. It goes to OMG. Is that going to be bad for SKT? They've still got a lot of damage coming out of Piglet. There's 2 juicy targets for him in there. There's the jump over the wall. Good playback from Alan, but not sure he'll get him away from the bug, who lands a slow and finishes off the kill. Meanwhile, San here being chased down. Impact coming from the side. One chomp should surely do it. Get slowed down.
Nice shot.
Cheeky from San. This is going to be a kill for Impact. And, well, the man drop was cancelled there by Pomelo. Kind of cleaned up. They did get the Baron, though, which is a...
They had to try.
Yeah.
That is the only thing. When you're down 15,000 gold 25 minutes into the game, and a Baron opens up because you kill the person, great call by OMG, but of course, SKT is a good team. They chased after him. They got to open up on 5 with the Rat-a-tat-tat. Everyone scattered, and it was just a matter of how many could SKT chase down. Turns out 4 out of 5.
Yeah, very good fight. SK Telecom once again coming out on top. 20 kills to 11, only 26 minutes into this game. And as you mentioned, gigantic gold lead. 7-2 in turrets with that inhibitor down. This is only surely going one way. SK Telecom could try and demoralize OMG here. OMG clearly grasping at straws. They may have to try and take this time now to actually discuss what the hell they're going to do next, because this is not how Game 1 went. Game 1 was very close. This one has not even been remotely close at any point, if I'm honest.
Well, the thing is, in these games 1 and 2, Faker has been able to pick exactly what he wants against Shiyung's mid laner. They wait until they reveal, and then they pick afterwards. That dynamic will be changed for Game 3, and considering how pivotal OMG is in the strategy, it really is. As Shiyung goes, OMG goes. Game 1, he's stuck with Faker. The game was close. He actually outperformed him, and it was the rest of SKT who barely came out the victor. This game, though, because of the camp by Bengi, all the ganks, they killed Shiyung twice before he hit level 6. And the game reflects that. It is completely one-sided to the side of SKT T1K.
See, looking down the items there, 4 Piglet, Blade of the Ruin King, Ghost Blade, Static Shift, got another BF sword in there as well. Over the other side, for Sun, there is literally 2 items in there, and we see there masses of damage coming in. OMG were trying to set something up, but you've got a Twisted Fate against you who has got pretty much everything he needs to just wreck faces and turrets at this point in the game.
Yeah, he is on full item build. He actually built that Lich Bane very early on for the 4.6 patch, but Alan, is he going to try and create a play here? You know, Thresh was locked in as that first champion. They value this champion so highly for Alan, but you've got to wonder, surely Piglet on Twitch compared to Sun on Chips. Bengi caught out actually. They're not going to create anything off that one. They do try and follow it through, but they just force him away. The calling continues to force him away, take it very low. Sun's not going to follow through though. But I was about to say, I'm going to ignore my point. Piglet caught out. Where's he going to go? He's caught his vision, not enough though. And SKT going to turn this fight around.
Oh, Baker coming in from the side, Impact there as well. San actually got a wild growth on him, but they're able to rip him to pieces. Going tries to get in as well, but they're just going to be chased down here. It's Baker that's doing all the damage at the backside. There's a double kill for Trundle, and now they're going to collapse in onto the Shyvana. He is the last man standing here for OMG. There is the ace. Baker picks up the kill, and that will be game number 2 going over to SKT.
5-0, 25 kills in 29 minutes. SKT makes a statement in Game 2.
Absolutely, no doubt about it. The winner, very much SK Telecom this time around. The reigning world champions are stamping their authority all over the All-Stars right now. Is there anyone that can stop them? OMG, they're 2-0 now. SK Telecom so far are running a perfect All-Stars. They are now 8-0 in this tournament.
It's been pretty darn impressive for these guys, and they want to dominate here so they can, quote, get their confidence back. The last time they won a World Championship event such as this, even though this one's a little bit smaller than the Worlds was, they went for a perfect season over in Korea. They are clearly a team with immense talent, best in the world and defending champions for a reason. They're showing many reasons why they're the better team in the first 2 matches.
And we had the worry of well, game number one was very, very long where OMG had a real chance. Did losing that in the end demoralize them. The way this game went, you could argue it looked that way. Of course, we can never say for sure what's going on. in the heads of all of these players, but it looked that way. And now it becomes somehow even harder, from my opinion, to pick yourself up because, let's be honest, it's hard to take one game off SKT, but to do 3 in a row.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure through exactly what SKT was planning in these first games, and maybe like a metaphor. You always see in movies where there's that really huge guy and a smaller guy in a fight, and he lets him get the first punch just to show him how it doesn't hurt. Is that what SKT did to OMG in the first game, giving them all of their champions and still beating them? And they're like, all right, now we're going to fight you, ban Syndra, and destroying them in game 2.
It's kind of what they did to Fnatic, that's for sure, through the group stage and then the semi-finals. You got to wonder, though, for OMG, the same problem has persisted throughout these 2 games, and it has persisted throughout the LPL. They fall behind at the start. Pomelo has every single time fell behind because he's desperately trying to fight Seyoung in the mid lane to help him out. Seyoung's getting picked on by Bengi, and Bengi is finding opportunities to jump on him every single time. He's had Kha'Zix both games so far. Is that a potential ban?
It might have to be, but if we specifically look at what SKT did this time, it was all about exploiting the weakness OMG has presented. It's the weak early game, so they give someone who gives them more experience and then a TF to try and snowball around the map. Once you fall behind early game, finish it. They can't deal with that. Again, maybe the Kha'Zix is that because he's the one who stops the jungler, which is the create of everything else. They're in such a tough spot, Joe.
And again, 3 bans is all you have against a team like SKT. We've seen already that, okay, they left the Twitch open, but they went for Thresh first because they banned the Morgana instead, and that just kind of messed with them even more because they're like, okay, you take the Thresh, because the thing is, if you lose that early game and you're already behind, Thresh is going to engage, and what? You're going to die anyway in a team fight because you fell behind.
If we think all the way back, it was completely planned, the Leona ban, into letting them get Thresh because they didn't care about how many supports are banned because they had the Zilean in their back pocket. It's what they've been able to save until this moment because they've been so dominant in the group stages and in the semifinals. They didn't have to pull it out until now.
Well, 2-1-15 was Zilean's. Fantastic stuff. 7-1-7 again for Twitch. 7-1-5, I believe, was Sun's Twitch. So
yeah.
Got to be a potential ban, but we're going to see the real guys over at the analyst desk to figure out what will happen next.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. The question of what will happen next, I'm pretty sure we all know. Welcome back to the analyst desk. Earlier today, we did talk about Bengi and Pomelo. Just before we went into that match, we were highlighting the 2 junglers. I do want to point out that Pomelo has given up first blood to Bengi in both games of the series, both times playing Pantheon, and both times Bengi getting his hands on that Kha'Zix. It's something that SKT have first picked on the first rotation on both sides of red, so we'll have to see what they do in this next game. The composition SKT ran now, vastly different from game 1, I would say. Heavily focusing around finding picks, running people down. Monty, what was your thoughts on the champions and seeing Zilean as well?
Well, the Zilean pick was very good in this situation, and if we take a look at SK Telecom T1K's composition, it's actually very similar at its core to the composition they used in the one game they won against Samsung Ozone in the quarterfinals of Champions Spring. Of course, Ozone went on to win that best-of-5 3-1, but it was the TF and the Twitch combination that really made the big difference because you are able to make plays and picks so easily you don't know where it is. The Zilean comes in, especially with the speed boost that he gives, and it's nearly impossible to run away from. You've got the Twitch, a ghosting TF, and potentially a speed-boosted invisible Twitch, coming in. There's no way you can prevent yourself from dying effectively. And so as long as SK Telecom has a strong early laning phase, there's really no recourse for OMG because they're going to get chased around the map.
And we really saw the difference, from teams here. Also, last game, SKT had the late game comp. They took it easy early game. OMG was in the game, actually got a lot of kills. This time around, when there was a strong early game comp here and strong pick comp from SKT, OMG had absolutely no chance. And that's what we saw. And to be fair, if SKT can just pick the same thing again here, obviously now they're on blue side, so they can do the same thing where they give you one of the strong picks and take 2 of them. So possibly banning away the Kha'Zix or Twitch, but we'll see.
It almost felt like SKT was a little less serious here. I mean, if you have a Zilean support and he's allowed to go Spell Thieves into tier, first 2 items, and then survive. And while I agree with what the Zilean offered, but then in my mind, Karma does exactly the same and is way more conventional and offers even better poke early. So I think it doesn't matter what Pumandu would have picked. The cornerstones of those composition really was like the TF Twitch, and then just the way they played it out. They just played it smarter. And every game we've seen so far, OMG keeps tunnel visioning on these kills but they don't calculate in what am I gonna do with this kill? Am I gonna get an objective off the back of that one? No, we're just gonna go keep killing and then we'll look around. Can we get something? Yeah, there's a tower, but somebody's on bot lane, so let's go kill that guy instead.
Thinking far enough ahead.
Yeah, I want to actually respond to your point real quick, because it seems like the way that the Chinese teams are playing actually is they'll just get kills when there's kills to power up their individual members, because the objectives they play for are timed on the map. It's blue buffs and dragons. Okay, yes, they could get turrets, and I think that's actually correct that OMG could look for turrets more often, but the objective these guys go for is, well, we're timing our cooldowns based off of dragon respawn or blue buff respawn, and that's the objective gameplay they go for. And then you were talking about the comps playing out properly, and there was so much focus placed on the mid lane and getting Faker ahead that, like, yeah, TF gets to go roam for free, right? They already bolster the source of the global, and Faker can do everything he wants.
Yeah, not only that, just to talk about the Zilean pick a little bit more, if you know that OMG is going to be going after these kills, and you've got a couple of globals on the side of SK Telecom, yeah, Karma's great. Of course, you can disengage with the speed, but part of that, too, is that you can instantly revive somebody if the Pantheon comes in, and then the double globals will come in and turn the tables while that person revives. So I think there is actually a very interesting logic to picking the Zilean against the playstyle of OMG.
So I want to talk a little bit more about some of OMG's players. Let's start with Xiang rather. On champions like Ziggs and Syndra, he is mechanically equal on par with Faker, I would say, at that level of control on those specific champions. However, when we've seen him on Lulu, for example, I'm thoroughly uninspired. He doesn't have anywhere near the same level of impact. Of course, yes, Lulu's not the same level of play. You don't have as many options to make plays. But regardless, I never felt like his Lulu was super positive or super reinforcing for his team. Deficio, what's your take on Xiang and the different champions he plays?
Well, so it seems a bit, I wouldn't say he's holding the team down in the case he can only play certain champions, but the whole playstyle of OMG is built around him winning his mid lane. And for him, when he wins the mid lane, they can then go into the enemy jungle, they can set up picks, whatever they want, go for objectives. However, as you just said, whenever he's not playing Ziggs or Syndra, he's falling behind in CS, he's maybe even dying in lane. Link beat him as well with Nidalee on CS in the game, Cloud9 versus OMG. Like, you're never supposed to do that. And it just seems like he needs to expand his champion pool. And in general, he needs to have more options to play. I mean, you look at Faker, he can play Assassins, he can play, you know, late game champions, he can play everything. Xiang, he can pretty much only play these two champions, and if they're banned away, or at least one of them is banned away and the Ziggs is not really an option for him, he's not doing anything.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, and actually I'm glad you talked about Ziggs at the very end there, because I think Ziggs is actually super key for them, because it actually, I don't want to say like hard counters, but it's very, very well against the SKT playstyle, where SKT predictably shows up to a big minion wave on a turret. And we actually saw in SKT's game against OMG, it was Ziggs to my knowledge, right? They would stop a push, the team would group up because SKT would stay for the second wave and then just get engaged on. And that was something that worked reliably well for OMG in that game. They nearly won that back in the group stage. So I do want to see Ziggs actually come in. That's actually my expectation here in Game 3. But also, again, I want to bounce off you and say, yeah, I would like to see Xiang pick up another fighting type mid laner, someone that just is a damage focus, because that seems to be the high impact champions that work for the team.
Aside from picks and strategy, I just wonder what the morale is like now for OMG, because they've been very successful within their league. They've played it the same style over and over, and they've been successful in doing so. Play the same champions over and over, and once you play like your favorite champions and your favorite style, and you just get absolutely demolished by an opposing team, and you don't have to go win 3 games in a row, it's going to be very rough to stay mentally stable on that one.
Yeah, I'm really glad you put that, because that is the closing thoughts of this. SKT in Game 1 gave OMG a lot of their favorite picks and beat them. Now they picked a comp with a little bit of fun with the Zilean and still beat OMG. SKT had all the tools they needed to win, and we'll see if they can keep channeling that. We do need to progress with the show, so what that means is now time to take the pulse of the Twitter sphere. So to remind you guys, earlier in the broadcast, we asked you, what has been your favorite moment from the All-Star Paris 2014? We've got a ton of great responses, so it is with the utmost effort that we were able to whittle it down. We've got a few videos in the background as well. So up first, this comes to us from @DPaulus20. He says, the Mad Lift Dream Lane. Everything about it, right down to the awkward bromance back hug. Deficio, what was your take on the double life combo?
I mean, it's young love. It is beautiful to watch. Double lift, a bit fangirlish, very, very touchy on to Mad Life here, but playing together, it was like, yeah, for the first 5 minutes, we would lane together, the Mad Life would be like, I'm actually not even going to stay here, and start roaming around and making plays, and Double Lift was just stuck in the bottom lane. However, it was cute to see.
Yeah, it's forbidden love, unfortunately. Rush Hour, unhappy with that one. Next one from @EvijGamer. My favorite moment is when we saw original Fnatic picks and SKT T1K using the team comp and all of their own skins. I'm going to answer this one because I loved that. I thought it was great seeing a team using the composition that helped them win the Season 3 World Champions and Signature Champions, no less.
Also interesting how that composition has completely, well, not completely, but partially fallen off, to indicate like how the meta game is shifting right now. Some of these picks are just no longer as viable.
Well, they still won with it, so
because
viable or not.
SKT.
All right. Next one, @iPete93. Favorite moment was watching Messiah and Toys duke it out for one final time. Crepper, you've actually played against some of these guys.
Yeah, when we were in the CLGU prime of our years, we were not in CLG prime. We played against WE with Messiah. We actually spent a week living in the Taipei Assassin's house over in Taiwan. We lived there like with all the members, including Toys. So that was a really fun experience to see both these like familiar faces back. And I really liked that their respective teams, Fire and Ice, allowed them to go mid lane one more time for themselves and for the fans. It was a nice gesture, and I think everybody really enjoyed that match.
I completely agree. Next one comes to us from @JKARGIC. The amazing crowd cheering for almost every great play, regardless of team. Every tournament needs guys like these because what is your profession? I love the screams, guys.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm completely in love with this crowd. I wish I could get out there and interact with all you guys because it's super wonderful. So, unfortunately, all I can say is je vous aime, but keep being wonderful, guys.
I agree, I guess. Next one from @RezaMD. Seeing how happy Cloud9 were to get crushed by SKT T1K was awesome. It shows just how much they appreciate good competition. And Monty, not only did Cloud9 appreciate it, Link himself was on there. I'm sure he's got some valuable experience as well.
Of course. I mean, if you're Cloud9 going into this competition, first off, I think they performed very admirably given the circumstances that they faced here, and they performed better than, honestly, I expected them to do. And that was, I think, really a good sign for the NA scene. But if you're Cloud9, if you've been so dominant in North America, how do you get to that next level? How do you reach the next, growth in your team's strategy and your team's play? And the only way to do that is to play against teams that are better than you. And so I think for a lot of the members of Cloud9, this was great because you can learn so much from not only the games that we saw on stage, but from all the scrims that happened as well, talking to the other players. They are coming back with a wealth of knowledge.
Well, we'll see how they can implement that. I believe the final tweet comes to us from @Shronyboy. He says, seeing Froggen on Anivia once again and totally rocking the show brought back so many memories. I think it was awesome. It was great seeing Froggen. Went unkilled, got 20 stacks on that Soul Stealer. Anyways, guys, thank you so much for those responses. It is not too late to join the conversation. So send your thoughts to us @LOL Esports and use the hashtag All-Star. Coming up, we do have Game 3 of our All-Star Finals between SKT, T1K, and OMG, possibly the last game. But first, all week we've been asking you how you're watching All-Star Paris. And one of our first photos today comes from the champs at the University at Minnesota. Duluth, I think that's how to say it. Our next one is from a viewing party at Indiana Tech. Their motto, I believe, is live, learn, and gank. An awesome motto, guys. You can share how you're watching all of the action out of Paris by tweeting your pictures to us @LOL Esports. Use that hashtag All-Star. Stay right with us, guys. We'll be right back.
In goes Bengi jumping in there. Zilean will regenerate, as you say, coming in towards him. Bengi gets taken down a second time. Impact the hold in. He's going to go down. Just like game one, this is a big difference. Oh, this is going to be a multi-kill right now. Hanging on, the life steal being taken down. Gets himself a double. Faker stand comes back around on towards him. Going gets locked up. It's another kill. Faker on towards Sun. Red card pulled out. Gets onto Alan. He's going for another. Can he get the triple? Oh, the red not enough. He thought he stole it. And it's going to be a clock for Impact.
Rip him to pieces. Going tries to get in as well, but they're just going to be chased down here. It's Faker that's doing all the damage at the backside. There's a double kill for Trundle, and now they're going to collapse in onto the Shyvana. He is the last man standing here for OMG. There is the ace.
in your hometown here at Paris for this event, and the crowd has just been absolutely amazing. What is it that makes the fans here, the French fans, so OP?
Well, they're just the best. I mean, they are really passionate and they cheer for us mainly. I know, because I noticed, but because we're two Frenches, so we play at home. But mainly when there is any big plays or any good action, they just cheer for it because they just love the game. And this is what makes the community really great.
Yeah, absolutely. You couldn't have said it better. Our amazing community and a lot of support for you as well. But we're going to go back over to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Sharks, and thank you to everybody in the venue. We are moments away from our third match between SKT, T1K, and OMG, and right now, things look perilous for OMG as SKT have already raked up 2 victories. They must win this game to stand a chance and extend the series. I do want to touch on the fact that as it is game 3, this is the game that SKT opted to play on the blue side. So they will be first pick, first ban. It also means that OMG has the potential to grab 2 champions on that second wave. But SKT are playing with such confidence. Talk to me about their playstyle and some of the pick ban options, Crepo.
Yeah, I wonder if they pick blue side to just maybe go for a stronger bot lane here and just win the lane. Because they've been swapping away from bot usually and then have the scaling top laner and just go away from that. As well as, is OMG going to go for the swap on purple side? A lot of these teams have been going for a lane swap. Or is OMG going to say, well, we're good at fighting, we'll just brawl you 2v2, meet you in the bot lane, meet you in the top lane, go for this like early game composition again, and just maybe if they ban the Kha'Zix, find something that can brawl better in the jungle 1v1. Because every time Pomelo and Bengi met so far, Bengi got on the better end. Even at one point, he was level 6 against a level 4 Pantheon and killed him. And that just killed the entire momentum OMG could have in the early game.
I think it's hugely problematic here that Pomelo has been unable to pick Lee Sin, isn't feeling confident with that champion in these matches because he would be able to match some of the early game pressure put down by Bengi. But they banned it. OMG banned it in game 1, didn't pick it in game 2, and that makes me a little bit worried. I think if I was OMG going into this match, as strange as it sounds, I'd start banning out AD carries, force Piglet onto something that's not Twitch, maybe that's not Lucian or
that's not Vayne,
and see if you can.
That's the free ban.
See if you can get him onto something that isn't as good in this current meta, like Sivir, or is a little more immobile and takes some time to scale, like Kog'Maw, because you're not really going to ban out anybody else here, and you need to be able to slow him down. He has been over the last few months performing, but I talked about this going in. You can't let them have the pick compositions. You let them get TF Twitch, which is exactly the composition that they were most successful with in Korea. The mind boggles.
Well, we'll have to see what they decide to do. On the other side of Piglet, of course, is Sun. He has been playing very well against Cloud9 in particular. He stepped up extremely. He went 14-1-11 in their semi-final series. He's currently 9-6-6 out of the 2 previous games. Defisho, what does Sun need to do in order to shut down Piglet or at least compete with him?
Well, first of all, he needs to get in a lane against him, in a 2v2 lane. Not a lane swap here. OMG honestly should just try and go for the 2v2 if they can. Try and win the bot lane, him and Alan together. Try and shut down Piglet this way, get a lead for OMG, and then try and transition this into the mid game, and hopefully just keep Piglet down. If they do decide to go with all the AD carry bans, and Piglet is on Kog'Maw, for instance, it's going to take him time to build up, shut him down early. You have a lot of time now where your AD carry is a lot stronger, and that's what OMG can use to win, because we've now seen 2 games. One of them was a very early game comp, didn't do anything for them. Yes, they got some kills, but never really got ahead of SKT, and now when SKT had the strong early game pick comp, there was just nothing OMG could do. They honestly need to try something completely different. If it is banning 3 AD carries, and let's try and go against Piglet in 2v2, let it be.
Closing thoughts from Freak?
Yeah, I agree with you that I think if OMG finds 2v2 lanes, it works a lot better for them. You know, this game we had Lucian versus Twitch, but it was only after the lane swap, after these guys got some levels. Levels 1 through 3, Lucian will destroy Twitch, but he didn't get that matchup, of course, right? Also, the fact that GoGoing's been doing well against Impact in the mid game. If you let him start doing that earlier on, you saw Impact gifted him a kill early on in this game as well. Like, you get those heads-up matchups, find a way to relieve pressure off Xiang because Bengi's destroying him, and then OMG has a good chance.
All right, we'll see if they can make that happen. OMG are on the red side this time. We're going to send it back over to the caster desk for the play-by-play of Game 3.
Thank you very much. Quick shot. So here we go. Game number 3 in the books. How will this one go down? Game 1, fantastic stuff. Game 2, definitely not the way OMG fans wanted it to go.
It's looking like another SKT trio by all indications, but that's the time when you swap the maps over, you try something completely different, and you just try and pull something out, because if you can do that once, who's to say you can't do it 2 more times after?
And I think maybe the switch now going onto the red side, whether that's going to help them or not, it's at least different, and it might add some variety in there where they can get a jump on SKT. I think that some things are going to have to change, because we've seen already that although they did get some of their favorites, in fact pretty much all their favorites through in game number 1, they couldn't win. I'm not sure how, if you get your ideal perfect champions and don't win, what you really do from that point.
Exactly. I mean, Monty said he wanted to see 380 carry bands. Definitely not seeing that. LeBlanc, Kha'Zix are what OMG has taken away. At least they got rid of the Kha'Zix. That's what you wanted them to do after game number 2, D-Man.
Absolutely. It's something that Bengi's been running happily. Jax was also taken away, this time by SKT. We haven't seen go towards that one just yet. We'll see whether any AD carries even get banned out. Remember, SKT1 could first pick Twitch this time around, but Xiang has got the added advantage that he can second guess what Faker's going to play.
Yeah, that is the red side. That's basically what SKT wanted to take away from them in the first 2. Something absolutely has to be left up here. The Twitch, if they ban it right now, means SKT takes Thresh away, I would imagine. There's a lot of power up right now. The Twitch ban, you'd think that would be the first pick that SKT would go for sure.
Well, OMG running things out late. Nunu was a final ban here for SKT. And OMG's ban going to be coming up here in just a second. And it is Twitch. So Twitch out of the game for this one. That's at least, I think, taking away something from the round and picks, like the less hotly contested. I'd say not what I expected from a first pick, actually.
And you can see the Thresh consistently taken, plus the Lucian, which is the number 280 carry. This swings wildly in the favor at the moment of OMG, I have to say.
Yeah, that is not the setup we expected. We saw how heavily OMG favored that Thresh pick. Not going to be a high dinger, guys. We saw it in the European LCS, but LCS has been changing since then. They're going to rotate through. Will we see the Vayne coming out here? We just heard, obviously, Monte Cristo talking about the number of big 80 carries that Piglet can pull out. Vayne is absolutely in there, but that is not what I was expecting. Faker going to show Xiang what you do with Syndra.
It was very interesting how Syndra was left completely unbanned, and then OMG would have had to give up the Lucian or the Thresh in order to get their own hands on it. It's a bit of a strategy loss there for OMG, but they can try the exact same matchup that SKT did to them. It did go in the favor of Xiang Syndra when they played that out, but that was more the rest of the team helping him out.
Still, I'm a bit perplexed by Shyvana as the first pick. Like,
Me too.
If you wanted to take the Syndra, like, first pick it in that position, especially since he plays Trundle. If Gogoin would have played that Shyvana, then he could have just picked the Trundle. Either way, moving on from that one, because it's OMG here on the pick, looking at a possible Orianna Elise for this round.
Yeah, I mean, so far they've just picked their own positions, SK Telecom. They are that confident, it seems. Mundo being hovered over right now. It's actually Champion Impact's played a hell of a lot over in Champions. And it is going to get locked in, it seems, along with Orianna. So a similar matchup, a mirror match of game 1 in the mid lane.
Yeah, the Mundo was a 6-0 record in the regular season for OMG, but that was also early on in the season before the nerfs to the Perseverance Mastery. Not nearly as good now. SKT having some fun with these last few picks. They have played actually a lot of support Zyra when they've been down on those things, but Zyra versus Thresh is a hook and you're dead. The Leona seems like the pick we would expect to follow up on Syndra initiations.
With an AD carry. Will it be Zyra? A good old bottom lane once again for SK Telecom. They have the skins.
It's 3 out of 5 so far.
There it is.
Yeah, there it is, locked in.
Wow, so they are definitely going with that Zyra. It's kind of been Pumandu returning to what he was comfortable with when they were the best in the world. It's not something other people have been playing much support on. I know Crepo was talking about why he doesn't like the Zyra pick into a Thresh is because when you do get hit by that one death sentence, you're probably dead. And it's a no, you cannot make a mistake in that lane, especially with Vayne.
Especially with Elise as well. I mean, that's a double skill shot dodge you have to make there when Pomelo comes out the jungle, which often he has. But how do we see this mid lane? This was our featured matchup at the start. It went fairly even between the two. I think it's safe to say Syndra obviously was a big place for Si Young, but they both know exactly what they're going up against here.
I really feel like it's going to be heavy jungle camping once again. If Pomelo can stay ahead of Bengi, or at least break even, then we might get to see a progression into the late game. Looking at how they have the Mundo, the Orianna, they actually scale a little bit better than SKT here, assuming they can keep Piglet under wraps because of a difficult laning phase. That's not how SKT plays, though. They don't play with the laning phase when it doesn't benefit them. I do actually think, though, considering they lost the first 2 games, got heavily outpicked banned in Game 2, coming into Game 3, OMG's done an admirable job in Champ Select.
Well, as we head into Game 3, let us know who you think will take this match. Tweet your answers using the hashtag SKTWin or hashtag OMGWin to @LOL Esports and to let us know your predictions. We'll be checking them shortly.
It's going to be about 90% SKT, I'm quite sure. I mean, it's been steadily rising around the 80%
Freak
mark.
is desperately tweeting right now.
Yeah, please,
More
guys.
OMG, please. He does have a lot of followers, so.
He does have a lot of followers. He could try and swing that vote.
We'll see.
Not quite sure they're all convinced, though.
These games have been completely in the side of SKT. Game 1 was close. It was the best fight we saw OMG put up, but Game 2, coming back from that one, takes some strong-willed players.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3. Will it be the final match? SK Telecom 2-0 up as the blue team this time around. And they are up against OMG, the Chinese LPL champions, as the red team.
So, getting off then into position. OMG, last game, let's not forget, I went on a bit of a hike around the map, trying out a couple of little things, which didn't really get them much in the end. We saw a simple swap of the blue buffs and then across the river to take their own reds straight away after that. See what goes this time around. Piglet already down there in that tri-bush. They're actually picking the bottom lane. Looks like they may be stacking up in the bottom brushes here.
Interesting move there by OMG.
It's a bit of a KT Bullets move here, actually, until Extreme Masters Katowice, where they sneak in towards that bush. They're instead, Piglet not going to see them. Oh, he did that. Just got a vision. He just got a glimpse, quickly tumbled away. They know exactly where they are now, and SKT are free to roam in towards the enemy jungle, knowing exactly that it's clear.
That was an almost catch there by OMG. Very strange that Piglet would actually walk around that edge. He was trying to rush down actually to prevent that very thing against a Thresh. If you only waited in that brush, you would be vulnerable to a Thresh hook, so that he ran straight through the lane. He actually did catch them at the very last moment before it would have been disaster.
Still OMG way 83%, so around the 80% mark. So I was a little bit off, but still, most of you guys believing that SKT are going to be taking this one. It's kind of hard to argue after Game 2 with that kind of percentage vote as well. Right now, though, OMG are moving to the enemy red, and it's a very edgy movement to the enemy red. On the other side of the map, though, SKT, of course, are already in position to level out the buff score.
Yeah, that's going to be a red buff for both junglers. Pomelo, of course, there. Tri-bush ward will give vision, but it is going to be standard meta matchup, or more to the point, what used to be the standard meta matchup, or what everybody at home plays, let's put it that way.
Going's a little bit late to top lane, but that's worth it because Sun and Allen with Thresh and Lucian should by all means be able to win this lane down bottom.
Pretty sure Xiong just missed the bush there actually with that ward towards the river. I'm not sure if it's quite stealth into that bush, but we saw the first little exchange between them. We'll see whether Bengi decides to focus on Xiong again once he comes out of this top half of the jungle. He's trying to take everything away from that half of the jungle.
Down in the bottom, Allen already taken a bit of a beating. So Mob are going to get in there for the play, and look at the damage there on towards Allen. He's going to be forced out of lane once again, down to less than half here. We already saw that the Ignite was used by Mandu.
And that could have a big impact on this game if SKT decides to stay aggressive in that lane. Elise did just walk all the way around the backside. The flashes are up. They'd have to land the stun and hook perfectly.
Well, there's the spider coming out. Which way is he going to throw the cocoon? Teleport's coming in here. They've got to be careful. They managed to land the death sentence on Mandu. Impact has joined the party. Allen's so low. He goes down first blood, and that was a terrible, terrible engage by OMG.
Well, that's the thing. When Going burned his teleport to get that 1v1 in the top lane, once they went in, they were all in or
dead, and they got the dead one. They probably would have had one person fall down anyway. I don't know where I'm going with that one, because they were screwed as soon as that teleport came in behind him.
Alan missed his flash, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Tried the flay.
He tried the flash flay and kind of just played where he was and flashed on top of himself, which obviously didn't help the setup for that one. Would have given a bit more control. The Sun needs to be careful down there. Zyra doing deceptive amount of damage, and well, basically what shouldn't ever happen in these 2v2 lanes when it's a Vayne is the Vayne should get first blood and get going. Or, I mean, obviously it can happen. It's just, you don't ever want it to.
One thing is safe here. Pomelo didn't give up first blood to Bengi this time around, that's for sure. But Xiang in this mid lane is having some serious problems already against Faker. 30 to 20 in CS and continuing the damage on towards him. Faker is showing him exactly what you do on Syndra.
Yeah, and here we are again. It's 1,000 gold at 4.5 minutes. OMG falls behind early game. This time, it really just had to do with an early game teleport top lane so that GoGoing couldn't match to at least scare people off. What are they going to do here? They need to make something happen.
The bottom lane, you think put a bit of pressure down here on this bottom side. Actually, Pomelo been fairly quiet up until now because he came down for that initial gank there in the bottom side, which despite not actually being warded, still ended up going the way of SK Telecom T1. And he's got a big role to play in this game.
Yeah, Alan on Thresh, it's what he really had. He made his name in this tournament with his Thresh play. 100% kill participation in his first Thresh game.
Sneaky.
Destroyed Cloud9 with it, and now Bengi tries to go up against GoGoing.
Yeah.
My turn flash.
Gets in unseen here on towards GoGoing. I think
Or
GoGoing's going to go down here. He may well have enough to die. Not sure what that little sidestep was at the end.
It was a nicely timed gank by Bengi, and this could just be the results of the demoralization from games 1 and 2, D-Man. They are not playing well individually. It's almost like they're checked out.
Yeah, this is the worst thing that could have happened to them as well. If they'd have had a long, drawn-out laning phase, maybe that was a bit quieter for them where they'd gone toe-to-toe with SKT, maybe they could have turned things on there. But coming straight into this game and getting kind of destroyed already here, just 6 minutes into the match, is a painful experience, I'm sure, for OMG. They just got to keep it in. I guess it's part of being a professional gamer, and same in any other sport, that you have to learn, even when you fall behind, to keep your head up.
And as we've seen from other teams, even a standard laning phase is no safety.
Alan caught out here, condemned on the wall. Sun's the focus, but Alan will get caught out. He's going to play them away, but it's not enough to drive them out away. And Piglet, well, he's going to get himself another kill on the board. And honestly, this game is in danger of sliding out of control 6 minutes in already.
OMG just has no room to breathe. All they want to do is farm one more minion wave, and they can't.
What are you doing, son? He's going to get caught out, and that's going to be Bengi. Easy going to go for it, forces the flash nonetheless out of the AD carry.
That's fine for him as well. Sun now, well, the bottom lane in general has no summoner spells left apart from the Ignite out of Alan, which is not really likely going to be turning anything around down on that bottom side. So if they can keep this Vayne going, I mean, he's already got Vamp Scepter in there, got himself the Longsword as well, and I mean, it's only a couple of CS to lead because they've had so much back and forth trading on this, but Piglet's going to start to just completely dominate Alan in the bottom lane. In fact, they've switched already because they're like, well, we just can't do that. We can't fight that lane.
Especially when they're down a flash. If there's a 2v2 with anyone else coming in to intervene, it's done for. And the only lane that hasn't had any intervention is this mid lane, which normally is exactly what OMG would want. But Faker is just outclassing on Syndra this game. Syndra is a better 1v1er than Orianna, especially when played by Faker. And that's the last bit of strategy that OMG could have hoped to rely on, I feel like.
Yeah, OMG in trouble. They're going to try something out, as you mentioned, switching around in towards his top lane. Impact doesn't seem too worried about the fact that he's got Alan and Sam coming out towards him. He's got that level advantage, as you mentioned. Faker now making his way up north. Pomelo wondering, should I try and do something here? I'm going to go for it. It's going to sink his teeth, and Xiyoung comes in. Pomelo continues. Xiyoung out of position and actually lands the double stun there. Faker on both of them. He's 2v1 so far. He's gone a little bit too far, I feel, though. Bengi comes in to support. Quickly kicks him away. Does not land the Sonic Wave. Manages to chase on towards Xiyoung, but he gets away clean.
First bit of jungling ganks, and it almost turned something around for OMG, but not today. And now Going might actually be in a fair bit of trouble. That turret goes down, he's all alone.
Yeah, gonna be attacked after that one was locked up by the roots. He's going for Mandu, but he's still got someone to heal in there. Meanwhile, Sun here is being 1v1'd or 1v2'd, let's be honest, by Impact. Should be able to get back to the tower, but here comes Bengi, dodges the Q, doesn't matter. Impact flashes in, and they kick Alan back home to the tower.
What a play right there by Shyvana, and I believe it was actually him I have to see this again. He interrupted the Lantern with his Dragon Sting. That's a play that I almost never see executed successfully. Everyone always tries for it, but because he got the mini knockback while he was in flight for Dark Passage, it stopped him. That lets him close in for the kill.
Fantastic stuff. Style points being given to SK Telecom every step of the way. 5-0 and a 4,000 gold lead already. Pumandu, though, may well get caught out here. But you can see Piglet already trying to do it. Condemn on Pomelo. Pomelo going to try and get away, but the teleport comes in again this time. And that's another kill for Piglet. Stranglethorn's not quite catching Gogoin, but now it's 6-0. And this game is well out of control.
Yeah, Joe said it right during that fight. Oh, God. As soon as it started happening. 6-0, as you said, 5,000 gold. Blade of the Ruined King at 9 minutes and 40 seconds for Piglet. There's not even a phage on Sun right now. Mid lane, CS advantage, jungle, more pressure added. Top lane teleports being really impactful for Impact. This is the best of the three. It is SKT finding everything that OMG wanted to do and taking it directly away from them.
Sun just trying to get a bit of extra farm in there. I said it before, he's actually holding up when it comes to the farm. Fact is, Sun spent about 3 minutes of the game actually fighting at this stage, so not been exactly focused on his farm. He's farming those champions down in the bottom lane. Mundo twice, getting the Elise in there as well. And he is definitely on fire at this point of the matchup. And now they move to the top lane where they'll be looking for another turret. Only one turret taken, but that's, with this kind of lead, only going to be a matter of time before it changes.
And it's still about OMG never having safety in any of their lanes. The laning phase can extend as long as SKT wants it to because they're winning it so heavily.
Well, Young pulled the shockwave on Faker, wasn't too worried about it. Bengi's in trouble though. Now how's he going to get out of this situation? He manages to pop the kick on Pomelo, but with the shockwave already used, there was nothing to back it up.
Lane pressure through and through. That's turret number 2. These lanes have been won so hard they're not even trading back turrets. This could actually be a complete shutout if SKT continues to play it.
Bengi was taken low there, coming back in, and we said it in that last game as well that we've seen a couple of players from SKT where they've maybe got a little bit too forward thinking, is what I'm going to call it, because I think that's a nicer word than anything else. But honestly, they are, what, we're 6-0 up in kills here. We've got a huge amount of gold difference. Almost 6K. There's a stun going on to Xiang. Is Faker going to go all in on this one? Yes, he is. Is he going to pick up the kill? Ignite is ticking away. He flashes in. Pomelo might at least be able to pick up the first kill here for OMG. He won't. It's Gogoin that steals it in the end.
Gotta say, that was still a nice move by Faker. He burned everything that Xiang had. He gave 1 kill back to Mundo, which, there you go, was a bit of forward thinking. They don't need the perfect game, but they do need to win this one. They're still on their way to a 3-0.
Yeah, it's not going to be the perfect game. That's what they needed. Don't want to get humiliated, although some would argue that the way this is going, it may well happen. Nevertheless, SK Telecom, as you mentioned, forward thinking, catching out Pomelo this time around in towards him. He's going to go down. That's an easy kill for SK Telecom. And they may well be thinking of that trip back home to Korea right now because this game is in the bag.
Yeah, just to go into detail a little bit about some of the things that SKT have done here is even from the very level 1 movement, as soon as they knew that the teleport was down on Gogoin, they knew how to punish it.
And Alan here having to flash away everything thrown out by Mondu while the rest of his team were actually finishing off that dragon. Faker in the meanwhile pushing straight up this mid lane. Nothing that Xiang can really do to hold on to him now in terms of damage. Again, we saw it from Xiang in other games about how controlling a good Syndra play can mean, quite frankly, how much damage she has by the end as well.
How long a range he's gone.
Exactly. The stun is just heat-seeking, it seems, when from a good player and gets you from anywhere. And just looking at this series from a whole, just how demoralizing was that game 1 really? looking back, because OMG did look so good, but they were gifted everything they wanted in that one. It was a bit of a gamut by SKT to say, all right, and I'm willing to say it based on the results of these last 2 games, they were giving OMG what they wanted in that one, just so they could guarantee a 3-0 if they won. If they lost that game, all right, then they knew exactly what their best shot is, and they can adjust from there, because SKT is great at adjusting mid-best of 5s. They're so experienced with that, they look at the things OMG is doing, and OMG clearly can't adapt that since they had their best thing right off the bat.
One team has played a lot of best of 5s. It is SK Telecom, that's for sure. They've been in the highest of pressure situations as we have a glitch in the matrix there.
Yeah, skipping out of 5-second delay right there, unfortunately. Everything is fine, do not worry.
Oh, good. Actually, down in the bottom, there's a fight going on, but we're not seeing it.
No, they're both dead.
Well, it was 2 more kills for SKT. We will get that replay for you shortly. Fight in the top lane, though.
And Allen's going down. Yeah, Piglet going to go on the rampage from that one.
The kills are coming so quick. We're missing them, and frankly, we're not missing much because they are just flying down right now. 3 kills for SK Telecom there, 11-1 already, and already it's a 9,000 gold advantage. Make that a 10,000 gold advantage. Just going, gone. 12
kills to 1. SKT has taken it all the way home at this point. Rounded the bases. They're only 15 minutes in, and a 10,000 gold lead.
So at Worlds, it was a 12-minute inhibitor. We saw that clip earlier on with Monty at the Telestrator. While this has not had the intricacy of that specific move they pulled off, it's had a lot more in a way. I mean, we're 15 minutes in, it's 12 warning kills. This is even more one-sided.
And I think there's multiple things at work here. It's not just SK Telecom playing amazingly, it's OMG being on tilt.
Yeah.
They have made many individual mistakes from the very early game. Just Allen missing his flash play. Hooking a plant, I mean, I guess there was nothing you could do about that one. But they're not seeing things coming. They're teleporting into the wrong situations, and when you're down at this point after you've made a few mistakes and already lost 2 games, who can really blame them? These are all incredibly young guys, and there's so much pressure on them to perform, especially nationally. It's an unfortunate situation for them to be in.
And the problem is, SK Telecom, you know, while everybody else was, and us included, oh, Bengi caught out here. Nope, safeguards away. He's going to get repelled on. The Culling catching on towards him. It's just not enough damage coming through there. They will get the kill, but at what cost? Sun's going to get caught out. Faker pounces in, and Impact gets himself the kill. And now Shiyang's caught, pinned on the wall, condemned in there. Shockwave pulls Impact and Faker back to him, but Shiyang's got nowhere to go. And Impact just simply burns his way through the opposition.
They just keep on going. Impact and the stun from Faker.
Double stun from Faker. Allen down to less than half HP. Piglet gets in there. Impact actually getting that one in the end. A 3-for-1. Bengi playing the blind monk, which is what he did. Went straight into the brush, came back out, baited them into pushing out, and SKT are going to get another inner turret. There's only the base left for OMG. 16 minutes 40 in.
Destruction derby right here, 6 turrets as you mentioned, but what I was about to say is the fact that SKT did not fear Allen on Thresh.
Not in the slightest.
The main reason being that he hasn't been able to be aggressive on it. SKT have been shoving him down. Every time they let him on Thresh, they've gone full on aggression, whereas OMG work their best when they are being the aggressive ones, and simply put, they just don't get a chance to be against SK Telecom. Wow, okay,
yeah.
Report for feeding.
That was just a ridiculous move by SKT right there. Look at how many of them there are. OMG has nothing left. They're trying desperately to make plays.
Big smiles on Gogoin's face. I think he's already realized the goose is cooked. And Boomandu, he's going to get pulled on. Can he have enough damage? Nope, he's going to get bounced.
And actually, OMG getting away from what I thought was going to be another, come on guys, you come and get me if you like, but in the end wasn't. We've got Impact on the bottom inhibitor turret. The other 4 from SKT here are on the middle inhibitor turret. Call it what you want, this game is pretty much over. We're not quite 20 minutes into it just yet, but SKT, they're smooth as butter.
They can't even surrender right now, but, you know, honestly, they may as well put their hands up, because as it stands, the first inhibitor's going to go down. Oh, not quite though. 18 minutes into this game, it is domination at its finest, and honestly, you could compare this game straight to Royal's 3rd game in the World Finals in Season 3, because SK Telecom are just showing their dominance right now.
Exactly. There's actually not too much to analyze about this game in particular because it all comes down to the series in a whole. And you did bring it up earlier, but the fear that they can instill in their opponents. They literally let OMG hit them with their best shot, and once they beat that, OMG, they lost it. Teams have never, especially in OMG's history as a team, given them their best things and had them lose with it. That was the first competitive loss of Xiyoung's career. He doesn't know what to do with that. Going had only ever lost twice on Renekton. Now it's 3 times. And once that happened, and an even more demoralizing game 2 with SKT just kind of showing off their TF Twitch play, what is left to go? You can have all the analysts in the world right there, but when you know what your best thing is and you actually get it to try and jump ahead in the best of 5 series and it breaks apart, you don't expect a game 3 like this, but it's not too far gone.
Now SKT pushing in. You have to feel close to the victory. Inhibitor going down, and there's the stun on towards Xiyoung. Here comes the Dragon right into the middle of the team. Oh, Bengi kicks him out. Oh, Shockwave goes down as well, but this should be a one-way destruction. Going got his ultimate running, but Piglet is hammering down. Another great stun by Faker. Sam's not going to get away. He is dead. Pomelo is dead, and that is a whitewash for SKT.
They could win this before 20 minutes.
20-minute game, as you mentioned, 19 minutes 48 on the clock. The Nexus turrets are falling. Pumandu is tanking this one up, but the minions are coming through right now. And SK Telecom, T1K are the clear all-star champions. They have been unbeaten here in Paris, and it has been a demonstration of force against OMG.
They might actually fall away from this one, but this one is all but sealed. Going, trying to teleport in and get something done.
They're just toying with their opponents right now, I feel. I think they're pretty sure they could have finished that. They all want to get a kill on Faker. It's not going to happen.
Who wouldn't want to get another kill on Faker? Or Piglet, for that matter. With the way they performed so far at this All-Star Invitational. Completely sweeping the event. Every single game has fallen their way. They've had a couple of close ones. But at this point, it honestly feels like it was their own choice that those were close.
Piglet's got a Zephyr now.
Genji would be proud.
Stinger, which is exactly what it is now, for now. It might get it by the end of this game though. 21 minutes in, well on his way up. Son, of course, not well. It's really hard to just say anything about where they are right now in this game because it's over at this point and it's been over for quite a long time. And you know, as commentators, it's our job to keep everyone's hopes up, but sometimes, guys, we just don't want to lie to you.
You can't do the impossible sometimes, that's for sure. Piglet, who honestly has played immaculately this tournament, you know, he was very sensitive about, he's going to keep on chasing. A little bit too deep, buddy. Don't go too far. There's your first death of the game. And it is going to be to Xiyoung. But I was about to say, you know, he was tearful back at OGN Champion Winter about his performance, didn't feel he'd really put in his best, and you gotta think turning the corner really coming to this tournament, he's played brilliantly.
Gonna keep going possibly on this one here. Impact actually teleporting in. That was from the bottom lane, by the way, where he was just pushing the inhibitor turret. SKT are gonna go for the win here.
GG coming up here, I feel, for SK Telecom. The Nexus is going to fall. Faker's just toying with his opponents right now, but it is Impact just chewing his way through the hit points. Faker, he's continuing to toy with his opponents off the side. SK Telecom, T1K of the All-Star 2014 champions.
It was their most impressive 3-0 performance in a championship game they have had.
We hear the crowd here. They were most definitely Fnatic fans at the start of the week, but they've been fantastic here to every team. And well, both of these teams enjoyed the applause and, to be honest, explosion of noise that's been produced here for them today. And SKT, a deserved champion. OMG giving a good fight at the start, but you have to feel at the end it was just too much for them.
Yeah, honestly nothing OMG could do in the last 2 games, in fairness.
Still the support from the crowd, however. This crowd is an experience for all of these guys to play together with. We have to wonder from this point forward how SKT is going to do their next season in Korea.
And honestly, this crowd has been fantastic throughout this tournament. The 4 days we've had here have been magnificent. Giving a lot of love to SK Telecom, who honestly, before the World Championships, probably a lot of people here didn't really know existed. But they have put on a demonstration of League of Legends for everyone to enjoy.
Yeah, ever since they came in there, Faker was known as the best mid laner, but they didn't know the rest of the team. And now they do.
Absolutely brilliant, brilliant stuff. As we said before, much deserved. They look at no point weak in this tournament, really. They had a couple of tough games. Probably was only just 2. One of them they were playing with all their own skins. Fnatic had a bit of breathing room in that game. And of course, game 1 here in the final. Other than that, they've been pretty flawless.
It has been a flawless tournament. They've gone 9-0. You know, they have came, saw, and conquered everybody that basically was the champions in their scene. OMG, LPL champions, Fnatic dominating Europe. Cloud9 could argue dominating North America as well for the last 2 seasons. And they've been swept aside. Taipei Assassins, of course, as well in there. Everybody swept aside, not even close, honestly. OMG have came the closest. They were in the finals, and it was a very close group game and game 1. But other than that, that's all you wrote for SKT. They have been fantastic, and you got to look, moving towards Champions Winter over in the OGN in Korea. This is going to give them a hell of a lot of confidence.
And we'll see if they're able to carry that through when they get there and maybe make it back to Worlds where they can try and defend their title. They're well on their way to defending that title with
Nobody's
all the
done
circuit
it
points
yet.
they've already taken. No one's ever been able to do it. Maybe SKT could be the team. I want to know what the rest of the world takes back from this. You know, Cloud9 got the experience of playing against it, so did Fnatic. Specifically just the way that SKT stops the enemy team from farming. They completely have it in the bag from the start. The other team wants to do something. SKT knows what they want to do, and they prevent it from happening.
And the picks, the diversity in the SK Telecom game, you see it here in all 3 games. Different setups with different aims in the end of them. The Zilean comp obviously was promised to us a little bit, yesterday I think that interview came out, and they delivered with that one. Stronger in the early game, the point exactly where OMG are weakest. Brilliant.
They knew exactly what to do. It's an incredibly difficult thing to play against when you can't farm your own lane.
The chance for Riot there, I believe, coming out of the Parisian fans here. And they have been magnificent, this crowd. We mentioned it before, but everybody at home has also been commenting on it. And, you know, we were asked last year, if you were to have this in Europe, where would you want it? And after Lille, we just had to say France, because it was magnificent here. And they've proved once again that it is a really good place to hold an esports event, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it. They've been here, fully packed arena for the last 4 days. Honestly think maybe you can double the size of the arena, you double the noise, and we get even crazier.
And even the whole weekend, we got to keep in mind there were 2 things going on here, the All-Star Invitational and the All-Star Challenge.
Yeah.
The start of the days were ridiculously entertaining as well.
The challenge has been fantastic, and you guys at home, I know you watched it, we were surprised at how good some of those games were. They were amazing. Obviously, Bjergsen going crazy in his game. We saw the Hexakill, which was absolutely bonkers, and of course the 10 and then the skill matches today. Fantastic tournament overall, but for now, we are going to send it down to the main stage to meet the All-Star Paris 2014 champions, SK Telecom T1K.
Now I would like to officially welcome the League of Legends All-Stars Paris 2014 Invitational Champions, SK Telecom T1K. welcome to the stage Riot's Vice President of Esports, Dustin Beck, or as you may know him, Redbeard. In just 1 second. He's on his way. There he is, Redbeard.
Yeah. Man. Guys, can we hear it one more time for these guys? What a fun and exciting week it's been. You guys have faced the toughest teams from all across the globe, and you guys won, of course. Very, very convincing victory, and I want to personally congratulate you on behalf of Riot for being the 2014 Paris All-Star Game champions. I want to take a second to thank the millions of fans who tuned in on television, online, all across the globe to watch this event. Yep. I want to thank the epic city of Paris, and of course, I think it goes without saying, I want to thank all you guys here today. You are some of the most awesome, wild, and crazy fans we've ever had. Merci beaucoup, guys. Best fans ever. Well, thank you guys. Thank you, SKT1, and take it from there.
Thank you very much, Dustin. And now, before we head back over to the guys at the desk, let's take a look back at SKT's journey to the top.
SKT have just pulled out all the moves in this first game.
Got the Cyanide, he wants to try and pop it down. Maybe enough, he gets Cyanide down before the power drop. That is why you don't pick the world champion skins against them. Another bunch of kills. That's a party, though. They finally get Faker down, but it took 3 of them.
There was 4 of them, actually.
Welcome back. Congratulations to SK Telecom T1K, who are leaving All-Stars Paris 2014 without a single loss. They went 9-0, and fact of the matter is, they simply outclassed all of their opponents, from individual play to team decision-making to rotations. They simply had a better performance. As the resident Korean on the table, Monty, how do you think they looked?
I think they looked great. I mean, it's refreshing to see them. I think they've been playing better here than they have, for the most part, in Korea. But I think it is a bit disturbing, and I think it shows that before Worlds, it's going to take a lot for the Western teams to kind of catch up at this point. Just looking at the standings, yes, SKT is playing in Masters, but the KT Bullets and SK Telecom T1K are effectively playing for 7th and 8th place in terms of circuit points for this season, and both of these teams have gone undefeated at the last 2 international tournaments. So it's a lot of work to be done, but At the same time, it's great that the teams all got practice against them. They're going to take this international experience back. You learn a lot more by losing than you do by winning. So hopefully we can see some better games, closer games at Worlds.
And this is definitely one of the ways forward for the Western teams, playing against the Korean teams in these international tournaments. Get some practice, see what they do, and then take it back home. Maybe try and improve it yourself, show it to some of the other teams in your region. And then, of course, we talked about it so many times. We need coaches, we need analysts, we need people, we need better people around the teams to help them. We need better dedication for the teams in the Western world. And I think actually Cloud9, credit to them in this tournament, they're really showing what hard work does. And
I agree.
They have Charlie, who's the analyst, who's really, really good, and the people around them, Dan Din and Jack, of course, around them in Cloud9. There's a lot of people helping them out. CLG doing the same thing now. And these two teams are really what the rest of the Western region should look at.
Well, we'll have to see if they can make their count. One thing that I do want to highlight is just some of the numbers that SKT have actually put together for us. If you compare their KDAs, it is a fairly generic number, but 5.68 KDA. It was the highest out of anyone here at All-Star Paris. The next team was, in fact, OMG, down at 3.3. Some others, just to, again, highlight some of the individual players. In this series, Faker had an average CS at 10 minutes of 97 across the 3 games. Put that into contrast against Si Young, who had destroyed many of the other mid laners at this tournament. He was in 70 CS. I mean, you've got all of these statistics and numbers that you can look at, and as we've said, at the end of the day, it just feels like SKT are on a completely other level. Freak?
They're individually performing consistently at an extremely top level, right? Like 100 minutes at 10 minutes is like something that regular dudes like me and even regular pros will get occasionally. But the fact that he went through an entire tournament against the world's best, got kills in his lane, roamed to other lanes and killed other people, and is still getting about 10 CS a minute consistently is phenomenally strong.
Well, we'll come back to Crepo in just a moment. We do actually have to throw ourselves over to the arena where Shox is standing by with SKT T1K's Faker.
Thank you very much, Quickshot, Faker, and Bengi here, the champions here at the All-Star Event 2014 Paris with SK Telecom T1K. And of course, I want to ask Faker about that matchup versus Xiang in the mid lane. In the end, a mirror matchup there. How did it go overall playing versus him?
우선 올스타전 우승을 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문으로 이제 OMG의 미들라인은 시양 선수와 1경기는 신드라 오리아나고 2경기 때문에 바꿔서 했잖아요. 그거에 대해서 좀 얘기 좀 해주세요.
일단 시양 선수가 저희랑 연습 게임을 할 때 되게 훌륭한 플레이를 많이 하고 또 특히 직스를 할 때 스크린샷이 정말 잘 맞추더라고요. 그래서 그 스크림 할 때 좀 애를 많이 먹었었는데 대회 때는 좀 긴장해서 잘 안 나오시는 것 같더라고요. 그리고 오늘 미드라인 대결은 제가 이긴 것 같아요.
So when we were practicing with OMG, I had a very hard time playing against him, and especially his Ziggs play was really good. His skill shots were amazing, but I think today during our final match, he was a bit nervous, so he didn't actually play his full potential. So I think today I was a better mid laner.
All right. A question I want to direct to Bengi is, in the beginning of the season, there was some criticism of your play, but you've done exceptionally well here. How do you reflect on your play here in the tournament?
이번 시즌 초기에 이제 뱅기 선수의 플레이에 대해서 몇 가지 이제 안 좋은 이런 글들이 여론에 있었어요, 인터넷에. 근데 이번 올스타전 때 이제 매우 잘하셨잖아요. 본인의 활약에 대해 어떻게 생각하세요?
일단 저는 이번 올스타전에서는 충분히 만족하고 간 것 같고 몇몇 좀 아쉬운 장면은 제가 좀 많이 느끼지만 그래도 앞으로도 발전해 갈 거기 때문에 전 지금 올스타전에서 매우 만족하고 돌아가는 것 같아요.
I'm very satisfied with my own performance during All-Star games. There are a few moments where I made some small mistakes, but other than that, I think I'm gonna keep on improving, and I'm very satisfied.
Yeah, it was actually a very good performance from the entire team, dominating even. And well, Faker, in the first interview, you said how this could be a turning point for your team. So what do you take from this fantastic win here at All-Star going into the rest of the season?
페이커 선수 첫 번째 인터뷰 때 이번 올스타전이 전환점이 될 거라고 이제 얘기하셨었는데 이번 올스타전 때 완전히 정말 최강 팀으로 군림하고 전승 우승하셨는데 이제 앞으로의 포부에 대해서 얘기해 주세요.
네, 제가 일단 목표로 말했던 이번 올스타전의 전환점으로 만드는 거는 거의 성공한 것 같고요. 이번 일을 계기로 한국에 돌아가서도 한국 여러 대회 그리고 시즌3 롤드컵까지 승승장구하면서 이번에 올스타전에 보여줬던 것처럼 잘할 수 있게 노력하는 모습 보여드릴 테니까 많이 지켜봐 주세요.
So I'm glad that, as I said during my first interview, that it was a very successful turning point for us. And so I would like, once we go back to Korea, I want to keep on winning and winning all the remaining tournaments. And eventually we want to win the Season 4 World Championship. So please keep cheering for us and we'll keep on trying to win the remaining games.
All right. Well, is there anything else you would like to say to your fans? Because they were cheering really hard for you guys here.
마지막으로 이제 오늘 열심히 응원해준 현지의 팬들과 이제 그 영상을 통해 봐주신 팬들한테 한마디 좀 해주세요.
일단 파리 팬분들에게 정말 고맙게 여기고 있어요. 뭐 파리 팬들이 정말 막 함성이 엄청 크고 호응도 엄청 잘해주셔서 막 제 게임하는데 막 희열이 그런 느낌이 계속 좀 단어 선택이 안 좋을지 모르겠는데 그런 느낌이 들어요. 그래서 파리 팬분들에게 항상 감사하게 생각하고 그리고 현지 팬분들에게도 뭐 항상 응원해 주신 분들이 있어요. 계속 저희가 지금 부진한 모습 보여주고 있지만 앞으로 계속 열심히 할 거고 올라갈 거기 때문에 좋게 봐주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
First, I want to thank all the French fans and all the fans who came here today to cheer for us. I could even feel like the vibration of the stage even when I was playing, and it was really such a good moment for me. And I would like to also thank all the fans who are over the world. And even though we were doing poorly during spring season, we're going to keep trying to regain our strength as the Season 3 World Champions. And yeah, so please keep cheering for us. We're getting up there.
All right, well, thank you very much. And they are cheering for you already. Congratulations once again. And now we're going to head back over to the analyst desk to wrap up our coverage of All-Star Paris 2014.
Thank you very much, Sharks. And we were talking very briefly about SKT, and let's just get some closing thoughts to wrap up the tournament. We've looked at some of the regions, we've highlighted some of the weaknesses and some of the areas that the rest of the world has to improve upon. OMG showed individually they have it in them to swing with one of Korea's best.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there's a little further. Krepa, some thoughts?
Yeah, I just want to show that SKT is so good at playing the late game because they understand the map so well, but they can also close out the game. The last game at 20 minutes, they were 20,000 gold ahead or more. So they had more than 1,000 gold coming in above their opponents every minute. That just shows, okay, it's not a fair assessment because OMG was pretty much broken mentally already, but it just shows how brutal and how much they can exploit in the game of League.
And the thing, too, is OMG did play pretty well over the course of this tournament, especially, I mean, these are mechanically very good players, and they are excellent in terms of team fighting. And if they can learn, I think, more about the strategic play on the map going down the road, this is a region that is going to be incredibly dangerous at an international level, even more so than they already are.
Definitely food for thought, I feel, for the rest of the regions and the rest of the world. We mustn't forget that as it was the final day of games, the challenge teams also wrapped themselves up. So Fire and Ice took to the Rift in their showdowns, 1v1 and 2v2. And you can actually see Team Ice being awarded their all-star trophies earlier today. We caught these off stage. It was a lot of fun to watch these pros from multiple regions coming together and playing on those teams. And I do just want to give a quick shout out to how much fun the All-Star Challenge really was. I underestimated how much it was going to deliver.
Yeah, there were some great games there, and I just want to apologize to everybody that ended up tweeting at me because I didn't choose Froggen, I didn't choose Madlife, I didn't
dare you.
Yeah, I didn't choose all three of them at once for MVP, so I'm terribly sorry. No, nobody tweeted me that I should have taken Doublelift, so that was fine.
Nobody but Monty, right?
Yeah.
So you had to delete that one. It was a lot of fun. I'm actually quite happy you bring that up because we've been tracking what you guys have been picking and choosing over the course of the week. So let's take a look how you fared in the prediction game, because we do have the final standings to see who put Zillion's heightened learning to the best usage here on the analyst desk. Now, I do have to highlight, unfortunately, because of Freak supporting OMG all the way to the end, you are our first loser. So congratulations on that side. But the man who had Jat's crystal ball this week was Krepo. But before you celebrate, I do need to give you props because your performance at Worlds last year was disgustingly poor. You finished
So was
last.
yours.
I do want to remind everybody that you did finish last at Worlds, but it's great to see you learn from your mistakes, you grow, and you've
I did
moved
grow.
your way up.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, you
And
moved to yeah, exactly. You moved to NA. You
Moved
got
to
a lot
NA,
stronger.
got a little better.
I took double lift seat, so I got a lot worse. It's just
I'm moving up. And sadly, I don't have a cup to gather tears in, but Monty, you gave me this. I just want to make sure that you're
That's what I get for believing in apple pie. It's a problem. It's a problem. I've gone on a diet. I really have. I do want to remind everybody, because it has been somewhat of a Crepo themed day, that you can send your congratulations to Crepo by tweeting to him at ScumbagCrepo. Also remember, he did pick Cool as the challenge MVP.
OMG.
screw you.
See?
So
I said OMG was going to win.
you did. They won something.
They won in the challenge. All I was going for.
Guys, it has been a pleasure. But as a reminder, we will be bringing you more League of Legends action as the European and North American League Championship Series begin their summer splits after a brand new preview show on May the 20th.
Both regions will kick off with a super week of games. In Europe, we'll begin with a El Clasico match between Fnatic and SK Gaming, who finished first and second in the last split.
Yeah, North America will bring their own Super Week on Friday. That is May 23rd, starting things off with the rivalry between Cloud9 and Team Solo Mid. You guys be sure to head over to lolesports.com for a complete schedule of those games.
You can also pick up tickets to watch the European LCS live in Cologne, Germany, or the North American LCS in Los Angeles, California. Just click on the ticket links for all the details and come cheer for your favorite teams in this season.
Yeah, parting is such a sweet sorrow, and this truly has been an incredible experience for me. So I do want to say goodbye to absolutely everybody. Guys on the desk, it has been fun. I have particularly enjoyed seeing Crepo win something for a change. It doesn't happen as often.
You're so funny, Quickstep. Oh, boy.
And I would like to wish you the best of luck in the summer
Thank you.
split and safe travels back to Korea, to Monty, of course. Thank you guys so much. It has been, as we said, a pleasure for everybody watching. I want to give a special thanks to our analysts once more. Their expert knowledge throughout the week has been great. So goodbye to Christopher, Monty Cristo Michaels, Mitch, Crepo, Forcepulse, myself, Deficio, Freak, Jat, Kobe, D-Man, Shocks. The entire live broadcast crew wishes you all great thanks. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching All-Star Paris 2014. We'll see you again soon.